cleaned. We are live at Collectco. Let me walk through here. I'm pretty good at spotting stuff. I'm real good at spotting stuff, Otis. I know exactly what y'all are looking for. If I could get over there to Otis. Otis, if I can get right here. Buddy, I think I might see it. Let me see here. All right, everybody, when you're on, welcome. I'm on a CD hunt right now. We're trying to find a mystery CD. I thought this was it, but it's not. It looks something like that. It's none of those. I felt like I had it in a stack. It's pretty easy to pick out because it's literally metal. Let me look over here. What about right in there? This kind of stuff over here, Ed, might be. Because I think when I sold it, it was in a time when we wasn't doing like hot and heavy with CDs. Right in here. See anything like in there?
I looked in these already.
Okay.
I did not see it.
Bundles. Didn't get mixed up in a bundle. And I can confidently say I don't think it's on any of these tables. Ozzy, Exodus, Slayer. Welcome, everybody. Great Monday. Get everybody situated for tonight. I'm looking for a Slayer CD I thought I sold, or we thought we sold, and now it's disappeared. Excuse me. I'll be over here hunting this for a while. But we can't spend more time on it. I can't. That's a big mystery when something like that happens. I will never understand it. Interesting. Well, all right. Let's start selling records then. Here we go. Yeah. Here comes Otis. Here comes Otis. Gotta urge. Here comes Otis. Here comes Otis. Otis. Hey, buddy. Okay. Found it. Okay, where was it? Just not keyed in, or? Okay. A photo disc, a picture disc, a Metallica picture disc. Which one? You might have to jog my memory. Please explain, by the way. All right. Get this link shared. Sorry for the tardiness. Monday's always crazy. Hadn't seen Paul in 3 days. So I'm trying to figure out what happened when I was gone and filling out price sheets for Ed, because I sometimes never know what's coming in on Mondays. Craig and Mike commented pictures of time zones, or Craig did. Thank y'all for the reminder. I am in Central Time. Let me get everything shared here. Sorry, working on some stuff. Did they ship Taylor? I got a big email about them having to ship Taylor Swift in a weird way or something. I don't know. They're overnighting them. I just hope we get them. There's a lot of stuff here lately that we've had bad luck with. So I'll find out here shortly. And then what else have I got to do? I've got to show YouTube link. Rocktober. No Rocktober stuff yet. No, that doesn't come in till... No, and I think anything that was due out Rocktober first week has been pushed back. I don't think anything's coming out for this Friday, Rocktober-wise, even if it was scheduled. I can pull up that list because I know some people have dozens of things pre-ordered. But here lately, production's been weird. We've either had pushbacks or highly allocated. So... go over here and share this. Okay, there we go. So Jerry Stone, it sounds like, Ed, if you can hear me, Jerry Stone has a Metallica picture disc, and it sounds like it needs to go to Jerry Torres. We have figured this out live right now. Jerry Stone says he has a Metallica picture disc, and Jerry Stone, it went to the wrong Jerry. There it is. It's live right here. Jerry Stone says, I have it, and Jerry Torres is missing one. So that was a mix-up on Jerry's.
Oh, for this,
yeah.
For this invoice? Okay.
Yeah, Jerry Stone has a Metallica picture disc, but it's supposed to go to Jerry Torres.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah. And Jerry Torres is also missing a In This Moment picture disc. Maybe that's on Jerry Stone's invoice too. Sounds like we got some Jerry's mixed up. They are currently working on all that right now. Tanner's here, Ed's here. The production team behind the scenes here is working full force. In This Moment CD. Okay, not a picture disc. In This Moment CD. Yeah, I have a feeling there's some CDs that ain't keyed in, because we just found a Slayer somebody was missing, and I have now seen 2 comments where people saying they're missing CDs. So a big stack of those CDs did not get keyed in over there, it looks like. Just FYI to Tanner and Ed. Okay. Here we go. Is the new Motley Crue Theater Pain vinyl or the CDs? There's usually CD releases for everything like that. So if they're coming out with any kind of new LP that I post, well, there's always a possibility we can get you a CD as well. All right, we just sold way too many CDs last. We sold about as many CDs last week as we ever have before. So when you sell hundreds and hundreds of something like that we're not used to selling, chances of a miscue goes up exponentially. And it looks like we had at least a couple. So if you miscue 2 CDs, that means you've messed up 4, because 2 people got them and 2 other people are supposed to get them. So there's that. Goshard says he's got his Taylor Swift guitar, and he's very happy about that. You're very welcome. Glad it got there safely. When we start shipping $10,000 items, I kind of cross my fingers, because it's up to other people at that time to get it there to you, but that's great news. And we're going to get started with tonight's newest new vinyl video. Somewhere around here is the new vinyl. Ed's going to be pricing that shortly. Let me figure out maybe what's where that's happened. Is it right here? Yep, looks like we got about 2 crates of new vinyl for tonight, including a couple pre-orders. That Waylon Jennings, I'll have to price later. the Waylon Jennings we'll do first. That's in. And let's get started. Okay. And Ed is bringing me a sealed monkeys. That's a pretty good one in mono. Definitely original seal, possibly. Looks like it. I don't know, maybe, possibly. I was worried about this name, but that's written on the shrink wrap, it looks like. Yeah. That probably could be good. Huh? Wow. Okay, sealed monkeys. I'll take it. Yeah, it looks like we got a couple crates of new vinyl, and we might go ahead and start because tomorrow. So I always do first of the month. I always do new vinyl on sale, and it's Monday the 29th. We'll get some new vinyl tomorrow, and then probably Wednesday we'll get a ton, and Thursday and Friday. So I think we might start on sale new vinyl tonight and tomorrow. It'll take us two because I have a lot in stock right now that needs to be on sale. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we'll probably have new stuff, and that will be. So we might actually get started with new vinyl on sale tonight. With that being said, let me still work on moving some stuff around. I got to go up front and get a crate to get started. Just enjoy the scenery for a while. Everybody, let me know where you're watching from. Just let me know where you're watching from. I forgot, I asked Paul 3 times what this was, and he told me, and I still didn't recall. Oh, okay, this is new vintage stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is new vintage stuff from John from Saturday that didn't sell. That'll make excellent flip crate stuff for 9 a.m. Let me go up here and grab this first crate. Welcome, everybody. Gotta urge. Yeah. Da. I'm up here now. I had to come get a crate. And I'm singing Devo. Alrighty. Thank you as always, John. I'll be here. Got to get an oil change at 7:20 in the morning. Finally selling my old Tahoe at an auction. I got to go drop it off. I got so much to do right now. The show's pretty much over, and I'll just see y'all tomorrow. But Tanner, I'm going to need your help. We got to go drop off my Tahoe tomorrow. All right. Glad to see everybody watching from all over the world. Literally. Oops, I just accidentally reset the chat, so I just lost everybody's comments, but I can still see what's on the screen right now. Let's turn that on. Let's plug in this phone temporarily. Awesome. Okay, there's that. Here's this, Tennessee's defense. I actually think they won the game for us. They hadn't scored those 2 defensive touchdowns. I might have been not having a sale. I might have been puking blood instead. Most of that stuff was flukes. Okay, so here we go. Gotta urge. Scott's watching from Buffalo Valley. All right. Scott, Seth's a little bit closer to having to buy us those playoff tickets, isn't he? I think he's starting to get a little bit worried. So, Seth is under an agreement. I want to let all of y'all know. I want to let y'all know, so Seth is held highly accountable. After the Georgia game, Seth was so Seth was so emotionally upset. He said, I'll tell you right now, we're not making the playoffs. If we make the playoffs, I'll buy y'all's tickets. So I shook his hand, lots of witnesses. If the Tennessee Vols make the playoffs, Seth has to buy us playoff tickets, which is going to cost him thousands of dollars, Ed. He's buying me, Scott Apple, and Austin Clay playoff tickets. I'll make him buy a Hatchet Ed one too. And Tanner. So Seth, who's known as being a tightwad, has committed himself to thousands of dollars in free gifts if Tennessee makes the playoffs. So we hope that they make the playoffs, because Seth is going to have to fork over, well, a decent playoff ticket, for depending on who they play and where, probably $500, $600, $700, $800. So he's going to have to fork over some money. All right, here we go. I have shared everything. I'm ready to start showing records, Tanner. All right, here we go. Let's get started. Let's put up our first KISS auctions. Let me get over here and dig them out. And other stuff that's not KISS. Boy, we got a lot of good stuff. Not just KISS, but we do have a lot of KISS. Let me get to some of the other stuff that's not KISS. But let me go ahead and grab the first couple KISS records too. We're going to grab KISS Rock and Roll Over. And we're also going to grab Van Halen. And that's going to be our first couple. And let's get started. I feel like I hadn't done this in 3 days. Oh, I haven't. Here we go. We got Van Halen, Women and Children First. This is a 1980 USOG Jacksonville press. It is got a light fillable mark right here. And that's why we're calling it VG minus. And because of that, Van Halen's going to go up with just a $10 start. So Van Halen's a $10 start. And KISS Rock and Roll Over is a 1976 USOG Pittman press. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's a VG copy for a $15 start. There's KISS Rock and Roll Over. And let's get started with this morning's newest new vinyl video. And this morning's newest new vinyl video had several claims. I've also posted several pre-orders in the last 72 hours. We'll talk about those in just a second. I'm just looking for a few things. Nina Simone, Art Blakey, BOC, Smashing Pumpkins, and Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. And I'll find those. So most of the stuff in here is available, and we're going to go through it fast. That way we can get to other stuff. We got Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Look at this photograph. $29.99 for Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Skinny Puppy Bites. Skinny Puppy's $29.99. KISS has bids for $15 and $17. Van Halen is a $10 start. We got Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. This is sold to Melanie Clausen. Thank you, Melanie. First sale of the week and night goes to Melanie. And here's another copy. It's a 2012 remaster. Not a bad copy to have. Rhino High Fidelity series have not done that album yet. So just FYI. That 2012 remaster there may be one of the best versions in print right now, as far as a new copy. Of course, you always got OGs and you got, Japanese, but as far as a new in print. Kingdom Come cassette, that's going to go up for a $10 start. I was about to say, if we can stack those right there, it'd be much better. Also, we got Smashing Pumpkins. We did sell Smashing Pumpkins, but not this one. This is a live unofficial. It's a 2 LP live at the Riviera Theater in Chicago, $29.99. Make sure everybody hits the like button. Exciting night tonight. Of course, we always have new arrivals from John Paul and Laura on a Monday because they're all here. It's also KISS night, so we'll have KISS auctions for about the next 5 or 6 hours. But because it's the end of the month and we have so much inventory, we're probably going to start some on-sale new vinyl tonight. And as soon as I get started going through all the new stuff and we get done with some of the OGs, I'm probably going to do a soft intro into some of tonight's on-sale new vinyl, because we got to start pulling. This is going to be October. We got to start pulling August and September. August and early September. Anything August and early September is going to be starting on sale, and it's going to take me 2 nights to go through it all. And then there'll be new vinyl here, of course, tomorrow, and we'll have a lot on Wednesday, and we'll be getting into nothing but new stuff. But it's time to discount some stuff. There is Susie and the Banshee, $36.99. There we go. We got Hi-Fi coming out possibly next year. I look forward to Volume 2. That's going to be an amazing sounding record when they do that one. Volume 4, or yeah, Black Sabbath Volume 4 on Rhino Hi-Fi. That one will probably sell out quick. Bauhaus is $24.99. Bauhaus is $24.99. We got Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. Concrete Blonde is $33.99. Also, we have the OC's Floating Coffin. We're into some stuff here that Laura ordered. The OC's is $29. So is the Concrete Blonde, $33. Bauhaus. Black Sabbath's Master of Reality, $33.99 on that. Van Halen can be bought for a $10 buy now. That is a VG minus copy, but it's only $10. And over here, we got Kiss at $25 with Scott Dwallow. $25 with Scott Dwallow. Scott Oman got the Van Halen for $10. Charles Siebert was second. Kingdom Come cassette does have one bid for $10, and that's with John McPatriot. Kiss is at $25, and John McPatriot's out. This is an OG VG copy of Rock and Roll Over, by the way. There's another copy of Master of Reality for $33.99. The Cure's Pornography is $29.99, and we have one copy left of J Retard Blood Visions, $29.99 on that, and the Pink Floyd 2018 remix, Animals. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. Dogs by Pink Floyd. Don't forget, we got Dimebag Darrell figures if you've missed these. Oh, Dimebag there is $24.99. Reaction Super 7 figures. Dime doesn't want to stand up too well, though. There we go. Dimebag is $24.99. We got Dr. Dre 2001. $44.99. Black Sabbath Paranoid's $33, and Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, that's $33.99. Whiskey Myers, this is Womp Whack Thunder. Whiskey Myers is $39.99. That's his newest album, their newest album. Man, I'm bad about that. Whiskey Myers is $39.99. Kingdom Come is sold for $10 to John McPatriot. Thank you, John. That's sold to you. And I have Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style. That's $34.99. And this was our last copy of BOC Spectres. That is sold to Aaron Andrus. That has the song Godzilla on it. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Art Blakey Moanin'. This copy is sold to Blaine Zapnick. And that's on orange vinyl. Great jazz album there. Art Blakey Moanin'. And we have one extra copy if anybody wants it. And I'm down to 3 copies of the newest album from Robert Plant, Saving Grace, $33.99 there. All right, so James Davidson did come in on Kiss at 26, and Scott Dwallow's out, so we're about to sell it. How about we go ahead and roll another Kiss, and don't worry, I've got plenty of other stuff. Here's a half-speed master of Creatures of the Night. So this is the 2022 US Euro, kind of a worldwide deal. Half-speed master sealed of Creatures of the Night, $35 start. Make sure if you've been on that, you put Creatures, okay? Make sure you do put Creatures if you're bidding on that. I've got a pretty good tray of cassettes over here. We've only sold one so far, and that is Kingdom Come. And now let's do Motley Crue. This is an original cassette, of course, of Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood. $10 start on that. This Kiss album is sold to James Davidson for $26. And don't worry, I've got plenty, and I mean plenty, of other stuff tonight to sell other than Kiss auctions, including cassettes, Japanese pressings, and lots of other stuff. So kind of excited to get to some of that. Let's go ahead and get started with a Japanese pressing. And this is an Elton John. It's called Best 20, which is a fantastic compilation. Elton John Best 20. The vinyl on this is immaculate. Near mint minus and pristine. When you see the track listing, you'll want to bid. Elton John Best 20 is going to go up for a $35 start. Here's what's left in here. Nickelback, if you need a price on anything, let me know. Skinny Puppy still available for $29. Sabbath, one left there. Smashing Pumpkins Live. Susie and the Bantries, Concrete Blonde, Bauhaus, the OCs, more Black Sabbath, this time Master of Reality. The Cure, J Retard. We got Pink Floyd Animals, Dr. Dre, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, Whiskey Myers is $39, Red Hot Chili Peppers $34, Art Blakey $24, and of course the new Robert Plant on red vinyls $33. Creatures has a bid for $35, Motley Crue's a $10 start, and Elton John is a $35 start. I'm going to set this crate right over here. That's some pretty new stuff. And I'm going to let everybody know I'm heading up front to go grab the next and last crate of new vinyl that came in for tonight. Let me go do that right now. It's a great week. It's going to be a great day. It's a great time to be alive. Nothing like a good old Monday night at Coleco. Couple crates of new vinyl to do first. Right now I'm chipping away at some of the newest stuff that came in. Going to be discounting some new vinyl tonight. That's always fun. And that's always fun, right, Ed? The only thing I didn't get you a price on is Waylon Jennings. I didn't look at it. Okay, it's a pre-order. Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. Japanese in the front. Got it. All right, here we go. Last crate. Hope everybody's hit the like button. We almost got 200 viewers on early, just 22 minutes into the show. You have essentially missed nothing. You've missed nothing. Motley Crue is a $10 buy now on Dr. Feelgood cassette. I'm going to move Creatures to a final call to Trent Peasley for $35, a half-speed master. And if you want to bet on Elton John, now's the time. Over here, Paul is having a sock show on Sunday. Yes, he's been accumulating records for a while. Let's go ahead and get that on the calendar. I'm going to remind people all week long. Paul, who is our in-house psych expert, he is having a Psychedelic Sunday show this Sunday. Now, that will start a new week. Keep that in mind. So when he does a show Sunday, that will be a new billing cycle. So if you're budgeting for maybe some upcoming pricey psych records, keep in mind that that will not be billed until that next Monday on that. Okay, so there's that. And over here, next thing is Doja Cat. This is called V, $36.99. And Whiskey Myers Mud is $24.99. The OCs is not on colored vinyl to my knowledge. Chad and Ed, my daughter joined the group last week. She received an order that should have been addressed to Brooks Vaughter. How do you prefer we proceed to get these to the right person? Happy to get the mail address was tasked to send daughters. I have not checked my order yet. Donna, if you send all that into a message, if you send that to Ed, he will take care of you, okay? Just send all that as a Facebook message, okay? Otherwise, it's going to get lost here in translation. But if you just send a direct message to Ed, he will take care of you in the next 24 hours. Mariah Carey, Here for It All, $24.99. Kiss is sold for $35 to Trent Peasley. Elton John can be bought for a $35 buy now. And Stephen Reeves wants Whiskey Myers Mud. That's sold to Stephen Reeves. Smashing Pumpkins Gish is sold to Aaron Andrus. Thank you, Aaron Andrus. That's sold to you. I got one copy left of Leon Thomas Hill, $46.99. And The Greatest Hits of Bon Jovi, $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Led Zeppelin is $33.99. And Ronnie Wood, this is that new anthology, Fearless. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Stanley Richmond, thank you on the Elton John. That is sold to you for $35. Thank you, Stanley Richmond, okay? Thank you, Stanley Richmond. Next thing is Jamie Diaz was second on that one. Let's keep this show on the road. Let's grab another Kiss record. And the next Kiss record is Carnival Souls, which is a 2014 US. This is sealed. And Carnival Souls is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. And right here, we got Charlie Brown, the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. I still have these in stock. They're on orange vinyl. $36.99. The Definite Great Pumpkin, limited edition translucent orange pumpkin-shaped disc, $36.99. The Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. The Sundays should be on silver vinyl, $33.99. And yeah, the OCs, the OCs is most likely on black vinyl. Give me 1 second. I'll read an email about Mother Love Bone. 38 Special is their newest album, Milestone. $29.99 for 38 Special. Let's go ahead and grab another auction over here. Got a lot of different stuff I could put up tonight, even like George Michael's Faith. George Michael's Faith, Ed. This is a 1987 USOG Carrollton Press inner sleeve, insert, and shrink wrap. Essentially a nice copy. These have always been pricey. That is a nice copy. A $50 start on that one. Nina Simone at Newport. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. That's sold to you. We also have Atreyu Baptized. Atreyu is $33.99. And Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life, $39.99. Blue vinyl, 35th anniversary, $39.99. How about Ice Cube, Kill at Will? How about an Ice Cube cassette here? Here's something I won't get to often. Ice Cube is going to go up for a $10 start. George Michael is a $50 start. The Kinks, The Journey, Volume 2. Volume 2, I can also get a Volume 1 and a Volume 3. That's a double LP, $39.99. Jack Johnson and Friends, songs from Curious George, $36.99. Wilco AM, Rhino High Fidelity Series, and this is numbered. If you've been collecting all these, you might not have that one, $39.99. And The Descendants, Milo Goes to College, $31.99 for The Descendants. Kiss, first time on vinyl, that's at $25 with Trent Peasley. And George Michael does have a bid with Stephen Reeves for $50. We got everybody's claims from the video. Let me go pull up Mother Love Bone email. And let's see, who did that come from? That came from her. I got about 2 or 3 sales reps I talk to about every day. Okay, so, and we also have some kind of update. I have some kind of update on Taylor Swift here. Okay, so first thing is I read, can you give me an update on Mother Love Bone? I just checked my cart and it looks like they're only shipping 2. I put in my pre-order the day it was announced. Any information would be helpful. Okay, and then here's the message from my sales rep. Hi, Chad. The label had to allocate because they didn't have enough stock. We had to allocate your order on our end. He did the best he could with limited quantities. He says he's leaving enough everybody's original orders in the system in case they reprint more, but no telling when they'll get more. So the limited edition colored vinyl Mother Love Bone, they essentially made very, very little of them. And if they're going to make more, we're going to know within about the next week if they leave it in the system. So I think I had, what, about 100 pre-orders total, and I'm getting 4 copies. And it's kind of like Buckingham Nicks. They're probably not going to make more till later in the year. For some reason, really popular records, they don't like making many of them. It's been that way on the last 4 or 5 releases. So the last 4 or 5 releases of like really desirable titles, they're like, let's not make any of them. Let's only make about 2 or 5 for everybody, which is very frustrating. So we'll just have to wait and see if they ship more. So, yep, that's always frustrating. So we'll see what happens with Mother Love Bone in the next 7 days. I'm just going to basically say it's been pushed back because it has. And they tell me that kind of stuff quite often. I think Laura ordered some stuff. And same thing. She's like, hey, I pre-ordered some records. They didn't ship them. I'm like, it's gotten really bad lately. It's like they don't want to make as much. I think they're worried about overstocking stuff. And so they don't make enough, and they just try to get the exact pre-order. But then we get allocated even though we have a huge order in early. So it's just bad luck. Trent Peasley gets Kiss for $25. And then over here, George Michael's at $56. And then Ice Cube is still at $10. X-Wing bid first, and Joe Ives, you're out. Okay? So if you pre-ordered Mother Love Bone, give me about another 7 to 14 days before we know if they're going to make more. And if they make more, that means it's going to be you know, like November before they make them, ship them, and do all that fun stuff. So, patience. I have to practice it quite often with these new releases. I'll check my cart, and sometimes it's a full order. I'm like, yes, we're getting all 112 of them. And then sometimes I'll have 93 ordered, and they'll say 1 in your cart, meaning basically out of 93, we're getting 1. So warrants are shipping this week. Yeah, those are due in this week. Once again, pushed back multiple times because they was afraid they didn't make enough. You feel like by now they would know the grunge and the metal stuff is highly desirable. It seems like they make more, they overproduce the modern titles, and I don't think they realize the market is hot for all this grunge and hair metal stuff still, which I feel like they would have figured this out. Sorry, Stacy, I didn't mean to ignore you there. Stacy Metternich. This is Jack Johnson and Friends singing sing-alongs and lullabies from the song Curious George. So that's the movie Curious George, and Jack Johnson did the music. One of his most popular songs is on here. It's called Upside Down. It's a 2 LP, $36.99. Okay, let's put up some more Kiss. Posters. I got Kiss posters too. Kiss posters too. Taylor Swift, the email on Taylor Swift says this. We're terribly sorry. There was a misunderstanding. Universal approved for us to ship the new Taylor Swift to arrive at the stores on street date and not the date before, which means we will have to automatically ship your orders FedEx one-day rate at no extra charge, and you should have Taylor Swift on a release day, not the day before. Not the day before, okay? So we usually should get Taylor Swift on Thursday. They're basically saying we're not getting to it on Friday. Okay, and then Stacy says she'll take that. Over here, Ice Cube has a new bid for 12. X-Wing, you're out on Ice Cube. And then George Michael Faith over here. Stephen Reeves has it for 60. Travis Woods is out. That is a final call. And right here is Kiss. And this is a 1980 German reissue, a West German super clean copy. I like how the sparkle here, the bedazzling, it stands out really cool. And this is a 1980 German reissue, West German specifically, super clean. Yes, Kissin' Time is on this pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Ice Cube over here is sold for $12 to Joe Ives, okay? Green Day. Robert, I have it right here next to me. The problem is we got to get a JSA letter with it. So I have a signed Green Day album right here next to me. All this stuff just has to get authenticated. I'll show it to everybody right now. This is some signed stuff I just got in, and some signed stuff we just found. We got to get letters, though, so it could be weeks, if not months, like Megadeth, that's fully signed. Yes, that's fully signed. Stryper is signed. Really cool here, Post Malone is autograph. And then there is Green Day. Now, I usually don't show the stuff until we know we want to get full letters with it. Of course, it is good. I've had it pre-checked. We just got to wait for JSA to come and do a mass submission so we can get the letters. But there's that. If I wait for a letter, it'd be after the first of the year. So, oh man, excuse me. Price, I'll buy it now. Give me about 5 minutes, and I will. I have it pulled up here on a document somewhere. Because when I was buying all this stuff from a guy, I'd already priced everything. All right, Kiss. Kiss is all next. And, okay, so Wham, George Michael is sold to Travis Woods for $60. Thank you on that. Now Kiss is up here. We got some really cool signed stuff, and I've got more on the way. End of the year and the first of the year could be pretty crazy with big stuff we're trying to sell over here. And give me 1 second over here. Okay, there's that, and then, okay, let me find out for you on that, Robert. Trying to remember. There it is. Okay, and Ed's left me, okay. There's that. And, oh yeah, I do need to post that Jimi Hendrix. Okay, mind's blown. Let me figure out what's going on. All right, let me step over here and grab this first crate of new stuff. Sorry, trying to figure out what's going on all of a sudden with a bunch of stuff, and I'm multitasking. And here we go. Let's go right over here on this. All right. Okay, so Kiss right here, this is their self-titled debut album. This is a 1980 German a West German press, near mint, 1980 West German press, and it has a really nice jacket with it too. And the high bid on this right now is Charles Siebert at $56. Charles Siebert has that right now at $56. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be David Bowie, and this is going to be Space Oddity, which is a 1972. Now they consider this a reissue, because it is, but it's the first on that RCA label, especially the orange RCA label. It's very nice, and it's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 star. How much is yes? I'm trying to figure out prices right now, especially on the Green Day, but give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up I might have to get my laptop out to confirm it over here. But David Bowie Space Oddity is orange label. It's super clean. The vinyl's EX Plus condition, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. 1972, EX Plus condition, really, really nice, and ground control to Major Tom. The cover just has a little bit of wear. We'll call it VG, maybe even VG Plus, probably VG just because of wear on the front, but it's not bad on the vinyl. EX Plus, actually really clean. Does the Kiss German press have a small sticker at the back right bottom hand corner? It does not. No, it does not. Vladarchik, right now, I will sell you Green Day. It would be $12.75. $12.75 right now if you want it. $12.75. And then we'll start the week off of a big air horn. We got Sepultura Roots. This is a run-out groove. This is a run-out groove. Black vinyl, special order for Justin Deckelman. Sepultura Roots, $169.99. Sepultura Roots, $169.99 for Justin Deckelman. That is $169.99. That was a special order for Justin. Thank you, Justin. That's so to you. And we have a big sale. We got Green Day signed by the full band here. Revolution Radio is sold to Robert Vladarchik, the Vladarchik family. What a great way to start off the week. This is sold for $1,275, and it's sold $1,275. A little bit more complicated because there's no letter, so it's gone. $1,275. That was quick. That was quick, and it's good to go. All right, here we go. Wow, that probably woke up everybody in the building. That wake everybody up. Thank you. Hopefully everybody watching too. All right, that's gone. Appreciate that. Pretty sweet there. And let's jump over here. They've now purchased pretty much the last couple of most expensive Green Day items I've had come through here. So there's that. And let's jump right over here on this, and let's start knocking out these right here. And yes, right here it is, the first Waylon Jennings. Danny, your name's all over. Ed made sure. Okay, so this is a new release. It's called Waylon Jennings Songbird, the first new album in 27 years, produced by Waylon Jennings and Richie Albright, mixed by Shooter Jennings, old school tip-on jacket, independent record store release on Tiger's Eye colored vinyl. Tiger's Eye colored vinyl. So this is a new Waylon Jennings release. It's called Songbird, and it's $29.99. That's sold to Danny Thomason. I also sold one to Julianne Roman. I also sold one to Robert Tomick, and I also sold one to Kenny Cates Jr. Before I show any more, let's update these auctions. Over here, we got Kiss. I got the high bid Alicia at $68. Alicia's at $68 on this, going once, going twice. And then over here, David Bowie Space Oddity. David Bowie Space Oddity, the most recent bid is Joe Ives at $30. Thank you, Joe Ives. This is with you at $30. We're about to sell it, and let's put up a new Japanese pressing. Robert Vladarchik says he'll wait for the letter. Okay, so what I'll do is, if you want me to hold it until we do the letter, that's fine. What we can do though is, after it's authenticated, it has to be here on person, of course, in person. I can go ahead and ship it to you, and then I can ship you the letter later. We did that with those Black Sabbath albums, the ones that were signed by Ozzy. So basically, we'll probably ship it to you before the end of the year, and then when we get the letter, we'll bill you for the letter, and then we'll mail that to you. So that's the easiest way to do that. All right, Bad Company is a $35 start. This is a Japanese pressing with Obi. $35 start for Bad Company, okay? That's a $35 start for Bad Company. Okay, so this new Waylon Jennings, a lot of people's been waiting for this. We also sold one to Billy Humphrey. We sold two to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. You got two. Mike Moore and Scott Markheim got one. There's one for Mike Moore. There's one for Scott Markheim. Tom Sullivan and Gideon Whedon. Gideon Whedon, we might want to make a note to make sure we've reached out to him. Patrick Lear got one, and Steve Davis got two. So one for Patrick Lear, two for Steve Davis, one to Tim Colino, and two for Sunday Morning Sessions. So Tim Colino Jr. and two for Sunday Morning Sessions. That's Brandon Glasgow. Levi Hilton and Brooke Padgett. Levi Hilton and Brooke Padgett. There's two more sold. Joanne Epperson and Kelly Bagwell. Joanne Epperson and Kelly Bagwell. Catherine Lutz and Tim Graham. Okay, and that was the last two. So if you want one of the new Waylon Jennings, it looks like I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 left. Everybody got one that was on the pre-order. So Julianne Roman, Robert Tomick, Kenny Case Jr., Danny Thomas, and Billy Humphrey. Shane got 2. Mike Moore, Scott Markheim, Tom Sullivan, Gideon, Patrick Lear, Steve Davis got 2. Tim Colino, Brandon Glasgow, Levi Hilton, Brooke Patch, and Joanne Epperson, Kelly Bagwell, Catherine Lutz, Tim Graham. And now I have 5 left, 1 for Jerry Stone. Okay, there's 4 left. Waylon Jennings Songbird. Kiss is officially sold, and this is sold to Alicia S. at $68. Alicia gets that for $68. That is sold. Joe Ives gets David Bowie for $30. And let me run the catalog number on Bad Company, but there's a good chance that is OG. It's definitely a vintage Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near McMinus and pristine. VG Plus jacket, $35 start. And folks, we're right into another Kiss record. And the next Kiss record is Love Gun. And Love Gun is an unofficial pressing on blue and white marble vinyl. Love Gun is a $35 start. Waylon Jennings, this is new. It's unreleased music. It says, Waylon Jennings returns to the modern music landscape with the first of the 3 completely new, previously unheard albums, compiled and mixed by Shooter Jennings. And Songbird is a collection of recordings from 1973 and 1984 in various studios. So this is unreleased Waylon Jennings music recorded between 1973 and 1985, and it is on Tiger's Eye colored vinyl. I have 4 copies left. They're $29.99. $29.99. I've also got 4 copies of Rammstein Mutter, which I'm pretty sure this one hadn't been in stock in a while. We have a waiting list for Rammstein Mutter. Let me actually go grab my laptop for that one. I'll go ahead and put up another auction, though. There's Bad Company. If you want to bid on Love Gun, it's an unofficial. And if you want to bid on this one, you can put Eric Carr, as in EC for Eric Carr. It's a record store day, and this is called Rockology. It's a record store day limited to 4,000. That's a $35 start. And we got Christina Curtis on a Waylon and Gregory Larry B. If y'all decide you'll want one, there's 3 left. I have got everything back here I need but my laptop. Tons of new auctions tonight, as y'all may or may not have heard me say. It is Kiss Night, but there's also a plethora of other stuff we always have. And so I always stress this very heavily, that not always Kiss Night is Kiss Auctions. There'll be 1 or 2 back there pretty much all night, especially when we get into a rhythm, and we're trying to get through all these hopefully before midnight or hopefully before 11 Central Time. That's the best time, and for me to do that, I got to be energized, and because of that, I'm grabbing a monster out of the fridge right now, a monster. I could have used these at the football game on Saturday. I was pretty stressed. I think y'all know I'm a pretty serious Tennessee fan, so I get pretty dang stressed at those football games when we've traveled 10 hours both ways, and we're supposed to be a pretty good team, and there we are in overtime, and it feels like we're going to lose about 20 times, and I'm all stressed, and I'm hungry, and I'm tired, and I got a headache, and Laura thinks I'm crazy. Let's go over here and pull up the wait list. I think Rammstein hadn't been in a while, so I'm pretty sure I have a wait list. Let's look this up. Rammstein. Yeah, Mike Pierce and James Young. Mike Pierce and James Young from Mutter. Mike Pierce and James Young. I have y'all on those right there. So there's those 2, and those are sold, okay? Next thing is the following. Let's go back to the top. Josie Sinkbell gets a Waylon Jennings. There's that. And Mark Pierce said I should have been on that wait list. Did I just call off your name? Mike Pierce. Yep. Mike Pierce and James Young. And then Bad Company 40-45, and over here, Eric Carr 40. Okay, so Bad Company right now is at 45 with James Davidson. Blaine Zapnick, you're out. Eric Carr right now is at 40 with Gerald Whitworth. That's the high bid on that. James Hicks is out. And then Love Gun, we'll go ahead and make it a buy now for just $35. It's an unofficial from 2015 on blue and white marble vinyl. So right now we got Eric Carr and Bad Company. I'm about to do another kiss, but not before I show the Strokes. Is this it? And this is transparent red vinyl. The Strokes is $39.99. And we have Orbit Culture. And Orbit Culture was a pre-order. We got one for Danzig 35, Death Above Live, Orbit Culture. That is sold to Danzig 35. That was a special request, and we went ahead and ordered a couple. Okay, we got Coke Bottle Green, and we got Fruit Punch. Okay, we got two different colors. I've got Fruit Punch and Coke Bottle Green. And Orbit Culture, I've got two left, $39.99. And Danzig, I gave you the transparent Coke bottle, which I think is a limited edition version. There's Orbit Culture there if anybody decides they want that. Just saying, okay? Let me take a picture of all this right quick. And there we go. All right, I got to make a post, let everybody know we're going to be getting into some on-sale new vinyl tonight. So we should be doing some on-sale new vinyl tonight. Here's another special request. I've only got two, and they're both sold. Diary of a Mad Band. And that's a special request for Donna Turner and Courtney Duncan. And this is Joe, I'm probably butchering this, and they're laughing at me right now. But it's a one on limited edition colored vinyl for the first time. Joe Dishy. I feel like I'm butchering this. Diary of a Mad Band. And that was a special request for Donna Turner and Courtney at $36.99. So those are in. Christina Curtis gets a Love Gun. That is sold. Bad Company over here is at $47 of Blaine. James Davidson's out. And then Eric Carr, Gerald Whitworth has that for $50. And I think Craig shared the track listing on that already in the chat, didn't he? Did Craig share the track listing on that? If he didn't, I'll read it off. And then here's a special request. Courtney Duncan, Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation, $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's sold to Courtney Duncan. And then this was a special request for John Griffin, which we've had this before. This was Big and Rich's Greatest Hits. Big and Rich, Greatest Hits. Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy. That was sold to John Griffin. If anybody else wants one, I love special requests. Look at all this stuff. I would have never ordered any of this. Alicia Keys Unplugged. That's sold to Troy Robinson, $38.99. We have Dozier. Paul Vihar got this one. Rewind to Return, Rarity Singles and B-Sides. Dozier's $33.99, $33.99. And the last couple in here is some stuff we got seam splits on. We need to let Troy Robinson and Courtney Duncan know about these seam splits. Okay, we probably need to send them pictures and make sure they're okay. He special ordered Ronan Keating, and that came with a seam split. And Courtney ordered Janet Jackson, and it came with a seam split. So it is what it is. That happens. Let's make sure they're aware of that. If they don't want those, then we'll have to send them back and then get more, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so Bad Company and Paul. So if that just came in, Paul, unless you bought something next week, it'll be 1 week before you get an invoice. So if you bought stuff last week, you should have already got an invoice. If that's the only thing you bought from us was that right there, Paul, then you're not going to get an invoice until a week from today. It's going to be 7 days, because for the next 6 nights, including tonight, you can do $8 unlimited shipping. Okay, $8 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy. But if you bought something last week, you probably need to reach out to Ed and make sure that you got an invoice on the way, okay? Bad Company is officially sold to Blaine Zapnick for $47. Eric Carr's at $55 with Gerald Whitworth, and James Hicks, you're officially out on that. Right, Paul? Oh, yeah. Paul said, oh, yeah. That's what he said, his exact words. And our first crate tonight is full, and let's go ahead and swap those out. Okay, here we go. Already sold a big Green Day record tonight. Thank you again to the Vlotter checks. And by the way, whoever's tagging this, G, Tanner, Linda, be sure to set that Green Day off to the side. We'll need to go ahead and key it in, and we'll put it over here with the to-be authenticated records. And those to-be authenticated records we will have checked. I've got to reach out to them. We're about to do another big mass submission to JSA, probably another 500 autographs are about to be authenticated, and I really hadn't got started on the last batch. Oh my gosh, we've got to get into those. All right, here's our next Japanese pressing, Aerosmith Draw the Line. This is a Japanese pressing with insert, cover and obi. Aerosmith is a $35 start. And let's throw up another Kiss. And this is Hotter Than Hell, Demos and Lives. Hotter Than Hell is an unofficial from 2021. It is on clear vinyl with a book, a $55 start on Hotter Than Hell. Here's what's left in this crate, including a big pre-order, just a few left. Let's get started reading through some of these right now. So here's what's left. Price on Janet Jackson Velvet Rope. That was the one for Courtney, right? That one, if you want it, is $39.99. $39.99 if you want us to get us one. So the new Waylon Jennings Songbird, I've got two left for $29.99. $29.99. Also over here, we got Rammstein Mutter. We had a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies of Rammstein at $44.99. The Strokes, is this it? That's on red vinyl with that original cover. The Strokes is $39.99. And then Orbit Culture, new release, Death Above Life, 2 LP. It's on colored vinyl. We got Coke Bottle Clear and Fruit Punch, $39.99. Eric Carr is sold to Jared Whitworth for $55. Aerosmith is a $35 start. And Kiss already has a bid for $60. Ordered only like 4 days ago. That was quick to know how it worked. Okay, so yeah, thank you. We should have your information then. You'll get an invoice for that record a week from today. So anything else you want to order, make sure you're in a private group. If you're a buyer for new vinyl, I post videos every morning at 6 a.m. Central Time, and you can have other stuff ordered or anything you buy live. It all gets condensed, $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping, okay? Here we go. Let me make a post right quick. All right. Okay, there's that. All right. Let's go ahead and knock out the second and final crate of new vinyl. We'll probably go ahead and go through some of the newest pre-owned stuff, and then I'm going to start sorting and doing on-sale new vinyl, okay? That's what I just let everybody know over in the group. It's almost the first of the month, and I think it's going to take me 2 completely full nights to go through everything because we have a lot. Of course, some of it really may not be eligible for discount. By the time I sort it all, though, we're going to have a ton of new vinyl to put on sale, okay? I mean, a lot. And we have another little package of Japanese that showed up too. So I got a little handful, even more great Japanese titles. Looks like there's some waiting lists coming up. We just got a lot of great stuff tonight to auction and show. And I got some Kiss posters. Japanese is Aerosmith. I do have some Kiss posters too. I'm about to airdrop those over here to my Mac Mini. And I'm going to try to mix in some of those starting about 8 o'clock. We're going to see how this goes. I kind of wanted to do it all in one night. And just so y'all know, we have probably 300, 500 Kiss posters. I really don't have a count because they're all like, you know, wrapped up and rolled up. But we probably have 300 to 500 Kiss posters. I mean, we got a ton of them. So, and we got to keep cassettes rolling. We have a lot of stuff. Chad Williams would like to airdrop you 13 photos. I will accept and save and downloads, please. Let me make sure we get this pulled up. And let me open up one and see how it looks on y'all's end. Can y'all see this? Great, y'all can. Fantastic. Okay, yeah, we got some cool posters to auction tonight if y'all hadn't seen those. And now I have them ready over here on my screen. Here we go. All right, so first thing is Kiss, sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes. Glenn, I'm going to go ahead and roll that to you for 60 bucks. Thank you. Aerosmith is a no bid, and this is a $35 buy it now. This is a $35 buy it now. That is sold. The Kiss Love Gun Unofficial already sold for $35. Right now, there's no leftovers. Right now, there's no leftovers. But I do have this right here going up. This is the 2018 Kiss Rock and Roll Over limited edition orange vinyl with sticker. Orange vinyl. This is Kiss Rock and Roll Over, a $35 start. Year and bid price on Aerosmith. Alicia, it is OG, and it's a $35 buy it now if you want it. Sorry, I think I answered. You may be having some connection problems, but yeah, it is $35. That's a $35 start, and I've got plenty of other what I call surprises over here. Let me read out some titles. Traveling Wilburys, Talking Heads, Whitesnake, Van Halen, Def Leppards, U2s, Rolling Stones, more David Bowies. I mean, just great titles that we can throw up. Let's go ahead and try one of the Traveling Wilburys here. This is a 1988 U.S. Club copy, and the Traveling Wilburys is a specialty press OG EX, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Alicia does get Aerosmith for $35, and we got a whole crate of Japanese stuff over here too. So let's just take a deep breath and take it all in. Thanks everybody for tuning in. $8 in limited shipping all week, as much as you want to buy. That starts tonight. I've got now, that's what I call 60 Soul. A new, now that's what I call a triple LP, $59.99. Boy, I bet that's good. 60 Soul. They're doing some soul now. A triple LP, that is $59.99. Next cassette tape. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. Let's do Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. I love how they use the alternate cover for this one, and that is a $10 start on that. Donna wants the soul. Now that's what I call 60 soul. And we also have Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning. Now this was a Friday music pressing. These don't come sealed, so I can show you the color. This is on like gold vinyl. Friday music. Friday Music, Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning. They're new and they're $39.99. Let's open up the pre-order for that. Now, Patrick Lear put wow. Was that for now, or did you mean wow? Or was that just a wow? Or was that for a now? Let's go right over here and get my laptop back opened. Wow, because I know I have a wow pre-order or waiting list on this Thin Lizzy. So let's open this up from Friday Music and see who got one. And Thin Lizzy over here is officially sold. Thin Lizzy. Daniel Boozide, you are Danzig, right? Because I just seen your Orbit Culture. That's the same person though. Yeah. Okay, never mind on that. Thin Lizzy, Chicago. Those never did came in. Carl Berger. Carl Berger was on a waiting list. Mr. Berger. We got a Carl Berger and we got a Michael Hamburger. This is a wait list for Carl Berger, and I do have some extra copies here. And we have two extras. Thin Lizzy, that is sold, okay? And then back up at the top, we had Donna on soul, Kiss is at $50, Blaine's on Traveling Wilburys at $35, Motley Crue $10, and then over here we have Bob Riger wants a Thin Lizzy. You got one right now, sir. Thank you. Motley Crue has a new bid for $15. And I thought I saw Jerry, yeah, there it is, Jerry Stone on 60 Soul. Okay, there's one Thin Lizzy. If anybody wants a 60 Soul wait list, let me know. Silverchair Freak Show, limited edition, 4,000 on red and black marble vinyl. And I forgot I already ordered two of these. I think I just ordered two more this morning. Silverchair Freak Show, $39.99. That's a limited edition, 4,000 on red and black marble vinyl. Silverchair is $39.99. The Offspring Smash. This is $24.99. Offspring Smash. You got to keep them separated. Self-Esteem, $24.99. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to go ahead and put our first poster up for bid over here in the background, okay? Now, what I'm going to do with this is if y'all want to bid, we'll call it poster, okay? Because we've got a lot of these we got to get to. Can I make this any larger, perhaps? Let me see if I can do this any better way. Let me just hit escape here and see what happens. I I was hoping that'd be a little bit bigger on y'all's screen. What if I just do it? I mean, that made it pretty big right there. But y'all get the idea of what it is. Let me see how this looks again. That's kind of what I just did, right? Let's see, what is command? Is it command? Nope. I think it's command plus, isn't it? Does that make it? Yeah, there we go. Command plus, that's what I want. Okay, so, and I have details on most of these, and most of them's in really good condition. You should be able to tell from what it is. So, Tanner helped me out with these. We just got basic information. I know there's variants with these things. It can get pretty complicated. I realize all the ins and outs, but right there on the title, we got the price. 1979, a coin dynasty faces a $100 start. So this is an original 1979, a coin dynasty, $100 start on that. So if you want to bid, just put poster, and that is now up for bid, okay? If you want to bid on the background, all you got to put is poster. Poster, $100. That size is probably, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I bet there's somebody that could tell us. It's like a 24 by 36 maybe. I bet somebody could tell us though. Okay, next over here is Motley Crue 16. There's some Kiss experts watching that can probably tell you the sizes of these just from memory. Scott Dwallow on on Smash, and let's see, yeah, Scott Dwallow on Offspring Smash, right? And then Vladimir on SP. That was that for Offspring or was that for Silverchair, okay? And then over here, the last bit on this Kiss album, Matt Nichols had this for $50, right? Matt Nichols, and I wanted to make sure Charles Siebert's out. And he did say out. That's a final call for $50. Robert does want Offspring. Okay, thank you. So both of those songs still have both Silverchairs. I've also got one copy here of Herbie Hancock Taken Off. That's on clear vinyl, numbered 353 of 500. But to answer... yeah, it's a 24 by 36 is pretty close. Yeah, the poster's a 24 by 36. That should get you pretty dang close on that one. 24 by 36. $100 start, pretty clean. If you want to bid, just put poster 100 because that's kind of be in the background. And I'm going to leave those up for a while because I'm going to forget about them and they're going to be going back and forth. The Steel Drivers on silver vinyl, and this one does have Chris Stapleton on it. $33.99 on that. Motley Crue cassettes at 18. Blaine's the only bidder on Traveling Wilburys at 35. We're about to sell that. And we have Forbidden Planet, $36.99 for the Forbidden Planet soundtrack. And there was a waiting list for Forbidden Planet. And let me pull that up. Forbidden Planet was Autumn Betts. So I got 2 extra copies of this really cool soundtrack, $36.99. Okay, $36.99. That is sold to Autumn Betts. There's 2 extra copies left. And next, I have 4 copies of Sabbath Volume 4, which I'm pretty sure there was another wait list for that. $33.99. All right, time for new auctions. First of all, Kiss is sold over here to Matt Nichols for $50. Thank you on that. Motley Crue cassette, the last bid was X-Wing at 16. Jerry Torres at 18. X-Wing, you're out. And Blaine, you were the only bidder on Traveling Wilburys. Nice pickup for $35. Let me step over here and do this. Let me look up the wait list for Black Sabbath Volume 4. And that was Bill Samus. Bill, I've got you down for a Black Sabbath Volume 4. Thank you, Bill Samus. So I've got 3 extra copies of that. Forbidden Planet's $36.99. No more from the music. I think we've sold pretty much everything unless I find another surprise tub. And I think when we went up there, we bought everything he wanted to sell. So he did have some other stuff, but I don't think that was for sale at the moment. It was kind of stuff he wanted to hang on, sentimental. So that collection's probably come and gone. Jerry Torres, you get Motley Crue for $18. Thank you on that. And let's do one more look at the poster. Dynasty Faces. 1979 original, about a 24 by 36, $100 before I make it a buy now. Now, here's a good thing to know about the posters. If it's something like this, we will ship this rolled in a tube. And note, my price includes no additional cost for handling or shipping. So when we sell this to you, it will probably be shipped rolled in a tube at no additional charge. So even if you buy records this week, we'll have to ship you 2 different packages. So about the extra $20 it would cost to ship this, tube and postage, it's rolled into the price. I've always done that for posters. So the starting bid includes shipping in a poster, okay, or shipping in a tube. It's about a 24 by 36. I don't have dimensions on any of these tonight. I meant to tell Tanner that. Tonight when we photographed these. That's just it's so difficult to show posters. That's why we have thousands here in this building. It's so difficult to show these because the time it takes to photograph them, research them, measure them, write down all the description, because if it has a nick, a cook, a cranny, you know, we have to let everybody know, and there's not an easy way to sell posters. So I've got to do the dimensions. Most of these are 24 by 36 though. They're about the size of this. If I had to spread them out, that's why I can't show them. They're rolled. I have to do them like this. It's really hard to show them. So I'll have to guess at a lot of stuff tonight. I'm going to say 24 by 36. Okay, here's another Kiss bootleg. This is Kiss live in Japan, 1977 white vinyl, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. Right now over here is this. Silverchair is still available. Yes, I got 2 copies. And there's even more on the way, a Freak Show, $39.99. And then next thing over here is this. Mantha, Bob Roger put Mantha. Was that a claim? If not, then I'm going to go ahead and show Monster Mash, which is just $34. That's a reissue of the original Monster Mash. This was also a waiting list, and Monster Mash over here is to Autumn Betts and Ryan Eaton. Autumn Betts and Ryan Eaton on Monster Mash. Thank y'all too on those. And I think I've got 1 or 2 extra copies of that. And that's $34.99. And yeah, Pat Lucero, I believe you're correct on that. This poster that's the one that you could have ordered through that merch sheet, okay? That's the merch insert for Dynasty. That's how you could have. This wasn't something I don't think sold in stores. So it's about to be a buy now. I think there's a lot. I bet there's at least 20 people right now itching to place a bid. They're probably going to try to grab it for the buy now price. They're going to miss out on it, and they're going to regret they didn't just go ahead and put poster $100 like Marvin Murphy just did. Thank you, Marvin Murphy. He has it for $100. You're probably one of about 19 other people that's just itching to place a bid on this. I know it because there's already been a dozen questions. That means there's some people drooling right now like, holy moly, look at that poster. It's beautiful. Y'all should have seen the night that I found all these. It was mind-blowing. If you were watching me live go through all these, I didn't know these were even in the building. We found hundreds of them. It was insane. I was like, holy crap, where did all these posters come from? Next thing over here is a 1975 USOG UFO. This is called Force It. It is VG Plus condition. It's a $15 start, okay? Next thing over here is this. And we also have Meat Puppets, which there was a waiting list for this. Record Store Day Essential, Too High to Die. And guess what? There's already more on the way. These are $38.99, and this was a waiting list for Meat Puppets. So let's look this up. Meat Puppets, and the waiting list for Meat Puppets was Stephen Parton. Stephen, this is sold to you for $38.99. And I think I've got 2 or 3 more on the way if anybody else wants one. Okay, if anybody else wants one, there's 2 or 3 more already on the way on this one, okay? Final call on the Kiss poster, final call on the Kiss bootleg, and we have Cheap Trick. And Cheap Trick is their self-titled debut, a Japanese pressing on this Orange Epic label, $35 start, $35 start, and this is now up for bid. And we have the Notorious B.I.G., $24.99. The Notorious B.I.G. Folks, that's a Biggie Smalls greatest hits, essentially. And I did have a wait list for this. Let me find B.I.G. over here. Donna Turner and Jerry Stone. Donna Turner and Jerry Stone. There's 2 sold, and I think I've got 2 extra. These are only $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell that first Kiss poster as well. And I think we might have a first-time buyer. This is sold to Marvin Murphy. Marvin, if you are a first-time buyer, just say yes. First-time buyer. This is sold to you for $100, shipped, rolled in a tube. and we will need to get your information. Just let me know. Just say, yes, first-time buyer, okay? First Kiss poster's gone. These are all posted on Facebook. The whole gallery of posters tonight I'm selling, they're posted on Facebook. They're on there. They're on there. T-shirts will not be billed this week. T-shirts will not be billed this week. No, it will be whenever we get them on hand, which I don't, Craig may have them by the end of the week, but I doubt it. He's probably going to have them done by the end of the week, but I'll have to leave that up to him, okay? And yes, I promise the next T-shirt will be black. We've had a lot of people say, I don't want white, I'm not wearing white. I don't wear white T-shirts too often myself, but that's the only way, I was told, that's the only way the flyer is going to look good. The Hatchet Ed flyer, because it's literally a black and white, it's supposed to be a piece of paper. That's the only way it's going to look good on the shirt. So they're white and white only. Don't worry, we're going to do a T-shirt every month from now on. There's going to be another pre-order posted. There'll be another pre-order shirt posted in about a week or two for the end of the month, for the end of October. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities to purchase different kind of Coletco shirts. So we wanted to get this one in and at least get it shipped to everybody. And so everybody can start wearing them and be, holy crap, I love wearing Coletco T-shirts. Chad put me down for the next one. So we want to at least get this one shipped. And we have a whole list in the works. There'll be one for October, November, and we might try to do a few for December so we can get them that. We got to do stickers. We got to do mugs. We got to do hoodies. People are wanting scarves. I got one guy that even said he wanted limited edition Coletco T-shirt. Shoes, if I could do that. He said he wanted some Coletco shoes. I've got this other woman. She's saying she's wanting like tapestries with Coletco logos. We got people wanting bracelets, anklets, rings, necklaces. I'm like, we can do it, okay? Just you name any kind of clothing article, underwear, bras, we can make it, okay? We'll figure out how to do it. So this Kiss bootleg right here is at $68 of Brad Waits. This is Kiss, live compilation of different tracks from Japan, 1977. All right, and right now that's at $68. UFO was a $15 start. No bid yet on that, $15 on that. And over here, the Cheap Trick, the last bid was $70, okay? $70. Yeah, we got to do beanies. We got to do polo shirts, kitchenware, thermoses, metal cups. Anything you can drink out of, or maybe our own alcoholic beverage, our own line of energy drinks. The possibilities. You can buy Kiss makeup. And it'll be Coletco makeup. It'll be like you can paint your face like me. A lot of people don't know this right now, but my face is painted just like Ace Frehley. I paint up for Kiss Night. I just never show anybody. This one over here, this is sold. And this last Biggie Smalls here was sold to Courtney Duncan, okay? That's sold to Courtney Duncan. There's a good chance the new Black Sabbath signs will be in this week. Okay, so let's go back up at the top. I've got Kiss, UFO, and Cheap Trick. I'm about to introduce a fourth person. A fourth auction. The Notorious B.I.G. last copy, that is $24.99, okay? $24.99. Next thing is this, $24.99. Kiss Blitz Japan, okay? UFO, I'm almost lost. There's so much going on all of a sudden. Kiss is at $72. Cheap Trick over here, the last bid on Cheap Trick was $45 with Tom Kelly, okay? And Gerald Whitworth is out, and UFO is about to be a bot now if no one else bids. So there's Notorious, $24.99. Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning, that's on gold vinyl. Thin Lizzy, last copy, $39.99. Herbie Hancock, Taken Off with Freddie Hubbard, Dexter Gordon. It's numbered on clear vinyl, $29.99. Also, the Steel Drivers, that's limited edition silver vinyl. And that's $33.99. And we have Black Sabbath Volume 4. This is $33.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4, 2012 remaster. Also, we have Forbidden Planet, $36.99 for Forbidden Planet. We got Donna Turner on Herbie Hancock. That is sold to Donna. Kiss is still getting bids. Tom Kelly, you get Cheap Trick for $45. And George Perez is in on UFO for $18. That's the first bid So let's go ahead and make that a final call to George Samberes for $18. Final call on that for $18. Somebody just want to know the price. It's at $18. Blaine Zapnick also wants a Herbie Hancock, so let's put him on a waiting list. Donna, I think Blaine asked you earlier, was this a good album? It must be, Blaine, because she just bought it. So sell that to Donna and put Blaine Zapnick on a waiting list. We got Silverchair, Freak Show. I still got both copies at $39.99. And we have Monster Mash pressed on split purple and green color, Monster Mash. That is a reissue of that original album that's pretty tough to find, $34.99. $34.99. Okay, UFO, oh man. UFO is at 20 with Cindy Yarborough, okay, now 26. And then Kiss is moving to a final call, J.D. Conklin, $75. Now, I think he just asked you if you were watching. I think he asked you if it was a good album, but it's, however, I'm sure he's okay with a waiting list because we should be able to get him in this week. All right, I'm going to crack open my Monster Energy drink right now. Holy moly. Let's get the next Kiss poster up. Let me do these in order so I don't mess them up. Let's do this one here. Let me rotate it. That one don't have a starting bid. This one, okay, let's do this one. I'm going to skip those. And this one's pretty cool looking. This, I believe, is UK. I think this is UK. And it's a, hold on, $75 start. So a lot of these, I'm just going to say Kiss poster, $75 start. Whoever's tagging, we probably want to immediately go find these. We got to get with Tanner and figure out what he's done with them. We need to go ahead and put labels immediately on these and go ahead and key them in. I'm going to ask that of G, Linda, Ed, and Tanner. As soon as these things are tagged, somebody needs to go ahead and key them in and put them in a special place. Otherwise, they get forgotten about pretty easily because they're not in our normal thing. So I believe this is a UK import. I'm going to try my best here to zoom in down here on the corner. Let me see if I can move this around. That's going to take way too long. This is not the normal way I usually show posters. Let's go down here and see if I can figure out a way to do this. I think right down here in the corner, we're going to get the information we want. As you can see, it's a pretty dang nice poster. And if you want to bid on this, just put poster $75, okay? There it is, printed in England. So it's a UK import, printed in England. $75 start on this. Now command minus, right? There we go. There we go. All right, I've got to figure out how to navigate over here a little bit better. I'm like reaching over two crates on a board to figure out how to zoom in on this stuff. So, what year is this? This has got to be, oh man. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going to say that's 1974, 5. That's got to be pretty early. I have no idea, though. I have no idea. I'm going to say 24 by 36. And I'm going to have to... One second, please. Let me see if there's more. He didn't send me more about these. Okay. So, sorry for all the delay here. Mondays are usually mind-blowing. UFO was at 30. Ryan, I've already pulled your Monster Mash. This is the second time I went through here, so I've already pulled one for you. UFO 36, UFO 40. Brad Waits wants to know the track list on Monster Mash. UFO 44. Kiss is probably a 24 by 36. They say it's 1976. And Pat Lucero believes he's an oversized UK, 24 by 33. And all right, so here's what I'm gonna do. Let me the track list on Monster Mash is Monster Mash, Hurry Burry Baby, Let's Twist Again, Mummy Time is Here, I'm the Ghoul from Wolverton Mountain, Gravy with some Cyanide, Popeye the Gravedigger, Limb from Limbo Rock, Weird, Watusi, Pistol Stomp, Dinner with Drac, the Ha Ha Ha, and the Bat. Okay, this is $34.99. Brad, if you want this, it's yours. If not, then it is sold over here to Todd Coe. Now, the waiting list for this has already been pulled, so let's make sure we're not giving it to anybody twice. The waiting list over here for Monster Mash was the following person: Autumn Betts and Ryan Eaton. So yes, Autumn and Ryan, y'all have already got one. Now that's up to Brad Waits on that. Did you get Youngblood back in? Okay, now, William Lee Murray, are you talking about this record right here? Let me find this. Oh boy, I feel like I'm about 30 questions behind. And I feel like if I don't answer everybody, everybody's gonna be mad at me. Youngblood, are you referring to this right here? Okay? If so, then yes, I have one right here. This was in a Hatchet Ed crate. And Hatchet Ed thought he told me somebody was looking for that. This is sold to Brad Waits. Todd Coe's going to go on a waiting list for Monster Mash. UFO, the most recent bid on this, UFO album, is sold to George Sambares for $44. This Kiss right here is sold, and this is sold way up here to the following person, J.D. Conklin, for $75. Right, J.D.? J.D. Conklin, $75. Sold to J.D. for $75. Kiss Hotter Than Hell demos is already sold. Todd Coe on a Monster Mash. This poster has not received a bid. Okay? If you want a bid, it's a $75 start. It's a UK import, and it's a 25.5 by 33. Any Kiss posters tonight, I really don't have a year for you, and I don't have the size, but I bet we can figure it out together. I don't even know where these are at right now. These were photographed about 4 days ago. We should be fortunate that I'm able to offer them. Otherwise, they would stay rolled over here for another year, along with the other thousands of music posters we have. Two things we're going to try to sell between now and the end of the year. All of our posters, or at least as many as we can, and our t-shirt collection. Y'all's minds would be blown if you could see our t-shirt collection. It is some of the greatest t-shirts, I mean originals, new stuff, concert, vintage, etc. All that's coming between now and the end of the year. So I'll try to sell it as efficiently as possible. The bad part about this kind of stuff here is if we're able to offer it, we'll probably just have basic info. Otherwise, we won't be able to sell it at all. Because right now, we don't have the staff to really get these 100% every detail. But I'll try my best tonight to give you the basic details. This is an original around 1976. It's a UK import. No one's bid. It's a $75 start. Here's our next auction. This is Kiss Music from the Elder, the German edition with the alternate S's, and we're going to put this up for a $20 start. How many are 2XL? Well, there's about 5,000 t-shirts. There's got to be a chance there's some 2XL. There's some smalls from the 70s that a baby would have trouble fitting into. They're so small, and I'm sure we got some so big, it's for the biggest unit of a person we have out there. Probably some even big enough to fit my large body. So I have no idea. We're talking thousands of t-shirts. We're not talking a few. We're talking, we have tubs and tubs full of these. We're trying to get them all together. I mean, when we start showing them, y'all going to be like, holy heck. It's kind of like when we start bringing out some of our posters. Next auction is Van Halen, 1978 USOG Jacksonville press. It is OG from 1978. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and this is a $15 start, okay? VG cover does have some creases here and there, $15 start. Elder is a reissue. It is a reissue. There's already a bid for $20, okay? I was looking for it. Okay, so this is sold to William Lee Murray, if you're okay getting billed the next Monday. All right, this is sold to William Lee Murray. And let me make sure that's the right price on that from the original pre-order. Let me make sure that's right over here. And I know I still got to post the Youngblood pre-order. And I know I have, about 300 pre-orders to post based on the information that's been handed to me today. They're releasing so much stuff, I can't keep up with it. Let me figure out where Youngblood is. That's spelled different than what I'm spelling it, though. He doesn't put a U in there, or an O in there, I don't think. I don't know where this is. Laura, can you tell me how much the Youngbloods were supposed to be? We have $44.99 on it, but I'm not for sure. Okay, I feel like that took us 3 hours to go through 2 crates of new vinyl tonight. We got Silverchair, Forbidden Planet, and Black Sabbath, Steel Driver, Thin Lizzy, and Notorious left. Silverchair was $39. Forbidden Planet was $36. Black Sabbath is $33. The Steel Drivers is $33. Thin Lizzy's $39. And Notorious was $24. Final call on Elder for a $20 start. And final call to get a bid on Van Halen for $15. If anybody wants this poster, it's $75. Shipped, rolled in a tube. You can buy it now, right now, for $75. $75. That poster is a buy it now. Okay? The agenda for the rest of the night. New stuff, as in new pre-owned from Paul, Laura, and John, and we're going to go ahead and start chipping away some of our on-sale new vinyl. Let me show you what was in the first. Let me show you what was left in the first crate of new vinyl. Orbit Culture, new album, $39.99. The Strokes, red vinyl, $39.99. Laura, you may have even ordered that because I know I didn't. Rammstein is $44. And then the new Waylon Jennings Songbird is in $29.99. Okay? There's that. And while I'm swapping cameras, I'll make sure y'all don't want this poster for $75. Okay? Let me swap out vinyl. Fantastic. And now let's go ahead and at least knock out 1 or 2 things. Let's do the leftover flip crate stuff, or let me do Youngblood 44. Okay, that was the pre-order price. Okay, so that is sold to William Lee Murray. He got it. Fantastic. Okay, let's not do the flip crate stuff. Let's find John's check condition crate. That way we can at least get into some vintage, because it might be a pretty heavy show for new vinyl on sale once we get rolling. Let me see if he even marked any vintage. Over here, this looks like check condition. It is Wham, Van Halen's, Deep Purples, Journeys, and Rushes, and Bob Seger's, and Leonard Skinner's, and Genesis's, and Beck's, and Emmylou Harris's. This is what I like right here. Let's go ahead and knock out some of this. All right. Next thing is this. So you even got a sneak peek of a Laura crate. That Strokes album was something she ordered. Are y'all sure y'all don't need that? Let's go ahead and get the next Kiss poster on deck. And let's do this one. This is a very iconic one here. And this one is a I've got a year for you because it's actually dated. We have a date if they're dated. I mean, that's pretty easy. If they're dated, we have a date. But if they're not dated, then we might have to rely on some help. But yeah, this is 1977, that really cool New York skyline where it looks like they're on top of the skyscraper. A coin era, 77, nice, rolled, no creases. It's been rolled. $100 start, okay? $100 start, Kiss poster, $100 start. That's now what for bid in the background. If you want to bid, go right ahead. It's in the background up for auction. Van Halen's at $32. And Elder is now at $26. We're going to get started with a third, technically fourth auction, counting the poster, a Japanese pressing. And that's going to be a Japanese pressing, and that's going to go up right now. And poor David Johnson, he's out bowling tonight. He's missing the Japanese auctions. How about Whitesnake live at Hammersmith? A Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with insert, a $35 start. Here we go. Don't forget, we're going to be doing new vinyl on sale tonight. coming soon. Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel, VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Beckola EX condition, $12.99 with Rod Stewart on vocals. EX $12.99. The KISS poster actually sitting on the Empire State Building. There we go. Empire State Building. We're talking about this one right here. Vintage original. Very nice. $100 start. That's now up for bid. Back here, I have the Kinks, and this is called One for the Road. That's in VG Plus condition, $19.99 for that double LP. We have Matt Nichols on Emmylou Harris. The Elder over here, the last bid was Charles Seibert at $26. And who was the first bidder? J.D. Conklin. You are out on this reissue of German Elder. Right now, we have Whitesnake at $35 and Van Halen at $32 final call. These are sticker price. I always do the new check condition stuff, sticker price. Genesis, the Lamb lies down on Broadway. That is EX $32.99. The Whitesnake is $1978. 78 on Whitesnake. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson's VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Nielsen, Son of Schmilson, EX edition, $17.99 for Nielsen. And The Mothers of Invention, live at the Fillmore East, June of '71. That is EX edition, $37.99. Outlaws Playing to Win is in VG Plus, $14.99. And let's go ahead and sell Van Halen over here. Van Halen is sold to George Samberez for $32. Thank you, George Samberez. That is sold to you. And I'm making sure J.D. Conklin is done on the KISS Elder. We got a ton of killer KISS stuff to sell tonight. Posters and vinyl. First thing I have over here is this. Blaine Zapnick picking up the Genesis, and Rod Eaton picking up that great Beck album of Rod Stewart on vocals. Also, we got Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, VG $9.99, and Walt Disney's Peter Pan. This is in VG condition, $9.99. That's an older one. Boy, the vinyl's heavy. I bet that is actually based on the label and the weight, probably from 1963. Peter Pan and Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus. VG Plus, $19.99. All right, so KISS over here. J.D. Conklin did go out. So this is sold to Charles Seibert. And Charles Seibert, you did get this for $26. And probably one of the last, before we get into some higher-end KISS stuff over here, Whitesnake's now at $42, live at Hammersmith, Coverdale. And let's go ahead and put this up right here. I have Sonic Boom. This is probably a bootleg. Most of them are. And yeah, this album has not been in print since they officially released it in 2010. And some of those can sell between $200 and $500. So this is a red vinyl, unofficial bootleg, $50. And if anybody wants this KISS poster, it can be bought for $100. KISS poster, $100. Buy it now. It's available if anybody wants it, okay? $100 buy it now if anybody wants the New York Empire State Building skyline. Kelly Vladarchik on Peter Pan. And Kelly, I think you said it earlier, congratulations on the big purchase for the Green Day album. Signed, if y'all missed that, we already sold an autographed Green Day album tonight. Boom, and it's gone. Next is KISS Sonic Boom. The most recent bid on that, or that's a $50 start. Whitesnake is what I meant. $47 on that. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. EX $32.99 for Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. And we have another Walt Disney. This is called Walt Disney Presents The Great Composers. VG Plus, $9.99. Also, we had a first-time buyer on the first KISS poster. I want to make sure they reached out to us. He did. Marvin Murphy. Okay, he was a first-time buyer. Just wanted to make sure on that. And that is Walt Disney's Great Composers, VG Plus $9.99. Charles Seibert on Janis Joplin. That's sold to Charles Seibert. And over here we got Robin Trower in City Dreams. Robin Trower is in VG condition, $9.99. All right, let's try this one here. This is called, and I just got basic information here, 1975, a coin, One Stop Boutwell. Okay, that's what I have in my little description over here. And this is supposed to be a $100 start. We'll pull this one up right quick. Once again, if you want to bid on this, it's poster and it's a $100 start. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. 1974 is, I think, the date on that one. $100 start, okay? That is, let me go leave that up for one more second. That's the next one. And I think it has some wear and tear. I think you can see a little bit more wear at the top. Corner ripped, a little bit there, damage at the top. The first few we've had have been beautiful. Absolutely beautiful in the first few we've had tonight. So this one has a little bit more wear. Still one I don't think I've seen too often. $100 start on that. Laura's on her way with a new crate. Traffic is in VG condition, $9.99. Joe Walsh, there goes the neighborhood, VG plus $14.99. Blind Faith, VG plus $24.99 for Blind Faith. Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood. Nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $50 buy now. And Whitesnake is officially sold to Brad Waits for $47. Brad Waits, $47. That is sold. Now we just need to do a deal with Brent Robley on that other big autograph over here, and that'd be a great way to start off a week, right, Brent? We're so close. We're so close, Brent. Gerald Whitworth on Sonic Boom for $50. Do you have any Morrissey posters? If I do, I don't know where they're at. I bet I do, but I don't know where they're at. Chicago, VG Plus, $14.99. Columbia 2i. And over here, we got Eric Clapton at his best. VG, $14.99. So Sonic Boom did go to Gerald. Let's go ahead and roll another one. Let's pull one of the first ones out from the high-end bin over here. And the high-end bin over here, we're going to go ahead and put up this right here. Kiss Alive. Boy, look at this. This is Kiss Alive, a 2020 U.S. reissue, Kiss Online exclusive, limited edition clear vinyl with multicolor swirl with book, okay? And this is Alive, really cool colored vinyl. It's an official release, a 45th anniversary edition, $85 start on that. That's our next one. And final call to get a bid on this poster for $100. Okay, final call on that for $100. Let's go ahead and pull up something else. Let's pull something over here from the other crate of what I've been calling bonus stuff for tonight. Let's see what's going on with this Clash album. Their debut, and it's a white label promo. Nice. So it's the Clash, by the Clash. It's a 79 OG epic label, white label promo. It is a strong VG copy, not bad at first glance, $30 start. It does have the original inner sleeve, and it does have the cover with a little bit of wear. It's got ring wear, spot wear. It is a gold stamp promo, $30 start. $30 start on that. How much is the Yes autographed album? Oh, man. So I've got two incredible Yes items right now. Calvin, I've got to make a decision which one I want to keep. Of course, I just got in that 90125, and I got a poster from their album Talk, and it's autographed, and it's big, and it's huge autographs, and I've got to figure out what I want to keep. So that's my dilemma right now. Let me see, August 13. Let me show you the image of that, and so some of y'all can be thinking and planning, because some of these are going to come up for sale sooner than later. Let me go over here, August 13th. Here's the Yes poster I'm referring to, and you can see there's a normal size piece of paper. It is signed by that full lineup, and the poster, the artwork is by Peter, oh my gosh, the artwork is by Peter Max, yeah. But it's signed by John Anderson, Trevor Rabin, Chris Squire, Tony. So one or two of those are going to be up for sale. I've got to make a decision. That's a whole different Kiss lineup that I don't have their autographs of. Well, I do now, Talk and the 90125. So I've got to make a decision, and I've got to let one go. Over here, that's a final call for Kiss Alive. I've got CCR Chronicle. That's a 2LP VG Plus $24.99. Jim Croce's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99 on Croce, and Deep Purple made in Japan. Deep Purple made in Japan, VG Plus $24.99. Now here's the deal with some of these autographs. Just like I did the Green Day, these don't have letters yet. So I could sell them before the end of the year, and I could ship them to you before the end of the year, but we'd have to wait until we go through the whole process of authenticating them before you get your letter, okay? So I do have some stuff I'm thinking about selling before the end of the year, but y'all might not get the item till, y'all might not get the letter until maybe a month or two later. And I think everybody's okay with that. It's worked out great with the Black Sabbath and Ozzy stuff we sold. All that's turned out fantastic. We got letters pretty much right after, and we were able to ship them. Charles Siebert got Jim Croce, thank you. Bonzo Dog Band, Beast of the Bonzos, EX Edition, $32.99. Peter Gabriel, The Rain on the Car album, Peter Gabriel's VG, $14.99. Leonard Skinner, One More From the Road, Skinner's VG, $14.99. And the Hollies Greatest Hits, EX, $17.99. Holly's Greatest Hits, EX, $17.99. Wow, no bids on Kiss, so somebody can pick this up for the minimum bid of $85. The Alive 45th Anniversary Edition. Clash just has one bid, and we're about to sell it for $30. It is a white label promo on that. A white label promo on that, $30. And we have the Monkees. This is in mono, their self-titled debut album, EX Edition, $17.99. Bob Seger Live Bullet, VG Plus, $17.99. And the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. All right, if anybody wants this Kiss poster, it can be bought for $100. I'll give that about 60 seconds, and then I'll go ahead and introduce the next one, okay? $100 start or $100 buy now on that one. I think I've got 3 available right now, $75, $100, and $100. That one's available right now. The one you're looking at, that's $100 buy now. What did Brent say about horseshoes? I didn't get to read that. If we're playing horseshoes, I need a ringer. If there's a grenade, I need you to fall on it. So that means you want to buy it for my price. Is that what you're trying to say? Over here, we got Stephen A. Young on Kiss for $85. Next thing over here is Mark Overton on Peter Gabriel. That is sold to Mark Overton. Useless Eaters came in on the Clash at $31. Christina Curtis got the Leonard Skinner, and Charles Siebert on Saturday Night Fever. Charles said he was going to bed. You're not going to bed, Charles. We know better than that. There's too much good stuff to show tonight. All right, here's our next Kiss auction. Let's go ahead and put it up right now. And this is Creatures of the Night, which is a bootleg with the fantasy cover that never was released. It looks like a fantasy cover where Vinnie Vincent's on there instead of Ace. Never released. Purple vinyl, $75 start on that. Next is Joe Walsh, Got In Gum. Joe Walsh's EX Edition, $17.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Favorite Rush song, Paul?
Rush?
Yeah. VG Plus, $24.99 on Farewell to Kings. By Tor and the Snow Dog.
Yeah.
Paul's favorite Rush song, By Tor and the Snow Dog. Great decision. Tongues of Hades lit by flickering torchlight. That's the opening lyrics. You got to read them, otherwise you have no idea what Getty's saying. Tombs of Hades lit by flickering torchlight. By Tor and the Snow Dog. Billy Joel's Glass Houses, VG Plus $9.99. The Clash is a $35 start. Deep Purple, VG Plus $22.99. Van Halen 2 is VG Plus $34.99. OG. And Wham! Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go. Careless Whisper. The Clash has a bid for $35. The condition of the Rush cover, Farewell to Kings, I would say VG Plus. Actually, not much wear on that one. Not much wear on that one. Gatefold, oh man, you're talking about here Cinderella Man. What about this one right here? Where is it? Xanadu, Farewell to Kings. Why can't I find, there it is. I was like, dude, where's Closer to the Heart? Oh my gosh. And the men who hold high places must be the ones who start to mold a new reality. Wow. Contact Ed. Yeah, just send a Facebook message. Actually, Patrick, address it to Ed, and Ed, or excuse me, address it to Paul if you got something to sell.
What's he got?
Patrick Mathis. Yeah, just address it to Paul. Just address it to him. James Bullock has the Clash for $35. Okay, and then over here, Troy Overmeyer wanted Billy Joel, and that was for Glass Houses. Thank you, Troy. Never gave a price on Journey, probably because I'm trying to sing Rush music. I'll get easily distracted. VG $9.99. The Clash is at 35, now 36. Robbie does want Rush, Farewell to Kings, Xanadu, and the Kiss over here is a final call to get a bid in on purple vinyl for $75. And now, let's go ahead and put up our next poster. Right now, we're 1 for 4, so we do have some no bids on the posters. I'm going to jump down here, and we're going to do this one here. This one's always been iconic. And I don't have a starting price. I'm going to say $75. This is now up for bid. Let me try to get a little bit zoomed in on this one. Command plus. There we go. And I think if we got down there in the corner, obviously it's bicentennial. It's about 1976. Now, I know there's different versions of this. There's U.S., there's Canadian. Thank you, Paul. There's different versions of this, I think. Maybe different borders. If you want to bid, put poster, $75. It will come shipped rolled in a tube, okay? It will come shipped rolled in a tube. So, Brent, I think I was at $1,275. Brent, I think I was at $1,275. Then you was at $995. And I was trying to get you to come up just slightly more to hit that 4-digit mark. And then I was going to sell this to you. But if we don't reach a deal, that's okay. If we don't reach a deal, that's okay. So that poster already has a few bids. I think that's a good one. And I think for the price I just started it at, that's a great starting price, okay? Let's go back up to the top. And Jerry Torres, if you want the Journey, let me know. I know you asked the price. If not, somebody else has claimed it, Rob and Glenn. The Clash is at 40. If you want to bid on the poster, it's now kind of in the background. It's already got bids. And Rob and Glenn Wham was VG Plus, $24.99. Nobody bid on the bootleg, unofficial purple vinyl Creatures. It's a $75 buy it now, okay? And then right over here, The Clash is at 40. Use of Cedars, you're out. The Clash is a full album, white label promo. Yes, white label promo. Jerry says give it to Robin. So Robin Glenn, you do get Journey. If you want Wham, it's still available. That's $75. Let's put up another Kiss. The poster's at 100. Mr. Billy Shears, it goes back to you. Our next Kiss is going to go up right now. Kid Rock City. Kid Rock City's a picture disc, a test pressing, unofficial. So this is a test pressing they did as a picture disc, live in Brazil, 1983 Kiss live in Brazil. It's got the tank on the cover, very cool. $75 start on that. Holy moly, there's a lot of good stuff still left in here. I can't spend a lot of time going through it a second time. We've already got a Laura crate up here. We've got a Paul crate up here. Trent Peasley wants Creatures for $75. We've got a lot of cool stuff. Robin gets that. I still got Wham at VG Plus, $24.99. The Use of Cedars, it's up to you on the Clash. I'm going to breeze through these one more time. The poster is now at $150. And here we go. I have the Kinks, VG Plus $19.99. Willie Nelson, VG Plus $9.99. Harry Nilsson, EX $17.99. The Mothers of Invention, EX $37.99. The Outlaws, VG Plus $14.99. Uriah Heep, VG $9.99. Little Feat, great double live album, VG Plus $9.99. Walt Disney's Great Composers, VG Plus $9.99. Robin Trower's VG $9.99. The Clash is at 70. The Clash is about to sell because I haven't heard back from Use of Cedars. The high bid on it right now is $36. Excuse me, $40 of James Bullock, okay? John McPatriot got Uriah Heep. That's sold. Use of Cedars bid $41 on the Clash. Robin, you did get Journey. Also, we have Traffic, VG $9.99. Paul Cruz wants Mothers. Mothers of Invention, so to Paul Cruz. Joe Walsh, There Goes the Neighborhood, VG Plus $14.99. Blind Faith is VG Plus $24.99. Blaine Zapney gets Little Feat. Also, we have Chicago, VG Plus $14.99. The Clash is at $41. There we go. Now, James Bullock, you've been outbid. This Kiss has one bid for $75. This is the poster they're bidding on. The poster's at $150. Billy Shears, it goes back to you. Also, we got Eric Clapton, VG $14.99. CCR Chronicle, VG Plus $24.99. Deep Purple Made in Japan, VG Plus $24.99. Bonzo Dog Band, EX $32.99. The Hollies Greatest Hits, Look Through Any Window. EX $17.99. Stanley Richmond's in on Kiss at $89. James Bullock, it's up to you on the Clash. Next thing we have is the Monkeys, EX $17.99. Billy's backing on the poster. Trent Peasley, you're out. Bob Seger's VG Plus $17.99. Joe Walsh's EX $17.99. Deep Purple and Shrink and Hop, a VG Plus vinyl $22.99. Van Halen 2, VG Plus $34.99. And OG copy and Wham! Make It Big. It's VG Plus, $24.99. Final call on the Clash, $41. Kiss is at $90, and the Kiss poster's at $155. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? It is Kiss night. It is Monday. I'm feeling a little frisky. Just go ahead and give me everything that's left in that crate. I'll say, hot diggity dog, you got it. Okay, can everybody hear me? I haven't. I've been talking this entire time and I'm muted. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. So, man, I've been talking for 5 minutes and y'all hadn't even been able to hear me. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do, let me restart. Laura, Laura, can you type out everything I just said? I've been over here talking this entire time, explaining what I was doing over here. Oh my gosh. So let me think about this. What did I just say in the last 5 minutes that y'all didn't hear me say? Oh my gosh, that messed me up. Okay, so the Clash is sold to useless eaters for $41. And then over here, we have, this is at 89 with Stanley Richmond. 89 with Stanley Richmond. 89 with Stanley Richmond. So I've been talking for no telling how long and y'all haven't been able to hear me, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. So Kiss over here, the last bid, Trent Peasley, $170. Billy Shears is out. Trent Peasley, this is final call to you for $170. Okay, so of course I was just joking. Laura's here in the building. She probably heard me rambling. All right, so what I was saying is I've promised a lot. There's a Laura Crate new arrival. There's a Paul Crate new arrival. And I said I'd be doing on-sale new vinyl. Now, the on-sale new vinyl I do is anything from the month of August or early September. So new vinyl's rarely on sale. The reason it's rarely on sale, it's already pretty slim margins. And before we do that, though, I'm going to go ahead and go through this Laura Crate as soon as I sort it and figure out where. Actually, let's go ahead and do the first crate here of on sale new vinyl. I'll retract that. Let's go ahead and do this first crate of on sale new vinyl. It's like a half of a crate. So what I was saying is we rarely discount new vinyl because of margins, but anything that's been here since about August, it's about to be on sale, okay? I'm sorting stuff right now. A lot of this is going to be 29, and let me get those sorted right now. 29 on that, and then there's some stuff that's going to be 24. These are going to be 24, and then there's some stuff I do straight percentage, okay? These are going to be 24, 24. That's going to be 24. And then we'll do these 34. These will be 24. And then we'll do these 34, 24, 24, 34, and 34. Actually, or we might have to do these percentage. These usually work better if we do them percentage. So there's that. This is just like a short and sweet crate. 24, 24, 24. And when we get the flotsam, they will change over to 24. These are going to be 29, 29, 29, 29, 29, and 29. All right, let me just knock out a few of these right quick, and let's get started. So, man, sorry for, I mean, I was literally sorting and stacking crates, just talking away probably for, what, 3 or 4 minutes, and y'all didn't hear anything. So let's get back to business. First of all, this poster is sold. This poster is sold. This poster is sold to Trent Peasley for $170. Trent, this is sold to you for $170. $170. Thank you, that's sold to you, okay? That one's done. We'll do another one in just a second. Yeah, this is essentially the end of the month on sale new vinyl. It's going to take me 2 nights, so I'm going to do a little bit tonight. We got a ton of new arrivals, though. Our next Japanese pressing is Jackson Brown running on empty, a classic, near minus and pristine. Near minus and pristine. There's the LP, there's the booklet, there's the insert, there's the cover and Ovi. Jackson Brown's a $35 start. Over here, Brad Waits has the Kiss album for $90. $90 on this. The previous bidder was Stanley Richmond at $89. Stanley Richmond, I don't know if you're out there, but you were outbid on Kiss, just FYI. Okay, and now here comes our next auction. Our next auction is going to come up right now. David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and the Spiders from Mars. It is a 75 U.S. reissue in VG condition, Indianapolis press, a tan label, $15 start. $15 start. A short but sweet crate of on sale new vinyl. These are discounted to $29.99, no more, no less, okay? Slipknot, Volume 3, the Subliminal Verses. Slipknot's on 2 LP purple vinyl, $29.99 on that. That was $36.99. $29.99 on Slipknot, so $7 off. 2 copies of Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. These are now $9 off at $29.99. Municipal Waste is $29, and Primus Pork Soda, $10 off on that. $29.99 for Primus. Over here, this is sold. Kiss is sold for $90, and that is sold for $90 to the following person. That is sold for $90 to Brad Waits. Brad Waits gets that for $90. X-Wing gets Primus for $29.99. That's sold to X-Wing for $29.99. Jackson Brown is a $35 start running on empty. David Bowie's a $15 start, and we're about to start doubling up with Kiss because we got so much to go through. But let's go ahead and put up an album. Unmasked is an 85 U.S. reissue sealed. A 1985 U.S. reissued sealed, a $95 start on that one. Greg Beddinger wants the Kinks live from the last crate. The first album here, One More from the Road. That's sold to Mr. Greg Beddinger, okay? That is sold to him. Thank you on that. That is sold. And over here, we have the Cult, Pure Cult, the singles. That's also $29.99. And then Harry Potter, The Order of the Phoenix, clear vinyl. Clear vinyl, $29.99 on that. So $29.99 for Harry Potter, The Cult, Municipal Waste, and Slipknot. Those are all discounted. Also, $24.99. We have Flotsam and Jetsam, Blood in the Water. That's $24.99. Dawkins on red vinyl. That's also $24.99. Poison, Open Up and Say All. $24.99 on Poison. That's $10 off for Poison. And Judas Priest, a 50th anniversary. That's also $10 off. $24.99 on that. All right, let's do another Kiss poster. The next Kiss poster is going to be this one right here. This is one that I get asked about a lot. Pretty interesting one here. $85 start. Let's go to it full screen. And this Kiss poster is an $85 start. And I think this is 1970. Whoa, sorry. This is, my cursor got wild on me there. Whoops, let me back out here. Here we go. Yeah, 1977. $85 start on that one. Okay, $85 start on that one. All the new on sale vinyl is priced as marked, and we're about to show that. But that, if you want to bid, put poster. Okay, $85 start on that one. $85 start on that one. Let's go back to the top. We sold Promise already. Chris Martin got the Colt for $29.99. Scott Dwallow got Flotsam and Jetsam for $24.99. Tom Kelly on Judas Priest for $24.99. James Lavender on Poison for $24.99. And Scott got Flotsam. Pickle was next on Priest. What Slipknot is it? The Subliminal Verses, $29.99 for that. Devin Reese next on Flotsam. Also $24.99 is Overkill taking over. I've got two of those. And Judas Priest, Stained Class, that's $24. And Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Victim of an Old Sticker. I knew I've ordered these definitely since then. But August 21st, $24.99. Nobody bid on Jackson Brown. This is a $35 buy it now. Nobody bid on David Bowie, a $15 buy it now. And Kiss is a sealed 1985 pressing, a $95 start on that, no bid yet. Okay, first is Jay Neutral on Overkill for $24.99. Next was Pickle on Priest for $24.99. Chris Martin gets Dawkins for $24.99. And we're sold out of Priest. The only thing I have left in here is Slipknot for $29.99, Municipal Waste for $29. Those are all on sale. Harry Potter for $29, and Overkill sold to Robin Murphy Glenn. Robin Murphy Glenn on that one. Jay Nutra says, whoa, flag. Jay Nutra, I got you down for Overkill and Judas Priest, Stained Class. And then he says, I called Priest. I'm pretty sure I pulled that for you. Jay Nutra got Overkill and Judas Priest, Stained Class. If I didn't say that, then you misheard me. And then over here, we got Municipal Waste Color. To my knowledge, it's on black vinyl. Okay? And then Michael Wilkerson wants Slipknot. Great first crate. That was a little short but sweet crate of on-sale new vinyl. Don't worry, there's going to be more. That one was easy because there was a lot of August dates in there. I feel like we need to go ahead and go through this new arrival crate that Laura has made, and then we'll get back into on-sale new vinyl. So please hang around because you're going to be seeing a lot more stuff. See how that crate just got obliterated? Yeah, it's usually like that when we do new vinyl. It's like there's usually hardly nothing left behind, especially when I get to on-sale new vinyl. That's just, or on-sale metal. That's pretty crazy. Don't overlook Jackson Brown here. An amazing sounding record on that. If I missed any other questions or concerns, let me know. Let's look at that poster one more time. $85 start, final call. $85 start, final call. We're about to sell that. Bowie is sold to Useless Eaters for $15, okay? Let me grab an empty crate. Let me hide the sticker in the Laura bin. Let's make that Kiss album back there in the back. This is a $95 buy it now. It's an $85 US reissue. This is the 15th week in a row we've sold Kiss auctions. This is week 15. Next week will be 4 straight months of Mondays. We've done nothing but Kiss auctions. It's been pretty incredible. And my staff is telling me we've got plenty more. Especially if we start mixing in posters and other Kiss merchandise we have. It could go on for the rest of the year. Kiss, the best of solo albums, a limited edition white and silver and black splatter, an official release, sealed, a $95 start on that. Bowie was sold for $15. So one more look. Overkill, $24.99. Harry Potter, $29, and Municipal Waste is $29. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this is black vinyl. It doesn't say, and I'm pretty sure I don't remember it being colored vinyl. So that's all that's left there. We'll start adding more to that crate. There'll be high-end stuff on sale like audiophile, and plus records that are typically like $50, $60. We do those by just straight percentage. We do those by straight percentage. That's the easiest way to do those, okay? And let's go over here to the top, and let's hide this record, and or let's hide the lower crate. I have picked which one I want to do it in. I have picked the record. I am leaving the lower crate sticker in. Let me write that down and hide it. I'm going to go ahead and make the poster an $85 buy it now. If anybody wants that, we'll say $85 buy it now. I'm almost done showing the first dozen or so for tonight. And we've sold 2. I think there's several still left. I am writing down right now where I'm hiding the lure sticker. I'm going to try to mix in some more auctions. And let's get her done, okay? There's the location of lure crate. Hope everybody's ready. Here we go. New arrival, sticker price, and I've just flipped through here. Y'all are going to love this one. Y'all are going to love this one. Did Pickle get stained class? No, Pickle did not. Pickle was second on both Judas Priest claims. Pickle was second on both Judas Priest claims. Speaking of, give me a second. I'm going to start sorting. Don't forget, I got Buckingham Nicks in stock for $29. If you don't have one of these yet, if you were maybe waiting for a new invoicing cycle, I've got 6 left. Buckingham Nicks, $29.99 for Buckingham Nicks. If you want those, they are available, okay? I think y'all are going to like this crate. I've got other stuff to put up, including Japanese pressings. And let's get started with Queen, the game. This is a $45 start. OG with the foil cover. Very nice, a $45 start. The vinyl is superb. Now, the Kiss back there, let's look at it one more time. Make sure everybody's paying close attention. Make sure nobody's wandering eyes. I know there's football on, and there's a lot of distractions right now out there in life, but make sure you're paying close attention. You're going to miss out on some of these great Kiss albums and posters, and we got Japanese, and we got other stuff. I'm about to slip in some more cassettes. Kiss, the best of solo albums, an official reissue from 2019 on white and silver and black splatter, sealed, a $95 start, final call. Queen is a Japanese press, a $45 start. Right now, only 3 no bids right now, not counting posters. Kiss Unmasked is an 85 pressing, $95. Jackson Brown's a Japanese press, $35, and 1 cassette. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, that cassette was $10. That's all, the only no bids right now. The only no bids right now. Okay? Here we go. First thing is this. We have Buzzcocks. This is Music in Another Kitchen. Is that what that says? Buzzcocks is $29.99. Johnny Hancock wants the Motley Crue cassette for $10. That's sold to him. Next is Alanis Morissette, the demos, $94 to $98. Alanis Morissette is a 2016 Record Store Day exclusive, unopened, $29.99 for Alanis Morissette. We have Cage the Elephant. Cage the Elephant, Ain't No Rest for the Wicked. That's a note on the back from Lore because it's track number 3 on the album. Cage the Elephant is $19.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Alanis Morissette. And we have Jazz Mataz, an experimental fusion of the hip-hop and jazz, a 2016 reissue, $29.99. Scott Oman on Cage the Elephant. Glenn Kesey was second. Blaine Zapnick next on Alanis. And Porcupine Tree, Up the Downstairs, is a 2017 reissue. The note on the back from Laura, fantastic prog, $39.99. Danzig gets jazz. Here's what we're going to do. Buy it now on the Kiss poster, officially. Buy it now on the Kiss poster, officially, $85. Nobody bid on Queen, $45 buy it now. And I was just about to make Best of Kiss Solo a buy it now, so guess what? Jill Whitworth has it for $95. If you were going to try to grab it for the buy it now it's got to go up for auction. But I'm not going to leave it up long because it was just about to be a buy it now because we got to move on to something else. So I hope if you want Kiss Solo, you have already placed a bid higher than $95, and it's about to pop up on my screen in the next 30 seconds. I'll give you benefit of that for lag. If not, we got to go ahead and sell it. There we go, Jim Stafford. There were some people trying to grab it for the buy it now price. Not happening now. Now it's officially up for bid. Jim Stafford has it for $97. We have Billie Eilish, and this one's called Don't Smile at Me. It is sealed, just $19.99 for Billie. And we have Radiohead in rainbows. Don't forget, Laura loves Radiohead, a 2016 version. That's near mint, $29.99. Gerald, you're out on the Kiss Solo. And there's probably some other people trying to grab it for $95, and now they're like, dang it. Now if I want it, I got to bid on it. That's the purpose of me putting those up in the back. I'm hoping that you do bid on them. Next is the Grease soundtrack, a 2 LP Japanese pressing with Obi, near mint minus, and pristine. It's a 2 LP with booklet, gatefold, and Obi. Grease is a $35 start. Cynthia on Billie Eilish. Scott Dwallow gets In Rainbows. Now Kiss solo albums is at 100. Jim Stafford, that means you're outbid. And now let's put up another one. If you want to bid on this one, let's put Wicked if you want to bid on this. This is an unofficial. It's called Kiss, More Wicked Kisses. It is a limited edition picture disc and a pop-up gatefold. It's demos from Kiss. It's a picture disc. If you want to bid on this, put Wicked, okay? That would be the best place to, best thing to call that one. $65 start. $65 start. That's now up for bid. So there it is. Now we have Gerald Whitworth on Porcupine Tree. That is sold. Buzzcocks is the only thing left in there. And Grease is the word. Tom Kelly has a bid for $35. Now Kiss Solo $105. We have over here Iggy Pop Hippodrome. Iggy Pop is sealed. $29.99, a 2019 Record Store Day exclusive. And we have Stone Temple Pilots Purple. This is sealed, a 2021, $24.99. And the Black Keys Dropout Boogie. The Black Keys is on white vinyl, sealed, $24.99. 9 Inch Nails Quake. That's the soundtrack to the video game, a sealed copy. That's at a great price at $34.99. So 9 Inch Nails, Black Keys, Stone Temple Pilots, and Iggy Pop. Wow, there's all that. Next thing over here is Michael Snared wants to see the Buzzcocks. It is called Music. Let me get the spine right here. Another Music in a Different Kitchen. Another Music in a Different Kitchen. It's $29.99. It's the Buzzcocks. Another Music in a Different Kitchen. Now Kiss is at 110. Kelly Vladerchek on 9 Inch Nails. Ton Emick on STP. Final call to get a bid on More Wicked Kisses for $65. Nobody else has bid on Grease. It's about to be a $35 buy now. And over here we got Pearl Jam Gigaton. Pearl Jam is sealed, just $29.99. Now I'm going to actually mute my mic to take a drink, and this time I'm going to forget or not forget to unmute it. Okay, I'm here. First thing we have is Grease is at $36. And we have Cage the Elephant. This is sealed for $22.99. And we have Black Country New Road Ants from Up Here. Or excuse me, Ants from Up There. And this is sealed, by the way, on blue and black kind of marble vinyl. And there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Black Country New Road. A 3-heart rating, $34.99. Kiss is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $110. Grease has a new bid for $36. Sold to Ralph Venturino. Tom Kelly immediately went out, and I was about to sell it to Tom anyway. So a new $1 bid, and that automatically wins it. That's how that works sometimes. Make sure if you're bidding to win, you do it immediately. Nobody bidded on More Wicked Kisses. More Wicked Kisses is a $65 buy now. No bid on that. We have Chad Sign Yet. We have Chad Sign Yet. Chad Sign Yet. Chad Sign Yet. A Chad sign, or are you asking, do we have a sign of Chad yet? That is so to Cynthia Herdren, Cage the Elephant. Next is right here, and this is Amok, A-M-O-K, Adams for Peace. Whoa, it flew out of my hand. IDM/Glitch Experimental, $19.99. Next is Michael Snared on the Buzzcocks from back here. That's sold, and the next thing we have is the following. I have Kiss Double Platinum as a picture disc. This is a 2020 reissue, a Kiss Online exclusive. They made Double Platinum as a picture disc. I don't know if y'all have actually seen how it looks. It's pretty dang cool, though. It's the Double Platinum, as a picture disc. It even came with a Platinum Award. That's a $65 start. Also, Jane's Addiction, the 2017 Silver Spoon Anniversary Tour, Richard D. Lo Habitual Alive at 25. Excuse me. That is sealed for $37.99. I've been drinking Monster too fast. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be a Japanese pressing, and it's going to be a Japanese pressing of the John Lennon Collection. A really cool edition of this album, the John Lennon Collection. Give me 1 second over here. I'm about to put up another poster. Let me get my cursor lined up here. Let me minimize some stuff, and let me close out of this, and let me refresh this. And this is the John Lennon Collection, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is the John Lennon Collection, a Japanese pressing of insert, Obi, $35 start on that one. What's the IDM? This right here, IDM/glitch, experimental AMOK, AMIC, AMOK, Atoms for Peace, $19.99. Cynthia Herdron on Jane's Addiction, double platinum, $65.65. And then Chad and Sean Holver's he's at Monday Night Football. Wow, we got a viewer tuning in for Monday Night Football. That's pretty cool. I think that's where a lot of other customers are at. They're really focused. They're really focused over here on. They're really focused right now on Monday Night Football and not winning these KISS auctions. We need the football games to go ahead and wrap up. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese press, and this one's really cool because it comes with a sticker I've never seen before. This is Sticks Kilroy Was Here with the Sticks Kilroy Was Here sticker. This is a Japanese pressing with sticker, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start, okay? Next thing is this, Leonard Cohen, I'm Your Man, a 2016 seal, $24.99. Robert Vladicek on the AMIC. That is sold to Robert Vladicek. Double Platinum has two $65 bids, James Bullock and Ron Duffield. What's the signature in the corner? That is Donald Trump. Donald Trump, PSA signature in the back right. Next is Queen Innuendo, and Queen is $32.99, a 2009 reissue. Cynthia Herdron on Leonard Cohen. And then Ralph Venturino, You Got Grease for $36. Yes, You Got Grease for $36. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited, $19.99. And we have Buzzcocks, a different compilation. Buzzcocks is sealed, a 2021 Record Store Day, and that is $29.99. Double Platinum's at $70. We have another bid for $70. John Lennon's a $35 start, no bid yet. And Styx has one bid with Kevin J. Reese for $35. Now $36, now $36, now $37. And then over here, we have Ryan Eaton on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Trump autograph, $1,275. $1,275. $1,275. Alice in Chains Jar of Flies, sealed for $29.99. And then over here, we have No One Sings Like You Anymore. This is Chris Cornell, sealed, $29.99. Chad, do you stop at Buc-ee's? We stop at every Buc-ee's. We pass regardless if we need to stop or not. Yes. Next thing over here, Sticks 36, and we have Sticks at 40, and we have Total from Joy Division and New Order. This is sealed, $39.99, a 2018 reissue, $39.99, okay? So right now, John Lennon at 35, double platinum is a 2020. This is a KISS Online exclusive limited edition picture disc. The 2020 web store exclusive picture disc. That is what's going on right over here. Now, first thing we have is Ken Granger on the Alice in Chains. That's sold to Ken Granger. Sticks is at 40, and then John Lennon is at 35 with Kevin J. Reese. So everything looks like it's still getting bids. We also have Porcupine Tree, a fantastic prog album, a 2013 reissue, $44.99. $44.99 on Porcupine Tree, okay? And by the way, we've sold several KISS posters. I still got a new one to put up. Let me go ahead and put up the next one. And there's several no bids, okay? Let me go ahead and put up the next one. That one, let's see. We sold that one. That one didn't sell. This one has not been offered. and we're going to put this one up right now for a $95 start. This one's always been popular, and we actually couldn't find this exact variant with the words down at the bottom. Let me see if I can get down here and zoom in on this specific area. It's right there where I'm trying to get to, and of course, I'm kind of don't like this app we're using to show photos. I really can't zoom in as quickly as I want. I got to really work on getting my mouse where I can just click and zoom in. I got to change some settings. But either way, this is a $95 start, okay? $95 start for this one. Very clean. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. $95 start, okay? That's now what for bid. $95 start. If you want to bid, just put poster 95. First thing we have is this. Sticks is at $41. We have, okay, Kiss is at 90. Sticks 41, Sticks 41. Cynthia got Porcupine Tree. Gerald Whitworth is next. And then Sticks 45, 100 on double platinum. And let me make sure we're still at 35 on John Lennon Collection. 35 on John Lennon Collection, and that was with Kevin J. Reese, and he's about to get it. Next is Billie Eilish. That's on kind of that colored vinyl for $22.99, Billie Eilish. The Rancantors Help a Stranger with the Flexi Disc. The green Flexi Disc gets sealed, $29.99. And this is Iggy Pop again, live at the Channel, Boston, sealed Record Store Day, $29.99. Vladarchek on Billie Eilish. That is so to Robert Vladarchek. Okay, so here's where we're at. Let me show one more record, okay? One more record, and that's never mind the Sex Pistols. Here comes the Filthy Lucery, live in Roma, Italy, 1986. Live in Rome, $24.99 on that. Okay, so first thing we have is the following. Let's go ahead and sell Kevin J. Reese the John Lennon Collection for $35. That's sold, okay? That is sold. John Lennon Collection, Kevin J. Reese, $35. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Awesome. Imagine you listening to that record, Kevin. You will as soon as it comes in. Thank you. Let's put that away. J.D. Conklin said he bid $36 a long time ago. Let's put this back up for bid. J.D. Conklin has that for $36. Kevin J. Reese, you're out. Always make sure if you hear me saying a final call, just go ahead and bid again. Because obviously, either A, that didn't come through, or I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Actually, I think you bid 36 and then Kevin bid 35, it looks like. So the bids were out of order. There's J.D. bidding $36, and there's Kevin bid at 35, which was 6 minutes ago. Always just make sure, and you go ahead and just bid again. Now Kevin's in at 37, because if you don't hear your bid and I keep saying final call, I'm probably going to go ahead and sell it to that person, and then we got to put it back up and basically just keep going. So go ahead and bid a second time, a third time. If for some reason it's still going not through, go ahead and bid 6 and 7 times until I see it. Now it's at 37. Now JD's out. In the middle, so this is back up for bid. Over here is Sticks. This is Kilroy Was Here. It's a Japanese pressing. It's with Obi. It's near mint minus and pristine, and it includes a sticker. Melanie Clausen has it for $45. If you're not Melanie Clausen, then you do not have the high bid. And I'm about to sell it to Melanie, and no takebacks. No takebacks. Melanie's about to get this for $45. If you're not Melanie Clausen, then you do not have the Sticks for $45, and I'm about to sell it to her. So if you're not Melanie Clausen and you want to bid on more than that for $45, hopefully you have already sent your comment and it's about to pop up on my screen, or she's about to get that for $45, or there's no takebacks. So that's the high bid right now. Melanie Clausen, $45 on Sticks. Kilroy Was Here, Japanese pressing with Obi, inner sleeve, booklet, and sticker. Melanie's about to get that for $45. Kiss, double platinum. This is a picture disc, an official version. It's a web store exclusive from 2020. Right now, the high bid, and if this isn't right, you need to go ahead and bid again. James Bullock has this for $101. This is at $101 with James Bullock. He has the high bid on this at $101. That's the high bid. If you're not James Bullock and you want to be the high bidder on Kiss, I would recommend right now bidding like 125 or 150. That way you don't end up losing this auction. Kevin J. Reese, J.D. Conklin has outbid you on John Lennon. He has in fact bid $38, so now you're outbid again. Now, Melanie, you're outbid on Sticks. Ralph in Torino has this for $46. He has this for $46. He's about to get it for $46. Melanie, it goes back to you. Now let's go back to the top because there were some claims. The first thing was Robert Wlodarczyk got Billie Eilish. We've already done that one. Then Cynthia Herdron got the Sex Pistols. This is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Robert Wlodarczyk was second. Now I think everybody knows where we're at on the auctions except this. This poster is up for bid right now. There's only one bid, and the high bid is $95. By the way, anybody buying posters, these will not be shipped in with your package. Trust me, you don't want me to crumble up this poster and fold it up and like crumble it up into a ball and ship it in with your records. You don't want that, right? You know why? Because we're going to ship it rolled in a tube. I'm going to go ahead and say that now because Ed's going to be getting a bunch of messages. Hey, I got my package and there's no Kiss poster. Obviously, your Kiss poster will not be shipped in with your record box. If it did, y'all would be very mad after we have to fold this thing about 7 times and it's shipped in an envelope. You don't want that, right? It will come shipped rolled in a tube. So anybody buying a poster, you might end up with 2 or 3 tracking numbers next week when they're shipping this stuff. This will be shipped rolled in a tube, okay? Now, the high bid on that is just one bid. Ralph in Torino, he has that poster. He has that at $95, and we're about to sell it to him. So if you wanted to bid on this one, if you've been waiting all day to bid on it, you're about to lose it because he's about to get it for $95, and then you're going to wish this was hanging on your wall because it's not hanging on your wall right now, and you're going to wish it was hanging on your wall, but you got to bid like $150 probably, okay? It's at $95 right now. Now Sticks is at $47. Now John Lennon's at $40. Now Kiss is at $110. Now Sticks is at $48. Now Kiss is at $115. We're talking about double platinum. And then there's another record I hadn't shown in here, the Black Keys El Camino, sealed for $39.99. J.D. Conklin, you're out on John Lennon. Everybody else is out on Sticks. It's at $48, and Kiss Double Platinum's at $115. I think we're all on the same page right now. There's a lot of auctions going on. There's 3 LPs. There's stuff coming out of the bins. There's posters going up for bid. There we have it. So make sure you know clearly and exactly what you're bidding on and for how much. Also, you might want to keep watching the chat. I don't call out every bid. I try to. Right here is the chat. If you're not watching this, you could miss an auction. You could miss a bid, and then you could end up losing. If it's not on my screen, I can't help you out. But if it is on my screen, I'll go back and I'll make sure we get it to the right person. Here's what we got. A quick recap on this lower crate. Iggy Pop, Hippodrome Paris, 1977. Iggy Pop is sealed, a 2019 Record Store Day exclusive, $29.99. The Black Keys Dropout Boogie sealed on white vinyl, $24.99. I've lost J.D. Conklin on John Lennon. He just came in at $42. We're not done. Kevin J. Reitz, you're outbid. Melanie's out on Sticks. Ralph's about to get that for $48. Double Platinum's at $125 with Greg Gunter. Pearl Jam is sealed, $29.99. We still got Pearl Jam, Black Keys, Iggy Pop. Also have Black Country, New Road, Ants Up From There, $34.99. Laura's going to be so mad y'all didn't buy everything out of her crate. I mean, she's going to be furious here in a minute when she finds out y'all are leaving all these records behind in her crate. This poster is sold to Ralph Venturino for $95. It's done. Ralph, this poster is sold to you for $95. I will show everybody the posters that's left and what is available here in just a second, okay? Pearl Jam info. Pearl Jam is sealed, Gigaton, $29.99. That's about as much as I can give you on that one. Queen Innuendo is a 2009, $32.99 on Queen. That's one we don't get as often. The Buzzcocks, a different compilation, a Record Store Day exclusive. That is sealed for $29.99. Chris Cornell, Neon Orange Vinyl, No One Sings Like You Anymore, $29.99. Total from Joy Division to New Order, sealed $39.99. J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid on John Lennon, $44. We're not done on that one. Sticks is sold to Ralph Venturino. He also gets this for $48. Over here is Kiss Double Platinum, the 2020 picture disc. The 2020 picture disc. It's about to sell to James Bullock for $130. Greg Gunter, you've been back outbid. JD's back on John Lennon at $46. I have a feeling they're going to be bidding on that for hours. I mean, John Lennon could go to the moon. This could be a big, lengthy auction on this one. First thing we have, what was Pearl Jam? Gigaton, sealed for $29.99. Aaron Andrus got Chris Cornell. That is sold. Christina Curtis second. The Rancantors, Help a Stranger, sealed for $29.99. Brent Robley on Queen, Innuendo. Now Kiss at $140. John Lennon is sold to J.D. Conklin for $46. We got Iggy Pop Live, sealed for $29.99. And the Black Keys, El Camino, sealed for $39.99. Sealed for $39.99. Our next cassette is going to go up right now, and that is Guns N' Roses Lies. Guns N' Roses Lies cassette is going to go up for a $10 start. That is $10 start, and this one's uncensored on the artwork. It looks like it's uncensored on the artwork over here, okay? First thing we have, let me pull it out here so you can see it. It says, ladies, welcome to the dark ages. Wife beaten been around for 10,000 years. This is actually uncensored on, I don't know if I've seen too many cassettes that are uncensored, but it is. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Cynthia Hurgin on the Rancantors, that's sold, then Christina Curtis. Now Kiss Double Platinum's at $140, okay? First thing we have is this. If you want to bid on this, we're going to call this one Japan. Kiss Japan Crazy 77, numbered 242 of 500. A 2018 limited edition orange vinyl, a $55 start, okay? $55 start. Make sure you put Japan if you want to bid on that one. GNR is a $10 start. Let me make sure I've at least offered every poster at least once for auction. I haven't. So I've got another one here to put up for auction, okay? This one's an $85 start, a classic one, the stage shot. Here's our next Kiss poster. If you want to bid, put poster $85. Poster $85. Poster $85. That's for this Kiss right here. If you want to bid, poster $85. That is a vintage original there. Now up for bid, okay? Anybody else on this crate? $75 on no bid Kiss. Are you talking about which one? Wicked Demos, Unmasked, and then we got Jackson Brown. That's the only three no bids for right now, okay? What about over here for Double Platinum? Greg Gunter at $140. It's up to one person. James Bullock, if you want to bid again, okay? Now, JD put Kiss $55. If that's for Japan, make sure you put Japan. That's at $55, and then GNR is getting lots of bids. Word of the poster, no bids. You'll have to wait till I'm done with this one, so don't go anywhere. Danzig on Unmasked for $75. Sold to Danzig for $75. He's talking about the sealed pressing of Unmasked. That's sold for $75, okay? Anybody else on anything in the lower crate? The Black Keys, Iggy Pop, wow, Jordy, the best of that. That was like $10 below retail. Buzzcocks, Pearl Jam Gigaton, still available. Sealed $29.99. Black Country New Road, Black Keys, and Iggy Pop. All right, there's that. I still got new vintage stuff to go through, and we're going to try to do some on-sale new vinyl too. So I got to start finding some of that. I got to start sorting some of that. I got to start figuring out who I am. There's all kinds of posters, like insane. Like some of these I thought might sell for $200 or $300 are still left for $85 and $100. Here in a minute, somebody's about to start scooping up some great deals. As soon as I show the no bids, there's no real Kiss fans watching right now. I'm trying my best to insult everybody. There's not really any serious Kiss people watching tonight, so everybody's getting stuff at wickedly cheap prices, just absolutely cheap, ridiculously low prices. Kiss Army's all watching football right now. They're not really serious, true Kiss fans, or they would be watching and bidding and buying all this stuff up. Guns N' Roses is a final call. Johnny Hancock has that for $15. I have not heard back from Deckelman. I have not heard from Brent Robley. They must be done bidding. We're about to sell it. The lower crate sticker went to the second Porcupine Tree record. Cynthia Hurgin has won 5 lower crate stickers in a row. It was the Porcupine Tree. I forgot there was 2 in there, but it was the one where she's holding the record, or they're holding the record. So that went to Cynthia Hurgin. That is Cynthia Herdren, her like 5th lower crate sticker in a row. Unbelievable odds. That's like a Stephen Parton type deal. Hello Kitty has been trying out more Halloween options. This is her Caroline costume. There it is. Lower crate. That is sold, and Cynthia Herdren got that. It was on PT, which was Porcupine Tree. Amazing. There's that. All right, let's put those away and let's put that away. So first of all, right now, nobody bid on this poster, so it's an $85 buy it now. If you want to buy this, it's an $85 buy it now. Nobody bid, so I'm assuming nobody wanted it. $85 buy it now on that. This Kiss cassette is sold to Johnny Hancock for $15. Unbelievable. Where's X-Wing at? He missed that one. This is got a new bid for $60 of Brad Waits. That means J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid. And then this is officially sold double platinum. This is sold to Greg Gunter for $140. Greg, you bought from us before, right? $140, that's sold. Let's move that right over here. Can I see the Kiss record that looks like a Christmas record or has the snow on it? What was the price? This is called Kiss More Wicked Kisses, limited edition picture disc. Demos from 1970, 1977. It's a picture disc with a pop-up gatefold. Price is $65. Price is $65. I got that Guns N' Roses today. You didn't get it with the uncensored cover, though. You didn't get the, that was a, what was that, a $300, $400, $500, $600 cassette right there that just sold for $10. Holy moly. Next, if you want to bid on this, put HTH, Hotter Than Hell. This is a 1986 Netherlands reissue. Wow, this is official. This is a exclusive pressing for the Dutch Kiss Army, limited to 1,500 picture disc, numbered 936, a $95 start. $95 start, Hotter Than Hell. That is an official reissue picture disc for the Dutch Kiss fan army. Wow, 95, the Dutch. We have Japan at 65, now 68, JD's out, and Cynthia wants the picture disc for 65. Jessica Anderson, if you want this, say sold. If you say pass, it's officially and immediately sold to Cynthia Herdren. We're going to end up selling more Kiss stuff as the buy it nows than the auctions. Some crazy stuff still left. Let's go ahead and make sure I've shown all the posters officially. I think I have until this one right here. And then these last two I'll just make buy it nows. Actually, let's just go through them one at a time, okay? Let's see here. We'll start. This one's already sold. This one was available, and yeah, let's put this up. All right, y'all ready for the posters? The only way I can do this is you just got to be as specific as possible, and you got to claim them when I show them, okay? Here we go. This one is $95. That one was $75. $100. $100. That one hadn't been put up yet. I'm going to say $75. That one was $95. That one hadn't been put up. Give me a second on that one. That one was just put up for $85. That one is still available for $95. And that one's already sold. Okay? This one's already sold too. Yeah, that one's already sold. So that's all that's left with those. Okay? All right, so let's go back up to the top. And first thing is this. We have Jessica Anderson got the Wicked Kisses for $65. That's sold. All right, Brad Waits has Japan for $75. And next thing is Hotter Than Hell is now up for bid. Okay? And first thing we have is this. We have Chris Frazier on, he wants the New York poster Skyline for $100. So let me pull that up. I'll show you what I'm talking about right here. This is sold to Chris Frazier for $100. This one, let me go full screen here. This is sold to Chris Frazier for $100. Okay, make sure Chris Frazier gets that for $100. And then next is this one right here. And this one is, whoops, let's see, right here. And this one is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $75, okay? So that is sold. I'm going to delete the ones over here that have sold. Otherwise, I'm going to get confused myself. So that's sold to Gerald for $75, okay? And yeah, actually this one was supposed to be $125. I got prices on some of them. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that in just a second over here. All right, so thanks everybody on those. I'll show those again in just a second. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another one. First thing is this right here. This is a Japanese pressing of Phil Collins, no jacket required. Phil Collins, no jacket required, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Phil Collins, no jacket required, a Japanese pressing with insert, and this has the other insert, and this is a $35 start. Phil Collins, no jacket required. That is now up for bid, okay? That's a Japanese pressing with Obi. All right, now Japan is sold to J.D. Conklin for $80. And final call to get a bid on this official Hotter Than Hell picture disc reissue, just FYI. Okay, there we have it. Let's do this right here. Let's see, August. Let's see, that's September. Okay, there's all that. Let me set these here. And then let me see what's in here. This is August, early September, August, early September. Okay, well, this is a little bit too recent here. We'll pull a few of these out. Not that. All right. Let me move these in there. These will be on sale. That's on sale. That is sold to somebody. I got to pull that out, and then these are going to be on sale. All right. Let me sort these right quick. Let me see what's going on back here. And yeah, Jessica Anderson is Chad Anderson. Hotter Than Hell is a buy now for $95. One more time, an 86 Netherlands reissue, an exclusive pressing for the Dutch Kiss Army, a limited edition, numbered picture disc, and official from 1986, released in Netherlands, and they're numbered there on the bottom, and that's a $95 buy now for the Hotter Than Hell official picture disc released in the Netherlands. That is a $95 buy now. I'm going to put that right over here so we can introduce something else. And the next thing I have is these 4 picture discs, or maybe these. Do we want to sell these together? I think Laura may have these together. No, these are Japanese. These need to be sold individually. Okay, I didn't realize these are Japanese. So let's do the Japanese Kiss picture disc. Let's do Ace first. That way we can do one of these and another Kiss auction. So this is Kiss Ace Frehley, a 79 Japanese repress, a limited edition picture disc. It does not have the Obi, but it does have the insert VG Plus. So that is a 79 repress Japanese Ace Frehley picture disc, a $95 start. Brent gets this picture disc for a $95 buy now. And if anybody wants Phil Collins, he's a $35 buy now. Phil Collins is a $35 buy now. No jacket required. I'm putting that in a brand new sleeve. That means so far tonight, we've only got 2 no bids, and they're Japanese pressings. And that is Jackson Browne and Phil Collins, $35 and $35. So Jackson Browne and Phil Collins, okay? I'm going to put those right over there. Those are now up for bid. Ace, or now available for buy now. Ace is a starting bid, and then the next Kiss auction is going to be this right here, Kiss Killers. So you can put Ace or AF for Ace Frehley, and then Killers over here is an 82 UK OG, and this is Killers, an 82 UK OG, $35 start. $35 start. Chad, can you take the picture out and flip it to the other side and zoom in on the bottom? Are you talking about on Ace or the one that we just sold? Are you talking about Ace on the one we just sold? Let me see here. So we sold the Dynasty poster. We can throw that one away. Why? What just happened there? Why didn't it go to the trash? I said move to trash. That's weird. Huh. Give me 1 second. Need to open these up. 1 second, please. Okay. That one. And then this one. And then this one. And this one. Okay. Now these are different, as y'all can tell in 1 second. All right, let me make sure I got these prices right. We'll do these for 95 and 95. And then that one was 75, 100, 95, 125, and 100. Okay, good. All right, we got all that figured out. Okay, so he's talking about this right here. This is Ace Frehley. It's a Japanese picture disc. Pat Lucero wants to see the back and the bottom. He wants to see the back and the bottom. There's the front. He wants to see the back and the bottom. By the way, these are really sweet. I should show these in detail. 1979, $95 start. Okay. Killers has 2 bids. David Polkey bid 35 and Larry Gonzalez bid 35. Larry Gonzalez, you're out. Final call to David Polkey. The next crate I'm about to bring over is going to be some discounted new LPs. Let me sort them right now. 24. That will be 34 in just a second. That's going to be 29. This is going to be 24. That's going to be 29, even though it shouldn't be. That's going to be 24. That's going to be 34, even though it shouldn't be. That's going to be 24, even though it shouldn't be. That's going to be 24. That's going to be 34, even though it shouldn't be. And then that's going to be 24. And then that's going to be a straight percentage. That's 24. And that's that. All right, so there's going to be several 24s. And when we get to this artist right there, it's going to change over to 29. So a little short but sweet crate of on-sale new vinyl here, okay? Here it is. First thing, David Bowie, Young Americans, a half-speed master analog, $24.99. $24.99. Cypress Hill, $24.99. $24.99 for Cypress Hill. This is on sale new vinyl, no more, no less. We still got a Paul crate over here I hadn't been through. We got a Laura crate over here we hadn't been through. I need to ask Tanner something right quick. And okay, next thing is the Deftones. That is with the purple cover on fog gray vinyl. Last copy of that, it's been lingering around for over a month now. $24.99. And then also $24.99 is Hello, I'm Dolly Parton, the all analog Vinyl Me Please exclusive. That's just $24.99. Deftones is sold to Mark Stanley. X-Wing was next. Also $24.99 is David Axelrod, Songs of Experience. David Axelrod is now $24.99. And Bauhaus, Going to Hell Again, 1982, San Francisco, that's $24.99. And then Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, so far, that is $24.99. That is $5 off the original price. Now, I see D for Deftones, D for Deftones, Def for Deftones, and then Scott Dwallow put DY, and he put Day, DY, and DY. Now, that was for, I'm not for sure. No bid on Ace Frehley. It's a $95 buy it now for the Ace Frehley picture disc. Japanese, $79. And Killers has a high bid of $40 with Buddy Cordova. That means David Polkey's out and Larry Gonzalez is still out. It's at $40 for Kiss Killers, and we're about to sell it. Ace Frehley is a buy it now for $95 if anybody wants this. I'm actually going to leave it outside of this jacket. I don't like the way that slides back in there. and that's a $95 buy now. Okay. Now, the first thing I have is, I'm going to put this right over here, and that was supposed to be for the Deftones. Okay, so there's about 5 people in the Deftones. Unfortunately, I only had 1. Next is Scott Dwallow. You were first on Bauhaus for $25. Blaine Zapney got CSNY for $24.99. Jim B put DP and CH, so he wants a Dolly Parton and a Cypress Hill. That's sold to Jim B for $24.24. And now Killers over here is at 42 with David Polkey. And that means Larry Gonzalez is out. Kiss debut is only $24.99, and I've got 2 $29.99ers, Cypress Hill Black Sunday and Crazily, very crazily, the single soundtrack at $29.99. All right, so here's what I'm going to do on these. I'm going to expedite these, okay? We're going to make this quick. I hope everybody's paying attention. Peter Criss, $95. Gene Simmons, $95. Paul Stanley, $95. And, of course, Ace Frehley. Those are all 1979 picture disc, all represses, none with obies, but all have inserts, $95 each. Next is Cypress Hill, sold to Pergy for $29.99. GMB wants the other Dolly Parton for $24.99. George Scherer on a David Bowie for $24.99. And that other Cypress Hill Black Sunday, make sure it goes in for $29. And this is also $29, the single soundtrack. So there's the whole set of 79 repressed picture disc. And we'll go through it. Yeah, insert, 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 no Obi, no Obi, no Obi, but they're all complete with the books that came with them, and they're all $95 a piece. I've got Ace, Paul, Gene, and Peter. No reason to run those individually. Somebody might want to go buy the whole set right now. There they are if you want them. Killers, it's up to one person, Buddy Cordova. The high bid is David Polkey at $42. Next, if you want to bid on this, we can call it... let's see, we'll call this one Madison Square Garden, MSG. This is Kiss, Madison Square Garden, July 27th, 1996. It comes as a picture disc, limited edition of 100, a $75 start on that. $75 start on that. Okay, there's Kiss, $33.99, now $24.99. David Axelrod was $29.99, now $24. And there's one Young Americans left, $24. What's on the back of the picture disc? Pat Lucero's already asked that. Y'all must be looking for something. Whatever it wasn't on here because Pat Lucero didn't buy it. I'll show you the back of the Ace. Everybody's wanting to see this down here. Y'all must be looking for something. Whatever's down here, they're got their eyes on it. If you need to see all 4 of them, let me know. Right here is what everybody's looking for. These are 79 represses. There it is. This must be the important. This is the key. The secret lies within Charlotte is what they said on National Treasure. All right. The new vinyl crates go quickly. Brian Connor says, I'll take all 4. These are sold to Brian Connors, $95 a piece. I figured these were supposed to sell for well over $100 each, like easily. And now he's going to get all 4 at $95, $95, and $95, okay? Sell those to him at $95 each. And Killers has a new bid for $47. We're not done. Stephen A. Young wants Kiss out here, and that's sold for $24.99. And now Madison Square Garden's up for bid. Okay, now I've sorted through all the posters, and I'm going to tell you, I've got these 2 right here, and we might need a serious collector to know the difference, okay? Let me show you all these 2 posters. They're $100 and they're $100 each, and they're obviously different. Right here. They're obviously different. That's the 2 different ones I have. Kiss on the side and Kiss at the bottom. Okay? So Kiss on the side, 100. Kiss on the bottom, 100. That one was 95. 100 on that one. I'm going to say 95. 125 on that one. 125 on that one. And this one was also $100. Okay? That's all of the ones I have. I have no sizes for you. Not applicable. Next is Dan McCulley offered $30 for Phil Collins. This is sold to Dan McCauley for $30, okay? Let's swap out crates. I'm going to put this leftover vinyl with other leftover vinyl over here. And let's go through a new arrivals crate that Paul has marked for us, shall we? Let's do that right quick. And we're about to go through a new arrivals crate. And this is new stuff that Paul has marked for tonight. Should be some really good stuff in here. And let's knock it out, okay? Let's knock it out. New arrivals. Here we go. So, Killers. We're about to sell that then to David Pokey, and we're about to make Madison Square Garden a buy it now. Let me swap around over here. Let's do it. Okay, so Reunion Square Garden is a buy it now for $75, a double picture disc. Killers here is officially sold to David Pokey for $47. Let's grab another LP over here and do some other auctioning if y'all are ready. Sold a lot of other KISS posters tonight. Some that I thought would bring 2 or 3 times the starting bid, sold for minimum. So I think all the posters are priced very fair right now. I think there's a couple in there that are steals. Don't ask me, though, which ones, because I really don't know, but I just got that feeling. And then we have Asylum here. This is an unofficial 2023 on white vinyl. An unofficial press, that's going to go up for a $30 start. We're about to go through a new arrivals crate that is sticker price. And let's put up another Japanese pressing right quick. Japanese have been very popular tonight. I've got a whole crate over here to get through. And let's go ahead and put this up right here. This is going to be a Japanese pressing of, it looks like definitely an older Beach Boys album, just based on the way the cover's made and the obi. I don't see like these studio albums too much. The Beach Boys Summer Days. And take a look at this. I forgot to mention it's on this really cool red vinyl. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. It's the Beach Boys Summer Days and Summer Nights. This is now up for bid. There is the insert, there's this insert, and there's the cover and obi, a $45 start for Summer Days. Okay? Next thing is this right here. We have Motley Crue, The Dirt soundtrack with that original cover. They now reissue this as like a whiskey bottle on the front, and everybody wants this like original cover that they used. $34.99 for Motley Crue. Also, we have Cuban the Blizzards featuring Herman Brood, and this is a 79 Dutch import, $24.99. Robert Plant Carry Fire. Robert Plant's a 2017 press at $39.99. And we have Wild Man Fisher, a 1981. That's sealed for $24.99. Gerald Whitworth on Motley Crue. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Mike Torres was next. We got DMZ Live at the Rat, a 2001 orange vinyl. It's a garage punk album. That is $19.99. No one's bid on the Kiss Asylum bootleg for $30. No one has bid on the Beach Boys for $45. And we have another auction going up right now. I'm going to try to slip in another cassette right quick. And this cassette is going to be Dangerous Toys. You heard me correctly. Dangerous Toys is going to go up for a $10 start for this original cassette. There's that for a $10 start. We also have Roger Waters' The Wall. That is $34.99. That's a triple LP. $34.99. And we have Rush Vapor Trails Remixed. Rush is a 2013 Euro, $39.99. This is The Revs, 1992 UK Alternate Rock Punk EP, $9.99 on that. And SWA. SWA is a 1987 sealed, $19.99. Also, Paul's Boutique, a remaster at $29.99, and Stevie Wonder characters. Stevie Wonder is $19.99. Blaine Zapnick on Roger Waters. Is that The Beach? This is the Beach Boys Summer Days. The Beach Boys Summer Days. It's a Japanese pressing on red vinyl for a $45 start. Dangerous Toys is a $10 start. And we have Subramen. What? It is spelled Subramium. Subramanium. Wow, that's a lot of syllables. A smooth jazz album, of course, $9.99. This is a new arrival crate that Paul has marked. We have Agit Pop, a 1989 U.S. alternate rock. That's $9.99. Stack Ridge Extravaganza. Stack Ridge is $9.99. A white label promo. This is sticker price. This is a new crate that Paul just marked today. Nobody bid on Kiss Asylum. This white vinyl bootleg. It's a buy it now for $30. And Beach Boys has one bid for $45. Now it has another bid with Jim B for $46. This is like a $300, $400, $500 Japanese pressing right here. Right now, for some reason, it's only at $46. Maybe everybody's asleep. Maybe everybody isn't interested. But right now, David Johnson, you've been outbid by the wicked Jim B. So I hope you're paying close attention, and I hope you're 100% ready to make a large high bid on this. Okay, first thing we have is USA Cedars on the Agit Pop. That's sold to USA Cedars. Dangerous Toys has 0 bids. We're looking for a $10 start. $10 start on this. Just saying, GMB, you've been outbid. On the Beach Boys on red vinyl, extremely rare Japanese pressing. Next thing over here is Bootsy's Rubber Band, $24.99. Bootsy's Rubber Band, $24.99. Next thing I have is going to be Frank Tovey Snakes and Ladders. This is $9.99. I think Paul Peterson is about to bid on Dangerous Toys, or at least maybe he's thinking about it. He's about to think about it, yeah. Let me go ahead and tell y'all right now, okay? This Beach Boys album, let me give you an idea. This Beach Boys album, I'm not exaggerating. If you go run the numbers on this right now, okay? This should be at least $300. At least $300 in my opinion. If you go look at the numbers on this. It's red vinyl. It's a flip back. It's CP7386. It is about to be a bargain for somebody. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. These red vinyl original Japanese pressings are highly sought after. Just saying. Just saying. And it's in really high grade too. It's a flip back cover as well. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of what's being bid on right now. Okay? It's a 1965. Dangerous Toys has one bid for $10. That's the high bid, okay? Dangerous Toys has a high bid for $10. Ralph in Torino, if this is a claim for the Bootsy's Rubber Band, let me know. I'm trying to make sure. I mean, I actually just pulled up our invoice manifest from this stuff from Japan. We have over $200 in this record. If I'm lying, I would like to be struck by lightning right now, okay? If I'm lightning, I would like a divine architect of the universe to strike me down with lightning right now. We have over $200 in this Beach Boys record. We have, Coletco, my cost in this record is well over $200. I'm saying that right now. Strike me down by lightning. I'm still alive, okay? I'll put everything I can behind that to vouch for that. That's why I'm trying to make a sales pitch right now. Our next auction is Hot in the Shade. This is a 2019 U.S. reissue limited edition blue vinyl. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a $50 start on blue vinyl. That is now up for bid. Hot in the Shade, okay? Hot in the Shade. Next thing is the Everly Brothers. This is a 2LP, a white label promo, $14.99. The Everly Brothers, white label promo, $14.99. Rush Fly By Night is a remaster, $29.99. Rush Fly By Night, $29.99. Another good thing about this is it has the Obi. Okay, that's something else to look for. This one actually has the Obi. It actually has the original inner sleeve. It actually has the insert with it. It's complete with Obi, insert, and this. A lot of these you will find won't have the Obi. This right here itself is extremely valuable. See this right here? You see this Obi? That is a very tough thing to find on some of those, especially from that era, especially near mint. And now Hot in the Shade is a 2019 blue vinyl, a $50 start on Hot in the Shade. $50 start on Hot in the Shade. Next thing over here is Dangerous Toys. It got one bid with Jerry Torres, and it's sold for $10. No, Paul Peterson bid $13. Jerry Torres is out. Paul Peterson gets this for $13. Paul Peterson gets that for $13. Next is Foo Fighters, Wasting Light. Foo Fighters is $24.99. $24.99 on Foo Fighters, Wasting Light. Beastie Boys, We Rock Well. Rare TV appearances, 84 to 92. And this is an unofficial Beastie Boys, $24.99. $24.99. Okay? $24.99. The last one of these that sold on Discogs with Obi sold for $320.96, which is the highest one ever sold for. The highest one ever sold for was the last one that sold in June for $320.96, and that was with Obi and insert, and it was VG Plus. Ours is EX. Given those facts, this should be a $350 record. That is, my opinion, the value of the Beach Boys. If you said, Chad, what is the retail value of the Beach Boys? I'm going to say $350. That's what that is, the retail value. That's what it's showing. We have Eric Johnson, $19.99, Eric Johnson. We have Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty. Frank Zappa's EX edition, $37.99. The Beach Boys is at $150 with Danny Thomason. Kiss is at $68. Now over here, the only two no bids are Asylum and Madison Square Garden. Asylum white vinyl is at $30. Madison Square Garden is $19.96. $19.96, a double picture disc, $75, okay? So there's Asylum, there's that. Those are now up for buy it nows. And Jackson Brown was $35. John Cale Guts, VG condition, $9.99. Kiss is at $70. The Beach Boys is at $150. Kiss has another bid for $70. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, a 1980s repress, VG condition, $24.99. $24.99. We have, right here, we have ZZ Top Tres Hombres, EX edition, $17.99. Then we had some Beastie Boys claims in the bin. Yeah, let's not forget about that. The Beastie Boys claims, the first one was Mark Stanley. Mark Stanley got the Beastie Boys out of the crate, and then X-Wing, then Robert Vladicek, and then Craig Thomas, then Danny Thomason, then Scott Dwallow, okay? That was what happened there with that. So that went to Mark Stanley. First is Brian Reynolds wants Madison Square Garden Kiss. This is sold to Brian Reynolds for $75. Beastie Boys condition. Jay Castillo, you are ninth in line. Asylum Chad, $25. Kiss, $19.96.75. That's already sold. Scott Dwallow says he wants the Kiss Asylum. Somebody else claimed Kiss Asylum, and someone else claimed Kiss Asylum. First thing we're going to do is still Stephen A. Young, and that is ZZ Top. That is sold to Stephen A. Young. So Kiss Asylum. Dibs on this goes to J.D. Conklin, but it would be $35. If J.D. Conklin doesn't want it for $35, we'll go down in line. Beastie Boys is, Beach Boys is going to a final call, $150. $150 on Beach Boys final call. $150 on Beach Boys, a final call. First thing was cassettes. That's what I was working on right over here. I paused and took a deep breath because I forgot about cassettes. We have Ice Cube, the Predator. Ice Cube is a $10 star. That's called the Predator. Also, we have Todd Rundgren's Utopia. EX edition, $12.99. J.D. Conklin takes the Asylum for $35. No 45s tonight, 0. However, there could be some later. I could have 100. Nas 2, a 1984 Rhino reissue. EX, $17.99. Bronski Beat, Truth Dare, Double Dare. Bronski Beat is EX, $12.99. And 2 tenors, John Coltrane and Hank Mobley, in G condition, $14.99. There's a new bid on the Beach Boys for $151 of the use of Cedars. The last bid that came in on Kiss was, hotter than Hot in the Shade, was Buddy Cordova at $75. I've got Buddy Cordova on Hot in the Shade at $75. Danny Thomason, you're out on the Beach Boys. The high bid on the Beach Boys is $151. Ice Cube is at $10. That's the opening bid. Michael Freiberger wants 2 tenors. Use of Cedars was second. J Neutral on Eric Johnson. This is an amazing Paul crate, all new arrival sticker price. Beach Boys is at $153. The London Howlin' Wolf Sessions. This is a 71 German OG in VG minus condition. It does have cover damage on the bottom. Let me say this. I tried to make note of every cover problem that is on every record. I want to let everybody know, if I'm saying a grade, because we had 2 people that I saw message Ed this week that was confused on the grade of a cover. The jackets are graded by when y'all see them visually. So I hope that when you're claiming a record, you can see stuff like this. And of course, I always try to note it. But this grade is for the vinyl. This has nothing to do with the jacket. We can have a near mint minus record and a jacket that's poor. It happens quite often. It could have writing, stains, rips, and tears. The vinyl grade is what I'm saying. That's not the grade of the overall record, including the jacket. There's always 2 different grades for vinyl. Grade, or 2 different grades of a record, an LP. The vinyl and the jacket, 2 completely different things. You can't combine those together. So it's always the grade of the vinyl if I'm saying anything. I rarely grade jackets. I'll just tell you what's wrong with them, or the good stuff. I'll say beautiful and shrink and hop sticker, or I'll say it's water damaged like this one, or something got stuck to it. So this is truly like a VG minus, but I want to let everybody know that, and I think somebody's watching that maybe bought a Boston record, and we graded it EX on the vinyl, but the cover had like a rip in it. Just want to make sure everybody knows. I never mention anything about the jackets unless there's something severely wrong with them, or really good. You know, like in between, you can just assume they're all VG+. Of course, I try to mention writing. I know people hate writing. Obviously, you hate rips and tears. But just so you know, you can have a near mint minus record and a cover with writing, stains, rips, and tears. I'm going to say the cover's damaged, but the vinyl's near mint minus. Also, we have Niels Lofgren. This is EX edition, $12.99. Stevie Nicks Belladonna, that's VG minus $9.99. The Beach Boys is at $155. Jim B is rubbing his hands together. He stands to make right now a couple $100 on this record. He's like, I got you, Chad. I've got you right where I want you. I'm about to score on this record. And then we got Santo and Johnny, a 1959 US Mono OG, VG minus $9.99. Most people, I will be in a non-check condition bin, and I know with some people, they will ask the condition of the jacket on everything before they buy it. Because if there's a small name written on the back, they are out. So, Jay, I try to point out everything. And I may not even seen that, because when I flip over a record like this, it could have a tear right here, and I don't even catch it, because I'm usually just grading the vinyl. So like this, J.J. Cale, VG, $12.99. The Beach Boys is a final call. Jim B has it for $155. $155 with Jim B. Next is Bobby Gentry, the Delta Suite, VG $9.99. Ice Cube is sold to X-Wing for $10, and now Kiss is at $85 with Mike Torres. Mike has Kiss for $85. That's going once, going twice. Now it's at $90. Solitude, songs by Billie Holiday, VG minus $9.99. The Beach Boys is in stereo. The vinyl is in EX Plus or better. I mean, I hate to call a record like this near mint minus, but it pretty much is. It's beautiful. It has the insert, the obi, and the inner sleeve. That's the big part, the obi. That's what makes this top out at the top. This makes this top out at the top of the price spectrum, because it's clean, it's near mint, minus, EX++, and it has the obi. It makes that one top out at the top. Probably could sell for more than the high on Discogs. That can happen quite often. You can have the high at $321.96. That was for a VG Plus copy with an obi. This one's better. should sell for more. Next Angus Kiss is at $90. Michael Freiberger on Santo and Johnny. How much was Howlin' Wolf? It was VG minus $12.99. VG minus $12.99. Zephyr going back to Colorado. VG plus $14.99. And Johnny Paycheck, take this job and shove it. VG minus $9.99. Also over here is After 7, EX $27.99 for After 7. The next cassette is going to go up right now, and that's Slaughter, Stick It To You. And Slaughter is going to go up for a $10 start. Slaughter is a $10 start. And the last record in here was Beastie Boys, Check Your Head, and Unofficial Pressing. VG Plus $24.99. Useless Eaters, I'm going to make sure you're out on Beach Boys. When you do, that is going to be sold to Jim B for $155, okay? And then Kiss Hot in the Shade, the most recent bid on this, right, is Buddy Cordova at $90. And the other two bidders went out. Okay, and then Beastie Boys, Scott Dwallow gets that. Jim B was second. All right, and then Paul Peterson third. Jim B's having a heck of a night tonight. Some of the on-sale new vinyl. He's getting the $500 Beach Boy album. He is like, kids, we can upgrade to potted meat tonight. No more scraps and leftovers. His kids are celebrating right now. Next thing we're going to put up is another LP. And that next LP is going to go up right now. And this is actually a 12-inch single. No, let's do this U2 album. Let's do U2, and this is War. It's a 1983 OG specialty press, a 1983 USOG specialty press. It has the purple label, gatefold with lyrics, EX edition, a $25 start on U2 War, okay? U2 War, and we have Hot the Shade, and this is officially sold for $90 to Buddy Cordova. Let me grab a new empty crate. Where's my empty crate? Here's my empty crate. This is sold to Buddy Cordova for $90. There's that. And then the Beach Boys is sold to Jim B. And that is sold to Jim B for $155. He's already got an image. He's already got it on Discogs for $399.99 best offer. Holy moly. All right, that's sold to Jim B. Thank you on that. Next thing is going to go up right now. I've got to make up for that loss I just took, so we better do something else. Hopefully, I have a Japanese pressing outperform the others. Slaughter's a $10 start. No bid on that. U2's a $25 start. And don't forget, it's Kiss night, and we got some stuff. I don't like taking losses on records, but it happens sometimes. It just happened on that one. Kiss Back to the 70s. Sneak Attack Part 1. Los Angeles Forum, 1977. This is a set of two picture discs, limited to 300. Los Angeles, 1977, an $85 start on Kiss. That is now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Next thing is this. U2's at 25 and Slaughter. Jerry Torres, make sure if you want to bid, you put Slaughter 10. And it looks like you may be the only bidder, and I'll go ahead and sell it to you. That was a great Paul crate. There's some fantastic stuff still left in here. We need to breeze through these again. There was some stuff I was like, wow, how isn't that selling? And we have next Kiss. The most recent bid, or that's an $85 start, U2 25, and now U2 27. And Slaughter is a $10 start. Okay? Slaughter's a $10 start. Let me figure out where these Kiss posters are at. I'm trying to figure out. I've been texting Tanner over here. They're on the shelf next to Phil. Okay. Wow, the dimensions are over there. Okay, I had the dimensions the whole time on these posters. Well, let me go ahead and shoot myself in the foot. Okay, here's what's left. Cuban the Blizzards Live, 1979 Dutch import. That's $24.99. Robert Plant Carry Fire, 2017. That's $39.99. Wild Man Fisher,
a 1981 US, $24.99. DMZ Live at the Rat. DMZ is a 2001 orange, it's on orange vinyl. It's a garage punk album, $19.99 on that. Rush Vapor Trails, a 2013 Euro, $39.99. The Revs. The Revs is a 1992 UK alternate rock punk EP. That's $9.99. Swa is a 1987 US. That's sealed for $19.99. And then Paul's Boutique is a remaster, $29.99. Now Slaughter has 3 $10 bids, and now it has a bid for $12. U2, I have not heard back from Mark Steele. Now Blaine Zapnick has it for $35. Now Mark Steele and Chris Knapsaut. Travis Woods on Vapor Trails by Rush, sold. DMZ sold to Chris Knapp. Sold. Nobody bid on the Kiss picture disc. These are $85 buy it now. Sell them to Steve Mason. Sold to Steve Mason for $85. Those are sold. U2 is at $35 with Blaine Zapnick. Stevie Wonder Characters, $19.99. Patty Anderson Williams, it's all up to you on Slaughter. Next is Subaramiamanam. This is an 81 smooth jazz album, $9.99. The next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. This is Dress to Kill, a unofficial picture disc. It says limited edition picture disc on the hop sticker. It is unofficial, and it's going to go up for a $50 start. Now Slaughter's at $14. Stack Ridge Extravaganza, white label promo, $9.99. We're about to sell the U2 for $35. Howlin' Wolf is sold to Scott Arnold. That is sold to Scott Arnold. Next thing is this. Frank Tovey, Snakes and Ladders, $9.99 for Frank Tovey. Bootsy's Rubber Band. This boot is made for funkin'. Now, somebody earlier said, the name's Bootsy. And I said, is that a claim? And I never did hear back from them. So I'm assuming that wasn't a claim. Next is the Everly Brothers Show. This is a 2 LP white label promo. Huge promo stickers on the front. $14.99 on that. Slaughter is sold to Patty Anderson Williams for $14. Rush Fly By Night 180 gram remaster, $29.99. U2 is sold for $35 to Blaine Zapnick. All Is Quiet on New Year's Day. Now the Kiss picture disc is at $50. The next auction, if you want to bid on this one, we'll call this one Demos, okay? It says the Demons of Rock with the N marked out, so the Demos of Rock. It's an unofficial demos compilation from 75 to 98. We'll call that one, if you want to bid, put Demos, $55 start on that. How much is Bootsy? Bootsy price is at a full LP. This is $24.99. No condition notes. It is a full LP. It's clean. $24.99. Foo Fighters, Wasting Light is a double LP. $24.99 for Foo Fighters. Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty, EX $37.99. John Cale Guts, VG $9.99 for John Cale. And Pink Floyd, unbelievably still available. It is an early 80s press, VG $24.99. These are new arrival sticker price, no more, no less. Todd Rundgren is EX $12.99. How much is Fly By Night? $29.99 for Rush, which is 180 gram remaster. Could be 200 gram. It's usually unlikely that they are. It is pretty heavy though. Next is Nas 3 with Todd Rundgren, a Rhino reissue from 1984. EX $17.99. ST on JC for John Cale. That's sold to ST on YouTube. Bronski Beat, Truth Dare, Double Dare, EX $12.99. Howlin' Wolf was $12.99. Yes. Nils Lofgren is EX $12.99. Also, Stevie Nicks Belladonna, VG minus $9.99. JJ Cale Naturally, that's VG $12.99. Bobby Gentry was VG $9.99. Solitude by Billie Holiday, a 60s mono reissue, VG minus $9.99. The last few records was Zephyr, going back to Colorado. Tommy Bolin is on this album. Tommy Bolin, VG plus $14.99. The last two was Johnny Paycheck, VG minus $9.99. And After 7 was EX $27.99. Kiss here is sold to James Hicks for $50. And nobody bid on Kiss Demos. It's a $55 buy now for Kiss the Demons of Rock, a.k.a. the Demos of Rock. $55 on that. All right. So next thing we have is the following. I have Kiss, Alive in Winterland, January 1975. This is a full master soundboard recording, San Francisco 1975. Kiss is a $55 start. That's now for bid. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and this is called Sticks Repop or Repu. What's it called? Repu. Sticks is like a compilation, very clean and very nice here. Sticks is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's this, there's the cover and Obi, $35 start on that. Okay, appreciate that. There's that. Time for a new crate. All right. One second, please. Okay. All right. I had to sell some gold. The market right now, we have, of course, a large amount of inventory and coins. The gold market right now is just insane. I think two people's asked me about it during the sale. I mean, it's probably by the end of the week it could hit 4,000 an ounce. I'm trying to sell some stuff, and I just did at basically spot. I need to blow their horn because I just sold about $8,000 in gold. I had to do that deal before the market opened in the morning, just for good or for worse. It could open up even higher and I could sell them for more, but I got to go ahead and sell the stuff right now. The prices are so crazy, and I still have more that I need to sell, and I need to get it out. I got some smaller pieces if anybody's interested, but I need to blow their horn because I just sold some gold. Just sold about $8,000 worth, and I'm trying to buy some. I've been trying to get everybody to realize if you have jewelry or something you're not wearing anymore or bullion you want to get rid of, I mean, it is absolutely crazy what the market's doing right now. So, you know, we bought a little gold chain just about 2 weeks ago, and it was like $300, $400, or it's like more like a bracelet, about that big, 14 karat, you know, $400, and or maybe 480, 380, 480. Might have been almost 500. I can't remember now. Maybe it's like 380, 480. I can't remember. But I remember like 5 years ago, that would have been like $120 in gold. Now it's almost 500. So I'm over here trying to do a deal because it's going up and down. I have people wanting to buy, I have people wanting to sell. Of course, y'all see me selling records every night, but also in between not selling records, I'm selling coins and silver and gold and bullion. We're trying to buy a huge, massive comic book collection right now, but I've got all that taken care of, and Kiss is at $55. That's a final call. Sticks is a $35 start. Sticks is a $35 start, and that's going once, going twice. Okay? Going once, going twice. There it is. Okay? Everybody's still out there. Let me figure out what I want to do next. I still got 3 crates of new Buy It Now Best Offer we could do. That's new stuff. We're also phase 1 of doing new vinyl on sale. I'm about to pull some more August dates, and we're about to do more stuff on sale. I still got to do the high-end stuff, but right now we're about to do on sale new vinyl. Let me get this crate over here and let me start pulling some titles, okay? And let's do that right now. I'm about to do more new vinyl on sale. Phase 1 of that is tonight. Phase 2 is tomorrow night, and I'll have more time to sort it. And actually, as the night gets later and things slow down, I'll probably have even more time to sort. But right here, I've hit a good crate. August, these are all going to be on sale. August. Yep, I'm going to hit a whole crate right here of nothing but on sale new vinyl. The higher end stuff I'm still getting together, so we're about to do a crate where it's like the stuff that's marked 55 and 50 and 45. We hadn't done anything like that. We're just doing the on sale, the 24 and 29 stuff right now, which of course most people like because it's a lot cheaper. And I have about another half a crate. There's not much left over so far, but let me do these. So 24 on that, 24, 24. 24, this will be 29, that will be 29, that's 24, that's 24, that's 24, these will be 29, that's going to be 29, that will actually be 19, that'll be the first one I show, and then 24, 24, 24, and 24. All right, so here we go. I've got 3 price points in this crate, 19, 24, and 29. Hope everybody's ready. First, Chad Saul's the only bidder on Kiss. That sold to him for $55. Great price. Sticks did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $35. It's a great compilation. It's called Repoo. And it's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. That is available right now for $35. Quick little crate of on sale new vinyl. Try my best to go through all the sorted stuff and get this all the new vinyl, get it sorted and get it sold for tonight. But we'll definitely probably have more tomorrow after I get it all together. But we've probably already sold about a whole crate, and there's more where that came from. And we can still go through John's new arrivals, and of course there's plenty of Kiss stuff. Here's the next one. Kiss Amsterdam, May 23rd, 1976. This is an unofficial on white vinyl with poster and book. Amsterdam, Holland. Kiss, a $65 start. Kevin J. Reitz gets sticks for $35. Thank you, Kevin. That's so to you for $35. REM, Chronic Town, is $19.99. REM Chronic Town is $19.99. That's $5 off. That is their EP. It's only $19.99, and that's the only $19.99. Actually, you know what? This was supposed to be $19.99. G.G. Allen's also $19.99. G.G. Allen. So those two are $19.99. I got 2 G.G. Allens. There's Kiss. Let's put up another Japanese pressing over here. Yusa Cedar said last crate had H. Last crate had H. Maybe you didn't finish your thought there. It looks like you're about to, though. Last crate had H. You got me on the edge of my seat. How about Chicago Gold Disc? This is one of those really nice foil cover Chicago. And this is a $35 start. Also, Laura's working on a Laura crate, so a lot to look forward to. This one's probably EX. It's got a few marks on it. See that scuff right there? This is Chicago. It's still going to go up for a $35 start. It has the insert. Not bad, though. Really nice foil cover and booklet inside gatefold. And this is a $35 start. Okay, Yusa Cedar says, I'll take the J.J. Kell LP. That was a claim from this last crate here. All right, and that is right here, J.J. Kell. Thank you, and this is sold to Yusa Cedars, okay? And then we got REM for $19.99, and that's the mortgage guy, Rob. Danny Thomason wants a G.G. Allen for $19.99. Now there's one left. The rest of the crate's $24.99 with some pretty insane stuff. First is Rush Power Windows, 180 gram, $24.99. We've already sold REM. There's only one Rush. Filter is just $24.99. The 30th anniversary pressing of Short Bus, that's on Crimson Moon Red vinyl. And we have 3 Days Grace. Live starts now. 3 Days Grace is $24.99. Some good stuff there. I still got some cassettes to put up. Here's the next cassette for a $10 start. Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. My late night plans, of course, we'll have to get through vinyl and on sale stuff and all of our auctions and anything else. My new miscellaneous project for this week is books. It's books, okay? So this week I'm going to try to go through some of Fred Goodwin's book collection. And I plan on doing that several times this week for part 2, you know, like after we get done with vinyl. I've sold all the CDs that I can get to from that last great collection. We've literally sold them all, except a few leftovers right over here. And we're going to start trying to get in some books tonight. And we'll probably have some fun doing that. And we're going to try to do at least some tonight. It's only $9.39 right now. We got a long time. Melanie Clausen got Rush for $24.99. Pickle $23.69 got Filter for $24.99. Then Scott, then Hiram. 3 Days Grace. The Cramps. Now, this is a leftover that I ordered a while back, like 2 months ago. Laura had some in her crate just the other day. And I was like, hey, I've had that before. And mine didn't sell. Y'all bought Laura's, but y'all didn't buy mine. Unbelievable. Now that one's marked down to $24.99. I've got another 3 Days Grace Outsider. It's $24.99. And Pantera Far Beyond Driven. That's only $24.99. Chicago can be bought for $35. It is EX, just a couple scuffs. It's still going to play, and it's beautiful too. $35. The Kiss Amsterdam is at $80, and the Poison cassette is a $10 start. No bid yet, but we're got to sell it pretty soon. And I think y'all about to obliterate this on sale crate. Pantera was $24.99. I'm Broken. Also $24.99 is the Top Gun soundtrack. Danger Zone, that's $5 off. And these are $10 off. Coldplay, Viva La Vida. These are on clear vinyl, $24.99. The Pantera is the colored vinyl, the white and stronger than blue marble vinyl. Not the 2 LP, the single LP colored vinyl. Billy Idol, that was recently just reissued back at the 1st of August. I had 2 left, and now they're on sale, $24.99. They've been lingering around going on 2 months, so they're needing to be discounted. And the other Coldplay is Parachutes with Yellow, $24.99 on that. The next record is going to be a little bit more, so that's all $24.99. And here's what's left. Coldplay Parachutes, Billy Idol Self-Titled, Pantera, Coldplay Viva La Vida, Top Gun, 3 Days Grace, The Cramps, 3 Days Grace, and Gigi Allen was $19.99. That's actually $10 off, $19.99. X-Wing gets Yellow, which is Coldplay Parachutes. That's sold for $24.99. And Chicago track listing. Boy, I got a bad habit of putting these Japanese pressings in the sold crate. Question 67 and 68. Make Me Smile. 25 or 624. Does anybody really know what time it is? Beginnings. Those are all incredible songs. Free. Lowdown. Saturday in the Park. Dialogue. Parts 1 and 2, of course. State of the Union. Those are all great songs. That is a $35 buy. Now, EX on the vinyl because a couple scuffs. Poison's at $14. Paul Peterson's out. Devin Reese gets the Pantera unless Scott Arnold wants it. That's $24.99. Christina Curtis on Billy Idol for $24.99. Now, $29.99. We had Billy Idol, Billie Eilish. Hit Me Hard and Soft. Billie Eilish is $29.99. Prong, now $10 off. Cleansing, limited edition numbered, smoke-colored vinyl, $29.99 for Prong. Cannibal Corpse is $9 off, Worm Infested. That's $29, and also $29 is Napalm Death, From Enslavement to Obliteration. Paul Peterson's at $15 on Poison. If I say you're out, that doesn't mean I'm saying that you're done. I'm just letting you know that you are outbid. Pantera is sold. Sorry, Devin Reese. Scott Arnold did ask about it first, and he says he will take it. So Scott Arnold does get Pantera. There could be other stuff like that pop up at any time. All right, the last bit on Kiss over here was Patrick Mathis at $80. J.D. Conklin, you have been outbid. Got to make sure he's done. Danny Thomason on PP, and PP was for PP. For Danny was for, I'm going to say he meant Prong, but we'll make sure he did. Sell that to Danny for $29. Brian Stern got the Chicago for $35. Jerry Torres is out, so Paul Peterson, you do get Poison for $15. Got to make sure J.D. Conklin's out on Kiss. The high bid is $80 of Jerry Mathis. The Coldplays are $24.99. That's all on sale prices, okay? Next thing is going to go up is another Japanese pressing. I think I have another compilation. Oh, yeah, take a look at this. I think this is something new, though. Yeah, I don't know a lot about this. It's in a resealable baggie. Yeah, it's not really Japanese. It's Deep Purple I don't think it's ever been opened too. That sticky is really, yeah, I don't think this has been opened. You can buy this as if it's unopened, but just say it's near mint minus. Deep Purple, California Jam, Ontario Speedway, 1974. So we'll call this a Deep Purple bootleg, California Jam, $25 start, okay? That is Deep Purple, $25 start on that. Let's run another Kiss. That one they're calling Kiss. Let's call this one Wicked Kisses, okay? Or WK for Wicked Kisses. This is an unofficial 2020 Australia-New Zealand red vinyl, a $55 start on that. If you want to bid on that one, put Wicked Kisses. Okay, and let me see if I can find another crate. Well, I need to combine everything together and do the high-end, the more expensive titles. Let me do that right quick. I have stuff everywhere. So let me, all of a sudden, I'm in a pickle. Okay, and I'm not meaning a good one. I'm not referring to our customer either. I'm not in pickle. I am trying my best to figure out where's all the leftover vinyl. Here we go. So here's some stuff if you didn't watch earlier, you may have missed. David Axelrod was $24.99. David Bowie Half-Speed Master was $24.99. Overkill was $24.99, and then the couple $29.99ers that was left was Harry Potter and Municipal Waste. So far, that's all the new vinyl on sale right there. I'm going to take that off the table. And then I got everything sorted essentially by $44.99 and up, and some $34.99. And what I'm going to do on these is I typically do a straight 20% off, okay? I'm going to do a straight 20% off. That's what I do on the more expensive stuff. Of course, if you do a percentage on that, some of the higher end stuff, it ends up being at great prices. So let's get all this in here. I'm going to sort them right quick. And here we go. Okay? It's going to be some great titles in here. No peeking. No peeking. Because I'm about to put them in a random order anyway. Yeah, so this is everything that's marked like $35 and up. Actually, some of the prices were $46, $49, $55, $45, $60, $47, $45. So yeah, $46, $49, $54. These are $44, so they need to go in the front. That one's $59. That's in the very back. More $46. There's more $44s. Okay. And then 49ers, and then we got our 44s, more 44s, and then some more 49ers. Okay, and we're not talking about San Francisco. And I'm going to trust a handy-dandy calculator. Here we go. Shannon Lee wants Outsider 3 Days Grace. That was $24.99. That was for one of the red ones, yeah. So this sold to Shannon Lee for $24.99. You got it. Now, Kiss is at $90 with Patrick Mathis. J.D. Conklin's out. Nobody bid on Deep Purple. Purple vinyl bootleg from California, $25 buy it now. No bid. Wicked Kisses, final chance to get a bid in for a $55 start. Chad needs a drink of water badly. I mean badly. Thank you, Laura, for bringing these to me. I think I still got one here from Thursday she brought me. I hadn't opened yet. All right. Here we go. So these, I'm going to tell you the price. I'm going to get my, I'm going to get my, this is sold to Topographic for $25. And I need to get my price. I'm going to jot down these prices right quick. The Cannibal Corpse was worm infested. Let me grab a pen. That way I don't have to constantly do these calculations. Man, they got CDs everywhere over here. We have sold so many CDs. They'll be happy I'm taking a break. but hopefully we can sell about 100 books tonight. That would be great. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. So first thing we got is Amsterdam is sold to Patrick Mathis for $90. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Wicked Kisses can be bought for a $55 buy now. Wicked Kisses, next auction, is going up right now, and we're going to call this one Destroyer Kiss. This is Destroyer Resurrected. It's a 2012 Canadian with alternative cover art on black vinyl. Original inner sleeve. That is going to go up for a $30 start. Kiss Destroyer. And we're going to try to run two at the same time now. We're going to call this one Howling for Your Love. There's Peter Criss on the cover. It's an unofficial. This is demos and outtakes of Kiss. And this is going to be a $55 start. Wow, from 69 to 76. That must be like Wicked Lester stuff. $55 start on that. All right, this first record is $59.99, 20% off, which on times it by 0.8 makes it $47.99. So this was $60. Now it's $47.99. That's Everclear. So much for the Afterglow 25th anniversary edition. That's now eligible to be discounted. $47.99 for Everclear. Wicked Kisses is sold to Fred Carnell for $55. That's sold. So the $59.99ers are going to be $47.99. Remember that, kids. Remember that, kids. Whoops, I messed up already. 59 is now going to be 47, okay? And that's so to Nick Bargeron. Make sure he gets that for $47.99. What about another quick cassette auction? How about MC Ren? Jim B just fell out of his recliner. Jim B literally just fell out of his recliner because he knows this is a $300, $400, $500 cassette. MC Ren, Kiss My Black AZZ. Now, I'm not going to read that. It would sound really funny, but I'm not going to finish that sentence. It's Kiss My Black, and then I'll let y'all just read it however you want to. That's MC Ren. Of course, he was in a band called NWA, okay? Fred Carnell, you were second on Everclear. This next record at 20% off was $55. Now it's $43.99. Nirvana Incesticide. That's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. $54.99 at 20% off makes that $43.99. So Nirvana Incesticide. I've got two of them. $43.99. MC Ren is at $10 with X-Wing 81. Hopefully Jim B wakes up from his like crazy coma he just went into. Next thing over here is a $49.99 record. And at 20% off, this is now $10 off exactly. You can get Rammstein for just $39.99. So $49 on Rammsteins are now $39. Laura is delivering a new crate of vinyl right now with a amazing Laura crate sticker on the front of it. Brent Robley gets a Nirvana. Make sure that goes in for $43.99. Garrett Cypher gets a Nirvana. Make sure that goes in for $43.99. Kiss Peter has a bid for $55. MC Ren has a bid for $10. Next, these are also $39.99. Wow. Vulgar Display of Power, Pantera. Vulgar Display of Pantera. So these are $49. Now they're $39. Vulgar Display of Pantera, $39.99. Ryan Eaton gets a Rammstein. Make sure that goes in for $39.99. Nobody bid on Kiss Destroyer Resurrected. You can pick that up for a $30 buy now. A $30 buy now. And by the way, any of those Kiss posters I had earlier, I'm here tonight to sell every one of them. I'm here tonight to sell every one of them. So make sure if you want to make an offer on one before you go to bed or before you sign off, don't forget. MC Wren has a new bid for $20. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. Here's another Ramstein, now $39.99. It was $49.99. Rise, that's $39.99. And then the next price chart is going to be whatever 46, okay? So the 46.99ers, the 46.99ers at on sale price, which is going to be this next record, makes them $37.59. So Sergeant Pepper's is now $37.59. That's 20% off of 46, $37.59. Over here, Kiss Resurrected, Brian Berger gets that for $30. And if you notice, it had alternate logo on it. That's sold to Brian Berger for $30. And Nick, I think you're bidding against yourself on MC Wren. The first bid was 10, and then you bid 20. Brian Berger was claiming Kiss Resurrected at 30, so you're actually outbid, or you're not outbid, okay? Brian Stern got Sergeant Pepper's, so give him that one for $37.59. Now, Guy Shard, you got two options on Ramstein. You got Sinjut or Rise. Your pick on those. They're both going to be $39.99. Sergeant Pepper's only had one. More on sale. This is the higher end price crate. This is also 46, so now this is the same price as the Beatles, $37.59. 9-inch nails with teeth. Those have been laying around since early or late August. Time to discount them. Now MC Wren is sold to Nick Bargeron for $20. This Kiss bootleg is sold to JD Conklin for $55. Patrick Lear gets 9-inch nails for $37.59. Now there's one left, and Guy Shard wants both Ramsteins. So to Guy Shard and so to Guy Shard. The Ramsteins are $39.99, please. Our next Kiss bootleg, the evolution of the saga continues. Kiss, an unofficial Brazil pressing, a compilation of demos, years and sources are unknown. Kiss demos, $30 start. Fred Cardinale, we've already sold Ramstein. Shannon Lee wants the last 9-inch nails for $37.59. Our next auction is going to come from the Japanese crate. Here's one I don't recall seeing before. The Young Frank Sinatra. This is a double LP from RCA in mono with lyric insert. Sinatra, young Frank Sinatra, a $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Next is a kind of, well, this is supposed to be sold together. Pink Floyd. It's a volume 1, volume 2. So let's do it this way. So they're supposed to be $44.99 times 2. $89.98 for my last set at 20% off makes these $71.98. And, of course, they would be $90 normally, $89.98. So that is for a set of Pink Floyd. There is that one, okay? There is that one. Fred Cardinale, I think Fred asked for which Ramsteins a bit ago. Fred Cardinale says which Ramstein. He did. Ron Eaton put Ramstein. Fred Cardinale put which Ramstein. Then Guy Shard claimed Ramstein. And Fred Cardinale wanted Ramstein Rise. He technically has dibs on this if he still wants it. Okay, he actually has dibs on both of them if he wants them. So, Fred, these are up to you. And then Guy, he technically has dibs. I completely missed Fred Cardinale on that one. Right now, those are sold to Guy Shard, but if Fred says he wants one, he can have them. All right, Pink Floyd is sold to Steve Mason. That's both of these together for $71.98, okay? Did we ever get Tron Aries soundtrack back in? I think the white vinyl sold out. I have not ordered black vinyl because that's one of those things. If I order black vinyl, I'm afraid when I order it, someone's going to say, is that white vinyl? And I'm going to say, no, it's black vinyl, and then no one's going to buy it. If somebody wants me to try to get the black vinyl, I can. But I think the white vinyl is sold out, and that's why I hadn't restocked it. I hate when a white vinyl indie exclusive is sold out. I'll reorder something on black vinyl, and obviously just the demand is bottom out, okay? I have $44.99, a new price point here, 20% off on Iron Maiden. $44 makes this $35.99. So Live After Death is $35.99. Sorry you missed out on that FP Steve. Next thing is Fred Cardinale. You were third on Pink Floyd. So Steve Mason got the Pink Floyd set, then Stephen A. Young, then Fred Cardinale, and then Todd Saw. The Kiss demos has one bid on the Kiss demos for $30 of Brian Berger, no bid on Frank Sinatra. What releases Pantera, and now we have a claim for Pantera. Okay, so I need to go back on the Rammstein. Guy, this one's going to go to Fred Cardinale. He was technically ahead of you. So give this one to Fred Cardinale for $39.99. Guy, if I run across another one, I usually say it's first come, first serve when they pop back up. If I happen to run across another one, I'll make sure you get that one because I missed his claim there. Okay, now Pantera. This is the 2 LP Rhino cut from the original high definition masters. This is the one that's going to blow your face off when you listen to it. Okay, this is the one when you listen to this, you're going to want to punch the wall because it's such angry, hostile music. If you don't want that, then I wouldn't buy it. If you don't want to listen to something loud, highly energized, and amazing sounding that's going to make you highly aggressive, then do not buy this record. If you want to listen to something extremely loud, high quality, and just full of anger and metal, then you want to buy it. Pergy33 says, I'm in. Make sure this goes in for $39.99. Next is Corrosion of Conformity. This one's also 20% off, $35.99. Don't forget Iron Maiden was 20% off at $35.90. And then these are also $35.99. Ace Frehley Trouble Walking, $35.99 on those. Perfect for Kiss Night. And another Pink Floyd bootleg, Brighton Dome 72, the first time Dark Side of the Moon came in, $35.99. Kiss Demos is sold for $30 to Brian Berger, and Frank Sinatra is a buy it now for $35. The young Frank Sinatra, that's a Gatefold 2 LP, Japanese pressing, a $35 buy it now on Frank Sinatra. If anybody wants that, it is available. Any more rap cassettes? Yes, but since you asked, I'm going to delay it another half hour. Now everybody's mad at Jim B. Next thing we have is Patrick Lear got the Pink Floyd, and make sure that goes in for $35.99. And then next is Blaine was next on Pink Floyd. J.D. Conklin, your bid on Kiss came in very, very late, and we have an offer on Frank Sinatra. The next thing I'm going to do is put up another Kiss auction, and this is called Kiss Diamonds in the Dust. It is a picture disc. It is an unofficial, limited to 300 picture disc, a compilation of live tracks from 74 to 78, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. Frank Sinatra, Adam Bernardi, I'll meet you in the middle on that one at 30. 35, you said 25. You know, meeting in the middle is a glorious thing. It's just a wonderful, glorious thing on that. Next thing is this. I have going up for auction right now. We have Bullet Boys, and this is a cassette, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. This is the Bullet Boys self-titled cassette, $10 start on that. Sinatra is sold to Adam Bernardi for $30. So what's left in the discount bin? Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, the 2 LP edition, 20% off makes that $39.99, and then just 3 $44.99 records, which the 20% price on those are the following: Corrosion Conformity, $37.59. Iron Maiden Live After Death, $35.99. That's 20% off of 44. $35.99 and $35.99. Ace Frehley Trouble Walking. Okay, those are all available if anybody wants those. Do do do, do do, bomb bomb. All right, and then Kiss Diamonds in the Dust picture disc is a $55 start. Bullet Boys has one bid for $10. Kiss Mason. How about Steve Mason? He's almost in on Kiss. $55 start on that one. Okay, and then let's put up another auction, and this is going to be a auction for U2's Unforgettable Fire, my favorite of the U2 discography, an 84 USOG specialty press, Nice with inner sleeve EX, a $25 start. Shannon Lee on Iron Maiden, and this is $35.99. Sell that to Shannon Lane. Dwayne Worley on COC for $35.99. Pergy 33 claimed the Pantera. I had 2 of them. One of them's already sold to him, and I have 1 left. And nobody on Ace Frehley. Boy, that's crazy. Before this album was in print, we had a reissue that, which was a record store day. I remember selling it one night for like $280. And now you can get a Friday music pressing on colored vinyl for $35.99, and we got both still in here. That's a Friday music pressing on hand-poured colored vinyl, by the way. I'm assuming just nobody wants them, and nobody wants the last Pantera. I might have to keep it. I think I've got copies of those already. And, of course, we had OGs of those albums the other night, and they sold for world record prices. So there it is. Final call on Kiss. Definitely final call on Bullet Boys. And U2's a $25 start. All right, let me try to flip over another crate over here and see what I can come up with. New vinyl, as always, being highly successful tonight. Let me see if I can find another crate with like August stickers. If I can find some August stickers, we'll have some more stuff on sale in about 3 minutes, maybe even less. Let me see what I got here. Here's some August. Here's August. This stuff here should be a little bit more August, and of course these. Okay, so there's those, and those are going to be a little bit more. So let me sort these right quick by price. And we're going to do this here. This is going to be $29. That's going to be $24. That's actually going to be $19. These are going to be $29. Let me go ahead and put those in there. This will be 20% off. I think that was still a special order for somebody. I'll do those for $24, those for $24. That'll be $29. And that needs to be 20% off. So here we go. Lower crate will be after I show this quick little handful right here, okay? All right, so first thing I have is Pickle 2369. Gets one of the Ace Frehleys, which make sure those go in for $35.99 here. Pickle on this for $35.99. And then Bullet Boys, one bid $10. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. Kiss is sold Steve Mason, one bid $55. And U2 is a $25 buy it now. Unforgettable Fire. All right, let's breeze through these quickly so we can get to this other crate that Laura's marked over here. But the first thing I have for just $19.99 is Stevie Ray Vaughan, live, 1980 in Norfolk, Virginia. $19.99 for that. And then the $24.99 records are David Bowie Heroes. That's remastered David Bowie Heroes, $24.99. Let's put up another auction right quick. Still got Kiss stuff. And the next one I have over here is Kiss. And this is an unofficial 1998 German limited edition picture disc. And this is going to go up for a $50 start. It looks like you wanted the best, you got the best, or whichever one that's called. Topographic gets Stevie Ray Vaughan for $19.99. Thank you. David Bowie Heroes, just $24. Those were $33. Also $24.99 is Phil Lynot's Grand Slam, which is Orbero 1983. That's $24.99. And then Grateful Dead Terrapin Station on green vinyl. That's $24.99. Rubber Soul is $29. So the first $29.99 is a remaster, stereo remaster Rubber Soul. That's $29. The Best of Bauhaus is $9 off at $29. And then that newest reissue of that Tougher to Get Billy Idol album, Charmed Life, that is $29.99. Adam Bernardi wants a David Bowie Heroes. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $24.99. The Kiss picture disc is at $50. And that's the end of that crate. I'm bringing the Laura stuff over right now, trying to sell these last few, making sure everybody's got their selections in. Our next Japanese pressing is Night Ranger Dawn Patrol. And Night Ranger Dawn Patrol is a $25 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. It has this book with it. And there's the cover and Obi. $25 start on that. Next thing is, let me bring this over. Let me show you what's left in here. I'm going to take them to the other crate. Billy Idol, $29.99. Best of Bauhaus was $29. Beatles Rubber Soul was $29. And then the Grateful Dead green vinyl, $24. Phil Lynot's Grand Slam was $24. And David Bowie Heroes, same price. That was what was left in those. Very nice. I don't know how many actual full crates of new vinyl we've went through, But everything left is just in a half of a crate. So there's that for good measure. All right, let's go hide the lower crate sticker and bring these over as soon as I adjust my knees. That felt pretty good, honestly. Let me take a deep breath. Whew. I got a lot of vinyl to order tonight. Got to keep this show on the road. Okay, that Ranger has a bid for 25. Fred Carnell wants a David Bowie, and he wants a Bauhaus. Fred coming in clutch at the buzzer on those two claims. Awesome. And let me go do this. That's sold to Fred for $29.99. David Bowie is sold for $24.99. Those are both sold to him. Thank you on that. Let me step over here, take a peek in Laura's crate, figure out where I'm going to hide this really cool Laura sticker. And she's got some, looks like some vintage and pre-owned stuff in here. Let me take a quick peek. Nice, nice. Yes, yes. Okay, okay. Ooh, that one could be interesting. That looks interesting there. So does this, and that looks interesting, and this looks interesting, and that looks interesting. This looks really interesting. That looks interesting. This looks interesting. That looks extremely interesting. That could be interesting. Wow, Laura going down the vintage road. I love it. I'm going to hide it on that record right there. Make sure everybody's paying close attention, okay? Make sure everybody's paying close attention. I like this sticker. I might have to claim it myself. I might have to claim the record that's on. That wouldn't be a conflict of interest at all. All right, let's do that. And then here we go. First thing I'm going to do is write down where I'm hiding this sticker. Okay. And are you going to the road trip in Tuscaloosa, Alabama in October? The third Saturday in October? The third Saturday in October. Right now, we've planned it out. I plan on going to the rest of the Tennessee games, home and away. So I'll be hopefully taking my brother to the Tuscaloosa game. We're going to the swamp. I'm meeting a customer down there that has been wanting me to go for a long time. And I got to set up plans for that sooner than later. And, of course, about the rest of the games are all at home. Well, Kentucky, which isn't that tough of a trip. We'll definitely go to Kentucky. So, yeah, I'll be at the rest of the Tennessee games for the rest of the year, barring some unforeseen incident. Unless there's a major scheduling conflict or just something I can't pull off, I'll be at the rest. And this will be the first time ever I've gone to every regular season game. So I try not to miss, even if we have to travel. It's weird. I'm going to go a whole season not watching any games on TV. I'm going to be in presence of all of them. So, all right, let's go ahead and put up another cassette. Yeah, there's more cassettes over here. Bullet Boys earlier just sold for $10, and he's like, yeah, I want some more of those. How about Saigon Kick, the Lizard? Saigon Kick is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Saigon Kick is now up for bid $10. Right now, the last bid on Kiss was James Hicks at $60. Steve Mason, you're out. The last bid on Night Ranger was J.D. Conklin at $28. Steve Mason, you're out on both auctions. And Saigon Kick, the Lizard, is a $10 start, okay? Here we go, here we go. These are all near arrival sticker price. The first handful here are check condition. As you can see where my thumb is moving, Laura has indicated from here back are check condition records. So the grade I tell you is the grade of the vinyl. Okay, that's another way to pronounce vinyl. You just don't hear it too often. Molly Hatchet, very cool. Frank Fazetta artwork, VG Plus condition. Laura even noted it on the back Frank Vazetta. Molly Hatchet's $14.99. $14.99 on Molly Hatchet. We got Squalls, No Time. Squalls is a 1988 US. It is under the genre of jangle pop. VG Plus, $9.99. Steve came back in on Night Ranger at 30. JD's out, and now it's all up to Steve if he wants to bid again on Kiss Picture Disc. The high bid is James Hicks at $60. Todd Saw wants Molly Hatchet. That's sold to Todd Saw. Next is Blondie, Parallel Lines, One Way or Another, I'm Gonna Find You. VG Plus $14.99. It also has Heart of Glass, probably her biggest song. And we have Get Your Ya-Ya's Out, The Rolling Stones in Concert, VG Condition $12.99, and Band on the Run. It is an OG, however, it has cover damage and the vinyl's in VG condition. So the cover is probably less than VG minus. The vinyl's VG. Wings, Paul McCartney, $9.99. Nobody bid on Saigon Kick. It's a $10 buy it now. The Kiss Picture Disc here is sold, and that's sold to James Hicks for $60. James Hicks, that's sold to you for $60. And then Night Rangers at $30. It's up to one person, J.D. Conklin, to bid on that. First thing I'm going to do is go ahead and pull Todd Saw, the Blondie. That is sold to Todd Saw. And my crate's full, but let me go ahead and show two more records. The best is ZZ Top. VG vinyl, once again, the cover is pretty worn, but just $14.99 on ZZ. And Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. That's a 2 LP, VG Plus $14.99. This crate has exponentially filled up with all the on-sale new vinyl. Let me slide that one right over there, and let's bring over another empty crate. Let's do another one of these nice lime green empty crates. Awesome. That's going to go right over here. And first thing is Deckelman. SK. That's for Saigon Kick. That's sold to Deckelman, the cassette tape, for $10. Okay? Thank you on that. About to have to sell the Night Ranger. Making sure JD's done, though. Next thing right here is this. This is another Kiss Picture Disc going up. And this Kiss Picture Disc, give me 1 second, please. We have Kiss, and this is an unofficial 2011 UK. This is demo, 71 to 78, $50 start. $50 start, and that is this picture disc. $50 start of 71 to 78. Kiss is now up for bid. That is $50 start on that one. Now Night Ranger has a new bid for $32 of J.D. Conklin. $32 from J.D. Conklin. Interesting. Okay, so that means Steve Mason, you're out on Night Ranger. He's back in at 33. Fleetwood Mac Live, let's get back to crate action now. Fleetwood Mac Live is VG condition, $14.99. Also, the Mumfords Triple Trinities, not Mumford & Son. This is a freak folk album. Wow, what a genre, freak folk. EX $9.99 for Mumfords. That's called Triple Trinities. Also, the Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited, a club press foil cover, VG Plus $12.99. And Aerosmith Live bootleg. Aerosmith is actually an official pressing, even though it's called bootleg. It's VG Plus $17.99. The Del Fuegos, Boston, Mass. is a garage indie. The Del Fuegos, VG Plus $12.99. Cynthia Herdron on the Munfords. That is so to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you on that one. Final call to get a bid on Kiss. And once again, that is a picture disc made in the UK in 2011. It is unofficial. It's supposed to be a $50 start. Night Ranger is a battle between Steve Mason and J.D. Conklin. Steve Mason has it for $33. Next thing is Peter Tosh Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh is EX, $14.99. Reggae and Rolling Stones produced, $14.99. Our next cassette auction is Brother Kane. Interesting. That sounds like something I need to put up for auction. Brother Kane is going to go up for a $10 start. Night Rangers at 33. It's all up to J.D. Conklin. Shakedown on the Del Fuegos. Kiss has a bid with Steve Mason for $50. And Marillion, script for a jester's tear. Marillion is VG Plus, $14.99. Brother Kane has a bid for 10. Night Ranger, 32. The high bid right now, Night Ranger, is $33 with Steve Mason. $33 with Steve Mason. You have Todd, your last bid. Todd Saw gets Aerosmith. That's sold to Todd Saw. Eagles, Desperado. VG Plus, $14.99 for Desperado. Marillion is sold to Gerald Whitworth. Edwin Riviera was second on that one. And we have Christopher Cross, and that's in shrink wrap, VG Plus condition, $12.99 for Christopher Cross. VG Plus, $12.99 for that. And Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats, that's EX edition, $17.99. EX edition, $17.99. 1 second over here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me see. Do one thing over here, please. Okay. Next in here is Leonard Cohen, Song from a Room. Leonard Cohen is in VG condition, $14.99. It's on the Columbia 2i label. Also, we have ZZ Top Eliminator. ZZ Top is EX edition, $22.99. CCR, that's a live show. It's called The Concert, EX $22.99. Leonard Cohen is sold to Garrett Cypriot. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and sell Night Ranger to J.D. Conklin for $35. That is sold to J.D. Conklin for $35. Let me put this away right here right quick. That's sold to J.D. Conklin for $35. And that is done. Next thing is Garrett on LC. And that was Leonard Cohen. We've already pulled that. This Kiss just got one bid, and that's sold to Steve Mason for $50, surprisingly. That's sold to him for $50. Let's put that away. Brother Kane is sold to Gregory Roberts for $10. And we have Richard Marks, EX $12.99, and ELO Discovery, Electrolyte Orchestra, VG Plus, $12.99. Next Kiss auction is Dynasty. It is a 79 Pittman OG with merch insert. Now, the cover has a little bit of wear, but it is EX edition for a $35 start, and it does have the Kiss Army insert with it. No poster, at least it might be in here. Let's see, yeah. So it does have the inner sleeve, and it has the poster, which looks like it's quite worn. Yeah, the poster is quite worn. So it has the poster, but it looks like it's pretty worn out, but it does have the Kiss Army merch insert. So the vinyl's nice, but everything else is pretty worn except the merch insert. It's pretty dang clean. We sold that poster earlier. I'm pretty sure we had that poster earlier. We had the actual poster you ordered from the merch insert. So that is a $35 start for Dynasty. Jeremy Rourke on Richard Marks. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke. And then over here I have Burlesque with the nuts inside. Burlesque with the nuts inside. VG Plus condition, $12.99. Aerosmith Rocks is EX $22.99. And we have Tarja, Left in the Dark. That is EX $19.99. That's T-A-R-J-A. I think that is pronounced Tarja. And our next auction is going to go up right now. This is REO Speedwagon Live, another Japanese pressing. It's a Gatefold 2 LP with Obi, a $35 start. Vinyl is what you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. With insert, Gatefold jacket. REM is a $35 start. There's Tarja at $19.99. The Richard Marks you bought was EX edition, $12.99. EX $12.99 on that. Sorry. Edmund Riviera got Tarja. And then the next thing in here is Grace Jones, Slave to the Rhythm. Grace Jones is VG Plus $14.99. Slave to the Rhythm. There is this cardboard insert, meaning we're done with check condition. So the rest of the crate is probably going to be EX Plus or better. Kiss Dynasty, final call to get a bid on that for a $35 start, and same price for REO Speedwagon. How about I step over here and grab another cassette, and we're slowly chipping away this. We got Bang Tango here, and this one's called Dancing on Coals. And Bang Tango is going to go up for a $10 start. Buddy Cordova on Aerosmith, and that was for Rocks. Thank you, Buddy Cordova, on that one. Now, we have Sheena Easton. This is called Best Kept Secret in Shrink and Hype. Sheena Easton is $9.99. So the rest of the crate, all the vinyl is graded EX Plus or better. Okay, that's the grade on the rest of the vinyl. EX Plus or better. Also, we have Molly Hatchet, The Deed is Done. It's a gold stamp promo, $29.99. It does have the original on her sleeve, $29.99. Thomas Dolby, The Golden Age of Wireless. She blinded me with silence. I mean, science. I guess you could blind somebody with silence, too. The silent treatment. That would really freak some people out. That was $19.99. Really nice record there. GMB asked about rap cassettes. That's a flag on the play. That means it's another 30-minute delay before we put up the next one. I have thrown a flag. He has requested more rap cassettes, so that is essentially another 30-minute penalty. GMB's in the penalty box. Next thing is Cynthia Herdron on TD for Thomas Dolby. That is so to Cynthia Herdron and JG, and that was for Grace Jones. Bang Tango has a $10 start with Doug Reeder. Next thing is Diddy Tell Me featuring Christina Aguilera, $9.99. Also, Lady in Satin, Billie Holiday, a 1987 reissue gold stamp promo, $19.99. Tom Waits, Blood Money. Tom Waits is a 2017 reissue. That's $22.99 for Tom Waits. And The Cure's Disintegration, a 2010 reissue sealed. And don't forget, Laura loves The Cure, a 5-heart rating, $39.99. Garrett got Tom Waits. That's so to Garrett Cypret. Over here, Kiss Dynasty is a $35 buy now. So it does have an inner sleeve and poster. They're pretty worn, though. It does have a jacket, also pretty worn, but the vinyl's nice at EX, and it comes with the Kiss Army merch insert. That's only a $35 buy now for that OG Kiss record there. $35 buy now on that one. Eric Van Leuven gets The Cure. Great price on that. Is REO Speedwagon Live, you get what you play for. Yes, REO Speedwagon Live, you get what you play for. Dynasty is sold to Michael Snared for $35. The Molly Hatchet is called The Deed is Done, and that was a gold stamp promo, $29.99. John Popper and Jono Manchin, Blues Travelers related, is the note on the back. It's on kind of red looking vinyl, $19.99 on that. And then Porcupine Tree, The Sky Moves Sideways, a 2 LP, the 1995 album remastered by Steven Wilson. It is unopened. Fantastic prog, $54.99. Bang Tango is sold to Doug Reeder for $10. We're going to make sure Todd doesn't want to lock in a bid on that before I make it a buy now. The next Kiss auction, there's only a handful left. This is one of those Roots of Kiss. And this is called Roots of Kiss, an unofficial. This is Kiss live in New Zealand, Auckland, New Zealand, 1980. EX edition, a $20 start on that. Cynthia Herdron got Porcupine Tree. That's so to Cynthia Herdron. Also, we have Depeche Mode. Wow, Spirit. I don't recall seeing this too much. Sealed for $34.99. And don't forget, Laura loves Depeche Mode. A 3-heart rating at $34.99. Love Will Tear Us Apart. This is Joy Division. Looks like a picture disc almost. $24. No, it's just vinyl and a plastic like layover. $24.99. Cynthia Herdron on Depeche Mode. That is so to Cynthia. If anybody wants REO Speedwagon, it can be bought for a $35 buy now. That's a no bid. You get what you play for. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. a $35 buy it now, REO Speedwagon. Not many no bids tonight. There's actually no Kiss left over, maybe one Kiss left over. Our next cassette auction is going to be from the dang Yankees. The old dang Yankees over here. This is going to go up for a $10 start. It is their self-titled debut. It's now up for bid. That's about the closest thing to rap GMB is going to be getting tonight. REO is sold to Brent for $35. Cynthia got Depeche Mode. She also got Joy Division. Fred was next on Depeche Mode. Brent got REO, and Fred next on Joy Division. We got Leonard Cohen, various positions with hop sticker, and 84 Euro OG. I was about to say, I don't see that one too often. It's $39.99. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Kiss is a $20 start. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, and that next Japanese pressing is going to be the following. John Denver, Back Home Again. Boy, I hope David Johnson's watching. Not Joy Division, but we got JD for John Denver, Back Home Again. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It is going to go up for a $25 start. It is a gatefold with Obi. John Denver, $25 start. Thank God I'm a country boys on there. That is now up for bid, okay? Blaine's Avenue still a little bit tougher to get Leonard Cohen there. Also, we have Ace Frehley, Bronx Boy. New from the Space Ace, limited edition, numbered vinyl, white and black marbled. Ace Frehley is $24.99. Also, the Kinks, low budget. Another really clean record. The Kinks is $14.99. Low budget, and we have Survivor Vital Signs in shrink wrap, a really nice looking copy. Survivor has the original on her sleeve, $19.99. Fred Cardinale second on Leonard Cohen. Gerald Whitworth got Ace Frehley. That is sold to Gerald Whitworth. Also over here we have Molly Hatchet, another one with Frank Frazetta artwork, Beating the Odds, $29.99. Molly Hatchet does have the original on her sleeve. $29.99. Patty's in on the Yankees at $10. That's going once, going twice. So is Doug Reeder. Patty's bid came in first. We have Toy Dolls, and this is a 1983 UK punk record, $29.99. Dire Straits extended play. Dire Straits is $14.99, and Boys Don't Cry, gold stamp promo. It does have noticeable cover damage, $9.99. All right, so over here, Roots of Kiss, that's a no bid. You can pick that up for a $20 buy now. $20 buy now on Roots of Kiss. Kelly Vladerchek on Ted, which I bet she meant Toy Dolls. She did. And now the dang Yankees has a bid for 11. Sonic Boom has already sold, yes. Our next one is this right here, which is Kiss, a live bootleg unofficial, live at the Ritz. The Ritz on Fire, Kiss, is an unofficial. The Ritz in New York City, 1988, and this is a $25 start. Cynthia gets the Kiss bot now for $20. That is sold. Patty, it's up to you on the dang Yankees. Doug has it for $11. Also, we have T-Rex, Get It On. T-Rex is a 1974 UK compilation in partial shrink wrap, $24.99. And The Cure's Greatest Hits. The Cure's Greatest Hits is sealed. Great price, like $10 below retail, $34.99. Love Gun UK Red also sold, yes. Patty's at 12 on the Yankees. John Denver, if anybody wants this, is a $25 buy it now. Back Home Again for John Denver. $25 buy it now on that. Yep, Love Gun so too. I've just got a couple left. I've got Kiss Alive 2 and Animalize, the one that's up for auction. I have the unadvertised stuff, which is mostly like OG Kiss albums. I mean, we got plethoras. I bet we have 100 OG copies of, oh my gosh, probably Rock and Roll Over. I bet we have 50 or 75 OG copies of Dress to Kill. And when I say OG, like anywhere from first pressings all the way, I mean, we have dozens and dozens and dozens of some of the same Kiss albums. Between the Kiss Graveyard in the back, the stuff Paul's been setting aside, that also Seth has been tagging. I mean, it's like we have dozens and dozens and dozens of the same OG Kiss albums. So, pretty crazy. No CDs tonight. No 45s. If we do anything miscellaneous tonight, I'm going to start going through Fred Goodwin's book collection. I'm going to have to get ready and get all that out, or we're going to have to, I'm going to have to eat something before then. I'm about to pass out, it feels like. I've gotten very low energy chat all of a sudden. Over here, the Cure is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. David Jennings got John Denver for $25. Doug Reeder's out on the dang Yankees. That's sold to Patty for $12. Be Yourself, we've already sold John Denver for $25. Johnny Burnett, Rockabilly Boogie, sealed. I've already ordered food. I think when I get done with vinyl tonight, at a certain point, I'm going to eat and then come back and say we're going to do like a part 2 or something. I'm not going to end the feed or anything. I've got to get a monster. I've ordered some food. I'm waiting for it to get here. I'm probably about 11 o'clock going to eat, and then we're going to try to start going. Porcupine Tree, wow, $64.99. $64.99. This is a 2016 prog album, $64.99. Next thing over here is Dire Straits is an EP. Yeah, this is a 4-track EP, $14.99. Dead End, Ghost of Romance, that is sealed for $19.99. Cynthia Herdren got Porcupine Tree, and then Gerald Whitworth was second. And St. Paul and the Broken Bones, that is a 2015 Record Store Day, $14.99, and it's shaped like the state of Texas, $14.99 on that one. Kiss is a buy it now, and that's a $25 buy it now for the Ritz on Fire, $25 buy it now. That's a no bid on that one. Fred Carnell third on Porcupine Tree. My next auction is going to go up right now. This is Kiss Animalize. It's an 84 US OG Pittman press, VG condition for a $15 start. Jim B wants St. Paul and the Broken Bones. That's shaped like Alaska. Any Alaskas out there? We love Alaska. That is so to Jim B. I know, that's Alabama. It's definitely not Texas. Just make sure y'all are paying attention. I'm glad to know y'all are paying attention. Jim B got that. That was a $400 or $500 record Jim B just got for $10. And then let's read through these again, okay? Kiss Animalize is a $15 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is the following. We have what? We have shoot bum ba da dee ba ba da ba do 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 do. Jackal, push come to shove. Jackal's a $10 start. Yeah, Jim B got that St. Paul for $14.99. Okay. Okay, here we go. So let's go through all the no bids right quick. Why am I getting a call from? I bet it's my DoorDasher. Let me answer this right quick. I should put it on speakerphone. Okay. Here we go. Okay, no bids. So right now, tonight, here's the no bids. Then we got to go through Laura's crate again. We got to go through Laura's crate again, and then I got to tell you if somebody got the sticker or not, right? So Kiss, the Ritz on Fire, live in New York City at the Ritz, $25 buy it now. OG U2, $25. Kiss, the Demons of Rock, play on words, it's supposed to be the Demos of Rock, $55 buy it now on that. And Jackson Browne is a $35. $35, okay? So those are the no bids. 35 on Jackson Browne, Kiss 25, U2 25, and Kiss 55. That's the only 4 no bids tonight. And also don't forget about the Kiss posters, okay? The Kiss posters, give me 1 second, and I can pull these up right here. And I'll show you the ones that's still available. And here are the ones still available. And let me go full screen with this. And these are still available. That one's still available. This one's still available. That one's still available. This one's still available. That one's still available. This one's still available. That one's still available. That one's still available. This one, that one, this one, that one, this one, and that one. That's what's available with the KISS posters. So I think we've sold half of them. Okay? I would love to sell the rest of them to somebody. You just got to get highly motivated. Let's read through this lower crate one more time. Jackal was sold to David Polkey for $10. Another no bid KISS. Animalize, an OG copy, VG for $15. Here's what's left in this crate one more time quickly. Squalls, no time, 88 US. Squalls, VG Plus, $9.99. The Rolling Stones Live, VG $12.99 for Get Your Yayas Out. Band on the Run, VG Condition, $9.99. The Best of ZZ Top, VG $14.99. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun, VG Plus $14.99. Greg Smith got Animalized for $15. Okay, price on third poster, black and white. The third poster, black and white, I think I've been asking $95 for that one. Yeah, it's a UK import. Around a 24 by 36, but I think it's a slightly different size because it's UK. That price includes rolled, shipped, and tube. Okay, next one is this right here. We have KISS Alive 2. KISS Alive 2 is a 77 US keel pressing. Unfortunately, it is in VG minus, but it is OG. KISS Alive 2, just a $10 start. Fleetwood Mac Live is VG condition $14.99. J. Giles Ladies Invited VG plus $12.99. Peter Tosh Bush Doctor Tosh, some reggae there for you, EX $14.99. Eagles Desperado VG plus $14.99. Christopher Cross, this is his self-titled album with Sailing on the Wind Where I'm Going. Ride Like the Wind, $12.99. Stray Cats Rant and Rave, EX $17.99. ZZ Top Eliminator, EX $22.99. We had CCR, EX $22.99. ELO Discovery, VG plus $12.99. Burlesque with the nuts inside. Definitely some sort of comedy, adult type thing. $12.99 adult 50s, 60s humor. We got ZZ Top to D-Kong. That is sold. These are new arrival sticker price. Next auction is going to go up right now. Speaking of CCR, always a great compilation here. It's called Best 20. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. CCR Best 20. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. $35 start on that. There's the insert. Clay, don't hesitate to make an offer on that KISS poster. I want to sell these last 4 or 5 to somebody. Does have a little bit of discoloration on the back, but amazing vinyl. $25 start on that. Fleetwood Mac Live is an original 1980 double LP. Yes, VG $14.99. Sheena Easton, now we're in the non-check condition stuff. She was $9.99. Dee Dee 12-inch single was $9.99. Billie Holiday was $19.99. Molly Hatchet was $29.99. John Popper and Jono Mansion, Blues Traveler related, $19.99. And the Kinks, $14. I think John Popper's the lead singer in Blues Traveler that plays the harmonica. I think that's who that is. Our next cassette is going to go up right now, and this is Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Don't let this dingy cassette case distract you from the fact that everything is really nice. Of course, if you buy a lot of these cassettes and you can get some new jewel cases, they look amazing when you get them in new jewel cases. Cinderella is a $10 start. We have Survivor Vital Signs for $19.99. Molly Hatchet's $29.99. Frank Fazetta artwork and Boys Don't Cry, $9.99. Todd Saw said he will take Fleetwood Mac. This is sold to Todd Saw. T-Rex Get It On, $24.99. Johnny Burnett is sealed for $14.99. Dire Straits is $14.99. And Dead End Ghost of Romance Dead End is sealed, $19.99 for Dead End Ghost of Romance. I don't know if that's metal, but it certainly has that vibe to it, just FYI. Let me do this right here. One second, I gotta send a text message. Okay, so back up the top, Cinderella 10, Claymore $75, that's sold. So let's sell another Kiss poster here. This is sold to Claymore for $75. Thank you, Clay. The black and white one here, shipped, rolled in tube, Claymore $75. Thank you on that, Clay. That is sold to you, appreciate it. That is sold to Clay for $75. Done. I'm going to take that one off the screen. And then the next question is... The next question over here is the following. Would you take 75? We did that. Either of those floating with disaster, no. And we have price on Kiss Poster Fire. Is Sting still available? Dead End is sold to Fred Cardinale. That is sold to Fred Cardinale. Sting still available. Sting is still available. Yes. Cinderella is sold to Tom McEwen for $10. Thank you, Tom McEwen. That's sold to you. And then the Kiss Poster with the fire. Okay, you must be referring to Kiss Poster Fire, this one right here. It is a $100 buy it now. It is a $100 buy it now on this one. Okay, $100 buy it now. Paramount Studios Theater, Hollywood, June 24th, 25th, 2000. Kiss is a $100 buy it now. That comes shipped rolled in a tube. Very premium Kiss posters, $25 buy it now on that one. Okay, all right, let's go back over here. Price and condition. Ed Revere asked about Sting. That was VG Plus $14.99. Nobody bid on CCR. CCR is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for CCR if anybody wants that. And wow, believe it or not, Kiss over here, Greg Smith, J10, Kiss 15, Eagles 10. Now, Greg Smith, your Kiss bid for $15, that was Animalized, right? Yeah, so nobody bid on Alive. VG minus Alive is a $10 buy it now. Ed Riviera does get Sting. You can buy the OG Alive VG minus for $10, and CCR is a $35 buy it now. CCR is a $35 buy it now on that. And let's put this right here, and I think we're good to go. I'm going to make sure nobody claimed this, and let me put this right there. You make sure my food is safely up front. I was working on that a second ago as well. I'm doing a lot of multitasking tonight. Also trying to do our best to make sure we show all the new vinyl. I told everybody it'd be kind of a 2-night thing, and I think there's still some people maybe making sure if I'm going to show everything, I'm done showing it. Still 191 people watching. That's pretty amazing. All right, and here we go. I think Laura, yeah, she just texted me. Okay, I heard the door buzzer twice. She set my food on the counter. Great. Laura Crate sticker. Congratulations to, I think, Gerald Whitworth, who got the Ace Frehley. And the Laura Crate was Ace Frehley. Yep, Ace Frehley. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. I know somebody was right behind him, but it goes, I mean, it is Kiss Night. I had to put it on a Kiss record, right? And what an awesome Laura Crate sticker. She said Frankenstein Snoopy. Oh, Dr. Frankenstein put together a Snoopy. He had to do his parts and limbs from a dog there. So I think that went to Gerald. Thank you on that. Laura Crate sticker has been assigned. She actually just left for the night. I still got 3 crates of new. Let me give y'all a State of the Union, okay? You know, when the president makes the State of the Union, well, let me go ahead and make a State of the Union to y'all, and then y'all let me know what you want to see, okay? Because I'm here. Gerald got his first Laura Crate sticker. That's always exciting. I'm here to sell stuff. I don't care if it's records, magazines, CDs, cassettes, books, T-shirts, posters, autographs, Funkos, box sets, bottles of water. I'm here to sell stuff. It's my job. Now, I'm assuming most of the 190 people watching are here for vinyl. There's a couple things I can do. I have 3 crates of new arrivals from John. Never gone through before for best offer. That's still available. I do need to recap all the new vinyl that came in from today. You know, we had new vinyl that came in. I think all that's left in like a half of a crate. I would love to show that again. I have more on-sale new vinyl I could pick out. I would have to pick out dates and sort it and do all that. But that would really be what I'd like to get into. And then at some point, I've got to eat. And then I'm going to spend a couple hours, maybe an hour, going through some of these books. I got to get them out of here. We got to start trying to sell them, mark them. We got to do something with them, okay? And there is actually, Jim B, I'll be 100% straight up with you because I have finally moved everything. There is honestly, well, hold on a minute. This might be wrap. Is this wrap? This might be wrap, yeah. I was about to say there's none, but I think I just found a DAS, how do you say this? DAS EFX. I did just find one. $10 start, there you go. All the Kiss stuff that was advertised has all been shown except those posters. And now we're just down to a few. Okay? I kind of need to play cleanup, and let me do that right now. Since there's not a lot of activity, everybody let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to start chit-chatting. I got to move some stuff around and get some stuff organized here. So let me see what I can come up with. Here is the first leftovers of the Laura Crate. Let me bring these back over, because I'm definitely probably going to post this video tomorrow for the noon video. And if I can get this posted for the noon video, we'll probably sell everything that was left in here from the Laura and Paul Crate. The Dire Straits is $14.99. I'd love to know where everybody's watching from tonight while I play cleanup for a few moments. I've got empty crates everywhere. I've got laptops everywhere. There's tablets and iPads, cell phones, vinyl, on-sale vinyl, recapped vinyl, Friday's flip crates, Thursday's flip crates, Saturday's flip crates, leftover Laura records, leftover new vinyl records, leftover this, leftover that. I think everything that Laura and Paul has marked is left into one crate over here. Now, I do have, earlier I was telling everybody, sorry, I don't have sizes on records, but actually now Tanner has told me the location of some of these posters. I know where they're at. I can actually go get you dimensions, okay? And I'll put this on screen right quick. Whoops, wrong screen. Let me pull some of these back up over here. This is the one I think Todd had asked about. And, I mean, most of them are 24 by 36, you know. And let me get this. I think it's going to be a lot crammed into one crate, but Laura's 2 crates and Paul's crate is now securely into 1 crate. So I've got all that right there in front of you. That's really good records. John's check condition crate, there wasn't much left in that, honestly. And then we had these 2 crates of new vinyl from this morning's flip video. It almost can fit into 1. And I also need to check to see if there's anything in here for eligible for a discount. And then Patrick Lear, let me check on the audio file stuff right now. Let me see the dates on that. Let me see the dates on that audio file stuff. I think most of this is September here. This is all pretty much brand new stuff. Let me condense some of this. Maybe all this will fit into 1 crate. I don't think it's going to, though. It doesn't look like it. Nope, but I'm close. I'm close. I can at least move some other stuff over here. Big cleanup time. Big cleanup time all of a sudden. There is stuff everywhere, folks. I think I can move anything in here from August. No, but there is some stuff that I experimented with on Metal Night and it didn't do well, so I'm going to go ahead and mark them down, which is these 2. I always have to end up marking down this artist. I got to stop ordering these. I mean, they sell, but Oso, this is $100. Shipped rolled and tube, $100 on that one. Okay, I'm sorting some new vinyl. We're going to do some more stuff on sale here. I still got a few more over here. There's tonight's newest stuff. Okay, so that was, let me kick this away over here. This was the leftover flip crate from this morning. There's all of the empty crates from tonight. There's all the empty crates from the night. There's all the 45s everybody's been wanting to see, but maybe soon. Got to knock out some other stuff here. But everything in here, let's see. September. I'm going to go ahead and discount these. And yeah, I'll go ahead and discount these 2. Getting together a pretty good dang discount crate here for y'all. I'm going to have a flash sale on these. I mean, I literally just started getting these in, but, you know, they're kind of that eligible date now, so I need to go ahead and try to sell some of them tonight. I'll probably show them tonight to the crowd that's watching, and then I'm probably going to just wait till I can sell more because, I mean, I just started carrying them. Y'all probably can guess what title. All right, let me take this down. How about 75? Let's see. Where are we? All right, let's do Oso. Let's do 85 because I got to ship it separately, rolled in a tube. That will help me out a little with postage and the cost of the tube. If you do 85, I'll sell it to you. 85 and it's gone to you. 85 and it's gone to you. And Oso, do you want any 10th ounce gold coins? I'm still going to sell them to you. Even though it went up, they should be up. I got a few 10th ounce gold left if you want them for $4.85. I know you bought a couple last week. $4.85 for those last couple. And I just sold earlier the 1 ounce gold. So I'm almost sold out of gold. And I've really been honoring the same old prices, even though prices have continued to rise. So I think that's why I'm having no trouble selling it. Okay, so this poster here is sold to Oso for $85. Great price on that. Thank you. That's sold to Oso for $85. That poster's gone. Thank you, Oso. Let me get that and deleted. So now let's do an update. The only ones I have left are these in the KISS posters for tonight. I've got this one and this one. Of course, you can tell they're different. They were made, they're different versions. There's a logo at the bottom, and there's a logo on the side. And then I got this one here, which is probably, forest condition, the lowest grade, but it's a pretty cool shot. That one was 100. And then the logo poster, we just got an offer for it for 75. What have I been asking for that one? 100? I think I've been asking 100 on that one. What do we have? A $75. Let's do, no, I was asking less for that one, I think. What do we have? A $75, let's take it. Glenn Butch Rhodes, let's sell this to him for $75, which is this one right here. All right, so this one here is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $75. Sold. Very cool. These are all vintage, okay? These are all like 70s era, except the one Oso just bought. It's, of course, a little bit more modern. These are all vintage, a coin era, real KISS posters. That's sold to Glenn for $75, okay? Thank you. Let me delete that one. And that now just leaves 1, 2, 3, and actually, is that the same one? Yeah, okay, so let's delete this one. All right, so now I just got 4 left. I've got 4 posters left. I've got this one. I've got this one, that one, this one with the motorcycles, which I know is always popular, and this one with the alternate logos on the side and not at the bottom. Okay, so that's only 4 KISS posters left. Awesome. We've almost sold everything. Okay, so I'm going to do a flash sale on this right here. I'm going to do $5 off on these. $5 off on these. Acid bath, pagan terrorism tactics, and acid bath when the kite string pops. Otherwise, I really don't plan on discounting these anymore, or again, flash sale, $5 off to anybody watching right now on the acid baths. I've got a lot of those in stock. Of course, I had to buy a lot from the label to get a deal on them. That's what I have left. $34.99, those 2. Okay, now the other thing here is a percentage discount. This was $59.99, so now it's $47.99, 20% off on Yes. A triple LP record store day was $60, now $47.99. Classic 1972 Yes, 20% off. 20% off. That is $47.99. And then I got a really good deal. Y'all probably saw me sell something like this earlier. The Metallica set, Volume 1 and Volume 2. $44.99 times 2, so $89.98 at 20% off. You can buy this set just like we did with the Pink Floyds earlier. It's $71.89. That's for the 4LP Metallica. First time ever I've discounted that, but that last set's been lingering around forever. $5 off, which makes this only $24.99. Clear vinyl, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $24.99 on that. Michael Jackson Thriller, $5 off. Just $19.99 on Thriller. Do what? Yep, just $19.99 on Thriller. Jimi Hendrix, the double LP Best of Jimi Hendrix. That's only $24.99. Flotsam and Jetsams, $29. So those were $34.99. Dreams of Death, Flotsam and Jetsam, $29.99. And then we had Foreigner 4, that new mix for $24. The last Grateful Dead picture disc for $29, and then Cryptic Slaughter, Money Talks, $24, and Cryptic Slaughter Convicted for $24. That is all on sale new vinyl. That's also, I think, the first time ever I've went through a crate of on sale new vinyl. We didn't sell anything. So I need at least somebody to claim something in there. And then I didn't make this buy it now officially, but it is DAS EFX. Hope I'm saying that correctly. $10 buy it now on that. Okay? The Yes was $59.99, so 20% off makes that $47.99. $59 to $47.99. $59 to $47.99. All right, I cleaned up a lot of stuff doing that. Let me make a few more adjustments over here, trying to go through all this stuff Make sure I've discounted everything. Okay, here's another one. This was normally $44.99. Now it's $35.99. $35.99 for Rush Clockwork Angels. $35.99 for Rush Clockwork Angels. That's $35.99. That was $44.99. Okay. Oso Adventure wants yes. He keeps the show alive. Thank you. That's sold to Oso for $47.99. Okay. Let me add a few more things in here. Let me try to do some sorting though. 24, 24, 29. Those are 24, 29, 29. Okay. Those are 24. That's only 19. That's 24. That's a set. And then that's a straight percentage. Can you run through it again? I will, but let me add a couple things. I have, unbelievably, I don't think I've ever ran these 20% off, but I've ended up with several with old stickers. And this is Pink Floyd, the Division Bell, which is 20% off. These are now just $39.99 for the double LP. $39.99 for the Division Bell. That's a 2 LP remaster. And I have my last 4 copies of the newest album from Between the Baird and Me. And I'm down to 4 copies left, and these are $10 off, $29.99. That's my last few copies of that. All right, so I got these sorted now. Let's run through these again. I really don't want to discount these, but I've done them $5 off. The 2 acid baths, I've got 2 different ones. Pagan Terrorism Tactics and When the Kite String Pops. Okay? That is 2 different albums, $34.99 each. Rush was a 20% off record, which Clockwork Angels was $44.99. Now it's $35.99. That's a double LP, their last studio album. The Metallica set is a total of 4 LPs, which are $44 and $44 each. So 20% off of that set is $71.89. $71.89. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is $24.99. Clear vinyl, the 1969 album. Hendrix was $5 off. Experience Hendrix, the best of Hendrix, $24.99. The New Foreigner 4 remix, remaster, that's $24. And then there's 2 different ones from Cryptic Slaughter. Money Talks, limited edition Black Ice, Cryptic Slaughter Convicted, and then the newest Between the Baird and Me, that's $29.99. Flotsam and Jetsams called Dreams of Death. Colored vinyl, that's also $29, $5 off. The newest Grateful Dead Blues for Allah picture disc, that's $5 off at $29. Michael Jackson's only $19.99. And then there's the Division Bell for $39.99. $39.99 for the Division Bell. Okay, there's that. Edwin Riviera wants Flotsam and Jetsam. Make sure that goes in for $29.99 for Edwin Riviera. Okay, thank you. And Shakedown wants a Foreigner, the newest remix of that. That's sold to Shakedown for $24.99. Back here is Serathon Gold. This are now $5 off. Those are $24.99 for Serathon Gold. Larry Gonzalez gets a Michael Jackson Thriller. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Also, Warbringer. This is $10 off for Warbringer 4 blue and green vinyl. That's $29.99. Another Serathon Gold Dark Parade. Those are $29.99. Okay, so that's what's left. That's all on sale new vinyl. I can tell it's 11:07 on a Monday night and not typical time to be showing stuff like this, because it would almost all be gone. I promise you. I'm going to post this tomorrow on a whole lot of records, so if you're like one eye open, or maybe you're thinking, when this gets gone through and I start the show with these tomorrow, maybe except for the exceptions of acid baths, these are going to be pretty much obliterated. Okay, Serathon Gold, Edwin, let me know if you want Half Past Human for $24 or the Dark Parade for $29, or if you want both of them, okay? Totally up to you there. I'm working on moving some stuff around over here. Let me move these. Oh, I got a Kiss album on sale. Flash sale over here for Kiss. That probably just woke somebody up. These are now $29.99. We actually auctioned and opened one of these tonight. This is Kiss, Carnival of Souls, the final sessions, $29.99 for that. $29.99 for Kiss. And he says he wants this one here, Seraph and Gold, Scott Arnold. There's one left of each if you decide you want them too. All right, so I've gone through all that. I've emptied several crates of new vinyl over here. I'm working on trying to find what audiophile stuff I have, because I know that's always popular. Here's your first option. I've been trying to sell this since August 28th. I'm going to go ahead and knock $10 off. If you want it, right now's the time to claim it. I've only got one. It's Wilco, the Rhino Hi-Fi numbered, and this is $29.99. I want King of the Dead. That's not available, and that's not available. Wilco is $29.99. That is AM. That's audiophile high fidelity series from Rhino. All right, now I'm down here on this crate, and let me see what I've got in here. Early September, August, July, August. Okay, everything in this crate's going to be on sale. This will probably be the last crate I go through tonight before I start working on sorting more for tomorrow, okay? So let's do this right now. Y'all are going to love this crate. I'm going to take all these leftovers over here. Gerald Whitworth gets Wilco for $29. So that leaves Kiss, Seraph and Gold, Pink Floyd, Warbringer, Grateful Dead, Flotsam and Jetsam, Between the Bear and Me, Cryptic Slaughter, Hendrix, Cross Stills and Nash, Metallica, Rush, and then the Acid Bath. I'm going to take these over here with the others. I could have swore this was a special order for somebody, but we never did figure it out. I'm definitely going to take a loss on it. Olivia Dean, Messy. It was supposed to be $45. If anybody wants it, I'll do it for $29.99. Olivia Dean, Messy. Y'all are going to love this final crate of on sale new vinyl. It's got MoFi, it's got metal, it's got music on vinyl. It's got some great stuff, okay? There are no bid auctions. Let me do a little bit more work over here doing some sorting. And here's tonight's newest stuff, right? Yep, let me take that right here. So this crate was new. That's new. Where's the leftover new vinyl? I need to find that. Where's the leftover new vinyl on sale? Right here. This is the leftover new vinyl on sale, crate number 1. Okay, now I'm going to have a full crate for number 2. Full crate over here for number 2. Getting this place organized a little bit. Have y'all ever tried to sort 20,000 records? Well, we try sorting about 100,000 records every day, and sometimes I have to do it live. Otherwise, it's just, everything gets out of hand in here, so. There's that. I don't like this pen, so I'm throwing it in the trash. This is the Paul crate from tonight, right? Yeah. We're going to end up having a crate and a half of leftovers there. Awesome. New vinyl. I'm almost can walk through here. This was the Hatchet Ed crate from Friday or Saturday that I missed. Not much left. I'll have to go through that tomorrow. Boy, I know earlier tonight there were some other people wanting this. So let me go ahead and show this for $24, because there was a lot of people back up on this. $24.99. Deftones Private Music, $24.99. Fred Cardinale on See You Dark. That was Seraph and Gold Dark Parade. $24.99. That's so to Fred Cardinale. I'm already down on the ground, and Jim B is still kicking me. He loves to do that. I'm already like down, losing money on another record, and he's wanting me to lose even more. Typical Jim B. Seraph and Gold is so to Fred Cardinale for $24. Scott Dwallow on Deftones for $24. That is done. Jim B loves getting me down. He gets me down. I'm down like begging for my life, and he still walks up and just starts kicking me. You know, it's like the MMA fights when they're begging for mercy and they still come over there and start trying to punch people in the face. Jim B does that to me every single night on some of these records. I'll be like, yeah, I'm pricing it for $10. I'm losing $900. And Jim B be like, would you take $5 for it? Here's this. I'm losing a fortune on it. Well, would you take less? Unbelievable. He's already made a fortune on that Beach Boys. He's hitting hard. He's hitting hard. He's hitting hard. He's trying. He's doing it, folks. He is doing it. All right, here we go. Let's get rolling here. And let me open this up. All right, and I kind of don't have these sorted, but I will as I go through them. Okay, all right. Let me take this stack of sold cassettes around the corner. There's always something there to remind me. There's always something there. They're reissuing Naked Eyes. I posted that today. Now that song's been stuck in my head all day. There's always something there to remind me. All right, here we go. We have the following. Crazy stuff that's typically not on sale. 20% off makes this $47.99. That's the Leonard Skinner Analog Productions, pronounced Leonard Skinner, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $47.99. $47.99 on Leonard Skinner. That is available. The prices I'm telling you are the final price. It's on sale prices. $47.99 for that. Carole King, MoFi, price $35.99. A 33 1/3 gatefold jacket, new. $35.99. Also, Randy Travis, Storms of Life, $35.99. That was $44.99. These are 20% off prices on MoFi and Analog Productions. Do what? Yeah, don't say that too much. Also, Santana Abraxas. This is the super vinyl. $59, now it's $47.99. Santana Abraxas, and a great one here because it's a Hall & Oates compilation, and this is Rock and Soul Part 1. That's also $35.99. It's essentially a Hall & Oates greatest hit. So those are all MoFi presses and one Analog Productions at 20% off. Hall & Oates, Santana, Randy Travis, Carole King, and Leonard Skinner. Now, the rest of these prices could vary. I don't think there's any more 20% off. There may be, yeah, that's going to be 20% off. That will be 20% off, but the rest of these are just going to be whatever price I come up with. Most of them is going to be $5 and $10 off, and as y'all know, I rarely, never, ever discount this kind of stuff, so take advantage. First thing I have is this, Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey, $29.99. Most of these ministries were either $38 or $39, so they're $9 and $10 off. I got 2 copies of that. I've also got Ministry Twitch for $29. I've got Ministry The Dark Side of the Spoon, and I got Ministry The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Bill Samus does want Carole King, and Bill Samus does get Carole King, and the on-sale price for that was $35.99. Wow, so $36 for a new MoFi record. Sounds like a great bargain to me. Just my opinion, only my opinion. Next thing I have is going to go up for bid right now. I'm going to try to slip in a couple more auctions if I can. Let's throw in a David Lee Roth out of nowhere. This is an OG David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile, a full album, EX Plus condition. David Lee Roth is a $15 start. We have Hannah Montana 3. I've tried for 2 months to sell these. It reminds me of that Cheetah Girls. I also ordered another Disney soundtrack, Cheetah Girls. I guess I just don't have the right demographic watching because no one bought Hannah Montana and no one bought Cheetah Girls. And now this is $12 off. I'm definitely Not making anything on it. If anything, losing most likely. Hannah Montana is just $24.99. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself not buying that. Unbelievable. I got the wrong demographic watching. No, everybody's probably like, what the heck is that? And what is the Cheetah Girls, evidently? Next thing I have is Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle. That is $10 off. I'll do that one for $24. That's a great price. Black Crows is $10 off. I'll do that for $24. That's a great price. Rancid is $5 off. That's $24.99 for Rancid. Also, $24.99 is Wasp, Headless Children. Ministry Dark Side of the Spoon is sold to Fred Cardinale for $29.99. Also, we have Striper. Striper is called When We Were Kings. That's on royal purple colored vinyl. That's now $29.99 for Striper. Pantera is going to be 20% off. That's $39.99 for Pantera. That's the Rhino 2 LP. Scott Arnold has David Lee Roth at $15. Roth is going once and Roth is going twice. $15 on Roth. Final call on that. Next is Victor Guerrera on Wasp. He gets that for $24.99. Victor, you bought from us before, right? Thank you. That's so do you. This is also $39.99, which is Marvin Gaye Collected. That's 20% off for Marvin Gaye Collected. David Lee Roth has a new bid, and that new bid is now at $18 of Chris Frazier. And then this is going to be at a stupid price, $47.99. This was originally $59.99. $47.99 for George Harrison, Let It Roll. I got the Sisters of Mercy. That's a live unofficial, $24.99 on that. And Billy Idol, Don't Stop. Billy Idol's $24.99. It does have, the shrink is kind of torn right there. It's brand new though, last copy of Billy Idol, $24.99. Gorgira is 20% off. That's at a price now of $43.99 from Mars to Sirius. $43.99 on that. Shakedown gets to George Harrison. That's $47.99. Thank you, and sell that to Shakedown. Next is Sabaton. These are $9 off. It's called Heroes. Sabaton is $29.99. And over here is Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Let's do these for $10 off. Carcass is just $24.99. We have Black Label Sided Doom Crew. Those are $29.99, which is essentially $10 off list price. $29.99 on that. Gorgira Fortitude is $24. Iron Maiden is $43.99. Dance of Death. And Jane's Addictions, Nothing Shocking, $24.99 for Jane's Addictions, Nothing Shocking. Wow. Yeah, I got to show these again tomorrow. This is unbelievable. Never had this much. I usually show this kind of stuff at like 7 o'clock and it's all gone. So I'm kind of like, I'm lost for words right now. I don't know what to say other than I guess I better start showing something different because usually all this is gone. But now I've got it all sorted and together. If you don't buy it now, it's either going to get grabbed at the 9 a.m. video or the 6 a.m. video tomorrow. When everybody's watching, they're going to realize they fell asleep during new sale. Everybody's going to be watching the video and panicking, trying to claim these. And then tomorrow, when I'm going through a second time, there's going to be so many claims, I probably won't be able to keep up with them. There's not going to be, there'll be so many claims tomorrow in the video, and then I won't be able to keep up with it. So just going to make sure if you want something now, this is the best opportunity of the day and night to claim in here right now. No more George Harrisons. I think that was the last one. David Lee Roth is at 20, and that's with Scott Arnold. And Scott Arnold said he will take this Pantera if he can put back the other one. Sell this to Scott Arnold for $39.99, and he wants to put back the blue vinyl one he claimed earlier. I guess I'll allow that to happen. $39.99. That's sold to Scott Arnold, okay? Anybody else? I'm going to read just the titles one more time, and here's what's left. Jane's Addiction, Iron Maiden, Gorgira, Black Label Society, Carcass, Sabaton, Gorgira, Billy Idol, Sisters of Mercy, Marvin Gaye, Striper, Wasp, Rancid, Black Crows, Gary Newman, Hannah Montana, and then all music on vinyl pressings of Ministry, and then MoFi pressings of Hall & Oates, Santana, Randy Travis, and Leonard Skinner. And if I'm wrong tomorrow and these all don't get sold, then it will be an unbelievable ending streak of us completely selling out of new vinyl. Because usually all this is, it's long gone. But that's okay. everything in here is brand new and sealed vinyl. Most of the stuff was manufactured in the last 3 to 6 months. So this record has a copyright date of 2025 on it. And I don't think this was ever released on vinyl. If it was, I'm not familiar with it. If this was out in vinyl in 2009, let's see here. If so, I'm not familiar with it. Wow, this is at a pretty good... I mean, they start on Discogs right now for $27.69, but none have ever sold. 150 people want it. Everybody's waiting for them to get really cheap, evidently. 150 people have it in their want list. They start at $27, and none have ever sold. Wow, that's crazy. So there's 25 copies on there, none have ever sold before. It has high ratings, 4.78. But this is probably OG because I don't think it never was on vinyl before. Let's see here. Has this ever been on vinyl before? Hannah Montana 3. All versions on vinyl. Let's find out. Format. LP. This is the OG pressing. This is it. First time ever on vinyl. Of course, Discogs sucks. That app just crashed. Man, they've turned into be a terrible company. Hannah Montana 3, $24.99. Blue with pink splatter. Yes, this is an OG pressing. It is. First time ever on vinyl. OG. Santana. The 20% off price is $47.99. Super vinyl. David Lee Roth is sold to Chris Frazier for $22. Sold to Chris Frazier for $22. I can't understand how we went through the Kiss stuff so fast tonight. The Iron Maiden was $54.99. 20% off on that would be $43.99. How much is Jane's Addiction? These are now marked down to $24.99. Fred Cardinal wants Black Label Society. Make this $29.99 sold to Fred Cardinal. Okay? Molly's went through a lot of transformations. She's went from, there was a couple times I think she was off her rocker. Then she came back, and then she off her rocker again. I think she's okay now, but she went off her rocker for a couple times. Okay. All right, I think what I need to do is this. One or two things. I can leave the chat open. I'm going to go like grab a bite to eat, and then I'm going to start going through some miscellaneous stuff tonight. The Carcass album is, I marked that down to $29. Yeah, $29.99. A couple things I'm extremely, I eat before the sale, but going to those games just throw my sleep schedule off. You can ask my mom. She was talking to me on the phone yesterday. She knew I wasn't feeling good, which I wasn't. I have to wake up, and I usually go like a couple of days. So I'm well off right now, but I'm also starving because my eating schedule's off too. Super Joint Rituals. I don't have any more of those. If they do, they'll pop up tomorrow. How much is Kiss Carnivals? Those were marked down to $29.99. $29.99. So, I mean, I want to go through some of these Fred Goodwin books. We're down to 116 people watching now. A lot of people's already went to bed. Not really efficient to show any more vinyl. I don't plan on selling 1 billion books, but I feel like they'd be fun to go through. I've got to start going through these things. I've got a cousin who wants to buy them, and he pretty much said he'll buy anything that y'all don't as long as they're cheap. I've got to start getting rid of these Fred Goodwin books. I'd like to go grab a bite to eat right quick, but I really don't want to eat the chat or leave the chat. I don't want to eat the chat either. And so I'm going to try to go through like one big stack over here of books. What doesn't sell, I'm going to start putting them in containers, and so we can stack them better, and so I can sell them to him. But I've got food up front. I don't need to be on here too late at the same time, so if there's not too many people maybe watching right now that's interested in books, I'll just wait and do it again tomorrow. Maybe when people know I'm going to be going through books, so everybody's tuned in. And when I say books, like I see Star Trek and I see a Life magazine book. I see a book on, who was this? I see a book on Tony Curtis, and I see a book on Bing Crosby. They're like biography books. This box here has books by, I mean, it could be anything. It could be literature. It could be nonfiction. A lot of it's nonfiction. A lot of it's old reference books and manual or like coffee table books. There's some really good stuff. There's some really bad stuff, I'm sure. But I just kind of see what y'all are interested in. That's going to be my project this week. We have enough books. It fills up about probably about half of a semi. Probably 2 18-foot box trailers. And we have those stored here in our warehouse. And we hadn't touched them since this spring when Fred Goodwin was still alive. He's passed away since I've bought all this stuff. So, I mean, we've got 8,000 to 10,000 books. You know, probably 8,000 to 10,000 books over here. I just need to start going through them and now that I can get to them before we box all this or block all this back off. So Victor Guerrero also wants a Kiss Carnival of Souls. Let me go pull one of those for him for $29.99. And yeah, maybe let me go up here and grab a partial or full bite of eat. And I'll come back and do some of these in like 10 or 15 minutes. So this is sold to Victor. I got 2 more left for $29.99. The only no bids tonight was this Das EFX cassette for 10. CCR Chronicle was 35. Kiss Alive was 10 bucks. Jackson Brown was 35. Kiss was 25 bucks. U2 was 25, and this Kiss Demos was 55. It was pretty orange there, yeah, especially on, I was right across from I was on the home side, right in the sea of white. There's a couple Tennessee fans behind us, directly behind us, but yeah, mostly it was orange on the home side. It was pretty incredible, but it was a headache. Those cowbells are a headache. Those cowbells are a major headache. I mean, it was just brutal. If you're not used to it, of course, most of the fans in there have in earplugs. Otherwise, you're going to have a headache. It is so loud and just annoying. It's such a high-pitched, rattle in your ears for hours. It's loud. It's more of a headache than any concert I've ever been to. So, Larry Gonzalez gets Kiss Alive for 10 bucks. That was a VG minus copy, but it was OG Keel, K-E-E-L. So that just leaves 2 Japanese. One of my favorite U2 albums that y'all are overlooking for just $25, and then the 2 Kiss bootlegs, okay? So there's that. I'm just going to mute my mic for a second and step up front, and I'll have everybody answer a few questions. I think I've already done this twice tonight, but maybe where are you watching from? And I'm going to step up front. I'll come back, and we'll go through some of these boxes of books and see what we come up with, okay? Yeah, there could be anything. I mean, it could be, there's probably some stuff that like I said, I'm just going to have to, I don't know. I've never gone through them. I bought 8,000 books and I've never looked through them. So y'all know how that is. It's like when I'm going through posters. It's like when I'm going through CDs. I have no idea. And of course, a lot of them I'll have to look up because I'm sure there's some in here worth hundreds. One of the first boxes I ever went through, we found that To Kill a Mockingbird, and it was signed by Harper Lee. So a lot of these autobiographies and biographies, Fred met these people. He went to book signings. He has a lot of stuff signed. He has a lot of first editions. It could be stuff that you don't care 2 cents about. It could be something you've been looking for your whole life. So I'm just going to leave the chat open, and I'll be back in about, we'll say 10 or 15 minutes. I'll come back here in at least 11:45 and let y'all know what's up, okay? I'm just going to mute my mic, and I'll be back momentarily. And y'all can chat about whatever. Y'all can let me know your favorite book. How about that? Your favorite book you've ever read. That'd be a good discussion leading into books. I'm going to be, even if I ended the feed right now and I said good night, I'm going to be going through these things anyway. And I would rather have y'all going through them with me in case you want to buy something. We buy vinyl every day. We don't do store credit. We just buy it from you. And then if you want to use that money to buy something, that's up to you. We don't do store credit. We just buy stuff. And then it's your money. You can do whatever you want to with it. If you ever got anything to sell, you just email the store page. Or if you're on Facebook, you can send us a Facebook message. Address it to Paul. Paul buys 99% of everything in this building. He's our primary buyer now. So if you just got something to sell, you can reach out to him, okay? Is Abraxas numbered? Abraxas is numbered. Abraxas is the MoFi Super Vinyl. It was originally $59.99. It's numbered 8055 on the back. The 20% off price sale is $47.99. The 20% off price is $47.99. We do sell gift cards. Now, I'll sell you a gift card. Some people have wanted their money we buy the records from on a gift card so they don't accidentally blow it on something else. I've had people do that. They're like, Chad, please put this on a gift card. Otherwise, I'm going to blow it on my rent money, and I don't want to sell my records to pay for rent. I want to sell my records so I can buy more records, and I don't really care about paying my rent. And I'm like, okay, that's fine with me. And everything in here in this crate was 20% off. I'm kind of surprised more of them hadn't sold. And, of course, we're going to go over here, and Luke in the Grooves is going to take it. Okay. This is sold to him at $47.99. $47.99. Okay? Done. Now, Luke, I want to let you know, I had to pull it up right quick. The last record we sold you, I never did hear back from you on. It was a Betty Davis record. It was called Is It Love or Desire? And I think Ed reached out to you a couple times, okay? And I want to make sure when you get this invoice, it goes to your email, because I think he messaged you 4 times about that record and we never did get payment, okay? So before I sell this to you, I want to make sure you 100% want it. And we have your right email and messenger, because you opened the messages. We never could get a hold of you. It was back in July, and he sent you 2 emails and 4 messages, and we never did get payment for that last record. It was Betty Davis, Is This Love or Desire? He had to cancel it, and we had to resell it. So I don't mind selling you something, but we 100%, without a doubt, have to get payment for this, or it's going to be tough to sell to you in the future, okay? So make sure Monday, be looking for an invoice, and I would pay for this, please, immediately on Monday. Monday afternoon, as soon as you get this, a week from today, make sure you send payment immediately, okay? We'll be looking for it. Set a reminder. Set a reminder right now for next Monday. Check email for Collectco invoice. Check Messenger for Collectco invoice. Please pay Collectco invoice on Monday. Okay? All right, I'm going to mute my mic, and I'll be right back in just a second, okay? I've been talking for the last 7. I could have already been back here. And if you want to buy a gift card, Richard, we can hook you up. You can actually go and buy them through our website, okay? I will look at that right now. Let me go put my mic down. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Oops. My mic on? All right, hopefully that woke y'all up. Welcome to the library of Fred Goodwin. Here we go. The library of Fred Goodwin. Here we go. All right, let's grab a good box to start off the night. Let's grab, well, if we're gonna play Jenga, we better get the ones off the top first. If you see something you want to price on, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna sort what I think I can sell, either now or later. I'm gonna set a pile of stuff I'm just gonna try to get rid of, expedite and try to get rid of at a later date. But right now, let's go through what we have over here. I mean, I've got quite a bit of money tied up in these books. I mean, honestly, tens of thousands of dollars, but I've got to figure out how to sell them faster, okay? My fun to read books: Tom Savage, Sioux Buffalo Hunters, The Trail to Santa Fe, Steps Along the Way, A Governor's Scrapbook, Lamar Alexander, nice. And it's signed. For Sheriff Robert Goodwin, that's Fred Goodwin's dad. Fred Goodwin's dad was a sheriff. 1986, signed by Lamar Alexander. Very cool. That's a pretty cool book. The figure was Dimeback Darrell, $24.99. Stones River National Battlefield. That's a Civil War book. Stones River National Battlefield. Sunset, an illustrated guide to attracting birds. Bird identification, plant list, feeders, houses, and baths. Nice bird book here for all you bird watchers. See something you want to price on, just let me know. Reader's Digest, Family Word Finder, Nuthosaurus, Abnormal Psychology of Modern Life, 5th edition. Those are like school books. Let's see what we got here. A History of Commerce, Union Bank, Rutherford County. Old Fort Stone. Brief History of Liberty, Tennessee. Tennessee's Back Roads. Science Service Submarine Science Program. Four Currier and Ive lithographs. The Alamo. I mean, a lot of this stuff is probably where Fred went and visited the Alamo, and he bought it when he was there. From Flappers to Flivers, the Roaring Twenties, Flags of Our Fathers, James Bradley. Backroads was not a book, it's a little pamphlet. Tennessee Backroads, it's a map. Let's see, yeah, it's kind of like a pamphlet. Looks like something given away at a state park or like a rest stop or something. Yeah, Tennessee Department of Tourism or Tourist Development. All right, well, these two here probably are about not worth anything. I'm going to set these over here. And let's see, that one's kind of interesting. The book, the Bird Book, and then definitely the Stones River, and definitely this signed by Lamar Alexander. This thing here is kind of dated. I'm going to set this in a different pile. And I've got all these little pamphlets I don't know what to do with. I mean, like, all this kind of stuff here, somebody wanted all this for, like, even the Courier and Ives, like, all this here for $10. I would sell, like, this entire little miscellaneous pile for $10. I'll probably keep these two here. All right, that was an okay book. I like the Lamar Alexander book. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, let's grab another one over here. There's about 3,000 boxes, so we got plenty of options. You never know, really. I mean, he could have stuff that's who knows what. All right, let's see what we got here. We got Tattooed on Their Tongues, Journey Through the Back Rooms of American Music. Tattooed on Their Tongues, Journey Through American Music. Interesting. Music related. Burton Parish Churchyard, A Guide with Map. Practically Twins by Viola Rowe. That's like an old, like, teenager book. Kids, not really a kid's book, but I guess sort of like that. This got to be from the 60s. 1963, Practically Twins. It's fun buying stuff I've had for years and never gone through it before. So, this is Success and What It Takes. New Ways to Know Yourself in the World. Thin So Fast, Michael R. Reed's MD. You read that book and you lose 100 pounds. Guide to Modern English, Corbin Perrin Scott. It is an English textbook from, I'm going to guess, 1954, 1955. You can usually tell how they dress and how their haircuts look. I was 1 year off. You got to think there's some room for error in there. Three Chords and the Truth, Hope, Heartbreak, and the Changing Fortunes in Nashville. Behind the Scenes with Those Who Make and Shape Country Music. An old biology textbook. And this is in really bad shape. It is Christian Hymns. Obviously got a lot of age on it. Looks like something from the 20s or 30s. It's missing, I guess, the main title page. Very old, though. Christian Hymns. Here we got Versalog, Slide Rule Instructions. Flashing Spikes, Famous Sports Stories. Flashing Spikes. What is this, 30s or 40s? 1948, Flashing Spikes. The Hobbsey twins in Mexico, and Plain Trigonometry. Okay, I set all those kind of books over there. And the Slide Rule. That kind of stuff is obsolete. I mean, I'm sure some people buy it just for the interest of it, but most of these old, like, textbooks are just literally obsolete. Reader's Digest, Ride Like an Indian, Henry Lamorne, Lost Horizon, James Hilton, Reader's Digest. I'm going to leave that one out. I'm not going to include that one. Let's see here. Cornette, Comroff, John R. Price, The Captain of Our Team, Biography. The hymn book price, in that kind of condition, probably $6.99. $6.99. Most of these are going to be $7, $10, $15, $20, unless we find something pretty rare. Henry Clay High School Alumni Directory. Books like this do pretty good on eBay. These like old high school books. You know, because it's just got people's names and addresses. You might still can find somebody who's looking for the Hammond Almanac. I'm going to set that right over there. All right, sell first book sold, Melinda Deering, and that's on the Hymns book for $6.99. Pretty cool there. Date on Ride Like an Indian. Looks like 40s to me. Owned by Mary Beth Piper at one point. This has a publication date of 1958, actually. A little bit later than I thought. $58 on that. Tattooed Tongues. Which one was that? Tattooed Tongues. Oh, this book here. Yeah, this one so far looked like the best because it's pretty modern and it has a hardback on it. I wonder if it's Stamp Concept Productions. That's his company, Fred Goodwin's company. Let me barcode scan this one on eBay too. If I'm not just guessing, I'll probably scan on eBay. I don't use Amazon too much for a reference because I don't sell on Amazon. But if I don't find on eBay, we will go there for a reference. Let's check. Let's see what they show. This shows on eBay. Especially for a hardback. None is ever sold. That's the thing. Like when you scan them, they could be pricey, but sometimes they never sell. So you just never know. Henry Clay. What year was this? 1998. Nat Reynolds. Henry Clay High School, 1998. Lexington, Kentucky, yeah. Henry Clay High School directory. You may know somebody. You may be in there. Do I need to look up Nat Reynolds? Okay, 2 boxes down. 2,998 to go. This one, I'm running out of space. Let me grab a few out of here, and then I'm going to go ahead and start taking some off the table. I'm seeing some more interesting ones here. I like the ones that are like about, he has all kinds like this. These are the ones I think y'all will find most interesting. First of all, let me take this. This is the, I hate using this word to describe my own stuff, but this is the junk pile. All these old like almanacs and stuff like that. Pretty tough sales, honestly. So there's those. Okay. And then here we have Cooper's Women, as in Gary Cooper. My Mother's Keeper, B.D. Hyman, a daughter's candid portrait of her famous mother. There's a book about Gene Hackman, a Gene Hackman biography. A Roadmap to the Future. Going My Own Way, Gary Crosby and Ross Firestone. The Story of Bing Crosby. And another book about Gary Cooper, an American hero. So Fred most of his library is, I'm going to say, books like this. It's like biographies. He used them for just his own reading and to archive, and he was such big on learning about musicians and movie stars, and he wanted to be a movie star at one point. He loved Hollywood. So these here are probably some of the most interesting ones. I mean, there's a bunch over here on Bing Crosby. Let's see here. Bing and Other Things. Catherine Crosby. Obviously a book about Bing Crosby. Joan Collins. Past and Perfect, an autobiography. Sammy Davis Jr., My Father by Tracy Davis. Inca Dinka Doo, The Life of Jimmy Durante, I don't know how to say his last name. Sorry. As Time Goes By, The Life of Ingrid Bergman. Ed Burns, that's Ed Cookie Burns. Looks like it's an autobiography. The Man in His Movie, Tony Curtis. And Tony Curtis, the autobiography. Wow, a lot of reference stuff there. A lot of reference stuff there. Let me go grab this box now. Now I can get to the bottom of this. I couldn't really carry this one over. It's got so much stuff in it. All right. We got Carol Lombard, The Hoosier Tornado, an Indiana biography series. Marlene Dietrich by Maria Riva. Marlene Dietrich it's Marlene by Marlene Dietrich, so an autobiography. Another one, looks like an abridged version. No, it's a different book. Marlene Dietrich by Sheridan Morley. That's a third different one. Live Fast, Die Young, The Wild, Wide, and Macon, Rebel Without a Cause. What is this, about James Dean? What is this? Maybe a book somewhat about James Dean, or maybe that era. And then the last two are the autobiography of Jackie Cooper, Please Don't Shoot My Dog, and The Death of James Dean, What Really Happened on the Day He Crashed, The Untold Story Behind the Mystery. Any chance? There's a chance of that stuff for sure, yeah. The problem is, it's just like opening up a random box. So you see already. And obviously, I kind of remember some stuff like that when I was boxing. So I boxed up most of these, taking them off the shelf. So I was in a room with like 7 gigantic bookcases. And then we was in 2 different garages where he had all this stuff already boxed up. And pretty much his daughter counted them, and we kind of bought them. We kind of bought them based on price per book. And when you add it up over like 8,000 and 10,000 books, it was a crazy amount of money. But I went ahead and bought them because I knew at some point I'd find some rare stuff, or, you know, I mean, these are pretty decent books. It'll take me a long time, but I mean, most of these I'll be able to sell for $10 and $15. And then I've already found a couple. You know, we already sold one for over 1,000, and we've sold a bunch for 40 and 50. But I'm really just now getting into them. Doris Day, Hollywood Beauty. That's a book about Betty Davis. There's another book about Betty Davis. Another book about Betty Davis. And another book about Marlene Dietrich. Here's another book about Bing Crosby. And there's another book about Bing Crosby. That was the conclusion of box number 3. A lot of movie star stuff in there, and musicians. Bing Crosby, Marlene Dietrich. There's one book left there. And let's grab this next box. I'm about out of space. I'm going to have to start taking some of these off. I'm going to start putting some of them in tubs. Kind of the stuff I want to get rid of. And then some of the stuff I'm going to go ahead and try to sell. Okay, so both James Dean books. All right. So, Amanda, I'll do those for $9.99 each. Those are pretty good, I think. I hadn't scanned them, but that sounds pretty... I mean, that's kind of my into gut on them. So $9.99 and $9.99. Nice. They have dust jackets. They're clean. No rotting. $9.99 on those. Okay, now what to do with these? Let me move this big thing of cassettes over here. That way I can put these, some of these over here. Get a little bit more space. This tower is going to come down. Tanner and John's going to come in the morning and be like, holy crap, what have you done? All right, sell these to Sick for $9.99, $9.99. Richard, did you see my message regarding MoFi Santana? When did you send that? Right here? Chad, I'll take that sent to other buyer falls through. Okay. Did he reply after I walked to the back? Oh, I missed some stuff. Santana, did Luke reply? Okay, he did. And Michael Herrera wants Gorgira Fortitude. Watching Coletco from my hospital bed in Vanderbilt, Wilson County. Just had a total knee replaces. Ouch, Richard. Hate to hear that. Glad you're tuned in, though. Glad you're tuned in, though. And can I see the Ingrid Bergman and Price? Sure can. Let me just find out what I just done with it. I'm going to try to stack these where I can see the spines in case I need to recall them. Doris, Day, Bing, Bing, Blue, Betty Davis. Okay, Ingrid. What happened to Ingrid? Ingrid. Must be in this other stack. Marlee, Lombardo. Ingrid Bergman. As time goes by. Is that it right there? I bet it was this one, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. As Time Goes By, The Life of Ingrid Bergman by Lawrence Leamer. Hardback with dust jacket. Harper and Row. And this is 1986. Barcode. No. I'm going to say $9.99, Jackie. $9.99. All right, I'm in a new box now. First thing is Reader's Digest legal question and answer book. Fred was doing, what was Fred reading about? Divorce. Or somebody was, Robert Goodwin. And some of this might have been Fred's brothers. They were on the divorce section. Division of property and the divorce process. Had to get a law book to find out about divorce. Oh, man. Okay, we have The Great Air War, The Men, the Planes, and the Saga of Military Aviation, 1914-1918. That sounds pretty interesting. It's a World War I. This is a World War I plane book. The Great Air War. Looks like at one time it was at a library. Okay, so this is sold to Jackie for $9.99. The other Ingrid Bergman, did I have another one? Let's see. Tony Curtis, Cookie Burns, Jimmy Durante, but that's not how you say his name. Gary Cooper, Bing Crosby, Gene Hackman, My Mother's Keeper. Was that it right here? My Mother's Keeper? Was that about, is that from his daughter? No, that's B.D. Hyman. I don't think so. I don't think I had another one on her. Danny, let me see if I can find out something on that. Great Air War book. I know what my gut's telling me, but some of those I like to make sure. Quick glance. Don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Yeah. Let's see here. Well, let me go to sold. Yeah, it's a thicker book too. Sometimes you'll see higher prices with free shipping because it costs more to ship it. I'm going to say on this, $14.99. You know, military stuff usually demands a little bit more. Very interesting looking one here with pictures. Very cool. $14.99 on that. And then The Final Days. That's obviously about Richard Nixon. The Final Days. Adolf Hitler by John Toland. Adolf Hitler by John Toland. Now, these can get interesting because a lot of this you cannot sell on eBay anymore. You might can this because it doesn't have a swastika on it, but a lot of these kind of books now you can't sell on eBay. They usually block this kind of stuff now. 100% for obvious reasons, but I don't know. I don't think it should be totally blocked. It's just a history book, but they do block a lot of this stuff when you try to list it on eBay. Let me look these up. Let me see if they are on here. They're different, obviously. Let's look at this one first. Volume. Okay, there's 2 volumes. Okay, they go together. And okay, these are available. You can list these. Probably because it doesn't have the, if it had a SWAT, that automatically, anything with that gets flagged and blocked. So both of these would be $24.99. Yeah, they sell, that's exactly about what they sell for consistently. Both have dust jackets. One dust jacket is a little bit more worn. This piece here has come off, but they go as a set. So that's for both of them, of course. Bay of Pigs, that looks interesting. And then Security, A Guide to Survival, 5 acres. Huh. Bay of Pigs, that's got my attention. What year was this? It's got to be at least 63. 1979 or 62. When was that? 62? Yeah, 62, right? Yeah, 79. Maybe earlier than that. Thumb through them, no problem. So let's start with volume 1. It's got what they call kind of unfinished edges. There is photos. Obviously, lots and lots of words. Clean. Not really much wear, stains, rips, or tears. You know, it's one of those kind of books about every 100 pages, there's photos. That's where he's having his photographer. There's a really, probably the most in-depth Netflix series I've seen. There's the back. It's got maps. And then volume 2. Definitely during, so it looks like volume 1 was everything up until probably right when World War II started. And it looks like this is mostly just me glancing at the titles and words and pictures, mostly right during World War II. I would grade the dust jackets like VG if we're using record terminology. The overall books are pretty clean. The dust jackets have definitely done their job. Okay, 2 more big books in here to finish off this box. We have another ruthless dictator, Joseph Stalin, A Man and Legend, Leaders of Our Time, and a picture almanac for boys and girls, 360 Days of Adventure in Wonderland. So it goes year by year with facts. These were made in 1976 is this printing. 1976 is this printing. It looks like. Let's double check this one. 1976, yeah. Stalin and Picture Almanac. And what's the last one in here? The last one in here is life. How did it get here? By evolution or by creation? That's one of the most argued questions ever. Okay. And that box, which at one time housed Fireball whiskey, is now empty. Okay, let me see what this one goes for. And if y'all see anything you want to price on, just let me know. I'm going to go ahead and look up Mr. Joseph here. Let me scan this. It's probably like $14.99. Wow. I'm always fascinated with books. The time somebody took, just think about this one, or this one, or this one. The time it took to do this and do it accurately, it blows my mind. I mean, the time somebody has to stay focused to finish something like that without any other discussion or any other distractions. All that time for research. It's just crazy. Just really crazy. All right, I'm going to take a few things out of here. And then I'm going to have to take some more stuff off the table. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take this stuff off the table. I'm going to set this stuff over here. There's always something there to remind me. Okay, we got Novelty Stunts, a collection of skits and stunts by Dora Mary McDonald. American Society, a sociological interpretation. Looks like more school books almost. Making Good in High School. And 10,000 Jokes, Toast, and Stories. Verses I Like. The Art of Teaching. Principles of Guidance. Esser's Comic Dictionary. And You Thinks It Through. That's all like school stuff there. This is probably stuff that was his mom's or something. I think she was a school teacher probably in the... Well, gosh, he died at age 80-something, and she was still alive up until, I think... I mean, he died earlier this year before she did, and she was in her 90s. So she was probably a school teacher in like the 50s and 60s. So probably these were books she had in her classroom or something. Because a lot of these were Fred's mom's books, and then some were his, so. The Story Behind Modern Books, Homecoming Celebrations. Yeah, Central High School Library, Murfreesboro. Homecoming Celebrations. That's a pretty interesting one there. The High School Party Book. Attractive suggestions for parties that are different. You read this book and it'll tell you how to throw cool high school parties. An indoor beach party. Invitations. These may be sent out in the form of a fancy beach postcards of regular size. Blah, 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 blah. Wow, they don't make stuff like this anymore, do they? A good neighbor party. Shoe box race. Vanity box race. 3 minutes of fun. Esser's Comic Dictionary. That's the second one. Yeah, they just don't make stuff like that anymore. How to have a fun high school party. The Speaker's Treasury Stories. The Schoolmaster Chants. The Toastmaster's Handbook. And Ted Malone's Scrapbook. Between the bookends. Yeah, these are all. This is all like teacher. This reminds me stuff that a teacher would have. Or a school administrator, somebody like that. I mean, this box says English on it. That's exactly what all this stuff is. It's all stuff like an English teacher would have back in the 60s. Literally looks like an English teacher closed up her room at the end of summer, boxed all this stuff up, and it's been boxed up for 60 years. English at work. English. Yeah, Tarbell's Teacher Guide. They're club books, but they're cool. The dust jackets are tattered. Offer 25 both for those and those. So what was I at? 25 and 15. I was at 30, 40. So if I do 10 and 22, that'd be $32. I'll do $32, Danny. $32. Let's call it 22 and 10. I'm gonna not show some of these because it's the same kind of stuff. We need to get into a different box, eh? Let's see, English. Yeah, y'all not gonna want any of these. Let me just stack them up over here. English. The Giant Stunt Book. Thesaurus, School Yales. Yeah, none of this stuff is relevant. Not what we're looking for, I don't think. I know what everybody wants. They want history books. They want war books. They want mob books. Y'all want nonfiction, dark magic, spiritual books about Aleister Crowley. You want pagan ritual books and spell books from the 1500s. Have y'all seen what some of that stuff sells for? Oh my gosh. Yeah, this box says, that says education, English. All right, we got to get to a different topic. Let me move around. That's about 1,000 old English books. I don't think anybody wants to see any of that mess. I don't. I'm getting tired of looking at them. It looks like a bunch of stuff I'm just going to have to get rid of. So, let's go to something else over here. Let's go through. Let's see what's in this book box right here. Okay, I'm just going to drop this. It's probably going to make a loud noise. Yep. Let's see here. Can y'all still hear me? Guide to Frontman Programming. No. Laboratory Chemistry. That one could be pretty cool. Astronomy. Useful information. Okay, this is like naval stuff here. Space. Okay, this is starting to get a little bit more interesting. Frisk Institute. This is getting to be a little bit more interesting here. I'm starting to see envelopes. I'm starting to see military stuff. Let's grab this handful and bring it over. It's starting to look a little bit more interesting here. All right, we don't need this. We don't need this or this or this. I don't want any of these, right? No, these. Let's move these over here. This has been stacked up over here. All this has been over here since about February. Y'all probably been hearing me talk about them since February, so. All right. An Introduction to Astronomy. That looks interesting. I mean, most of the stuff hadn't changed. It is what it is. Dust jacket's a little torn. All right, let's see what this thing is. Atomic and Nuclear Physics Laboratory Report. Wow. Golly, look at all this. Albert Einstein. No, I'm just joking. $125,000. Old Model 60. Proceedings of the 12th Annual Fisk Institute. Infrared Spectroscopy. Vanderbilt University. High Energy Accelerator Facilities. Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Frontiers in Space. Bureau of Naval Personnel, April of 1952. Newly commissioned officers. Okay. That's a pretty good thing there. Any of this that's space, I'm going to keep together because I know exactly who we can sell it to tomorrow. One big bundle, it's all going to be gone. Physics Today, American Institute of Physics. Wow, this is an envelope that's never been opened. Or has it? What could be in here? It's post-dated 1968. I don't think it's ever been opened. Physics Today magazine. If it has, they re-glued it. Here we go. I think it's an envelope that's been sealed since 1968. And now it's been opened. I think it's a physics magazine. Physics Today. It's got slides, overhead projectors. No, it's definitely been opened. They must have resealed it. Yeah, it's definitely been opened. It's been sealed for, I bet it's been sealed since about then, but it's definitely been opened since then. Too bad it wasn't full of, like, Paul McCartney autographs. It looks like he bought somebody's physics. Somebody was a physics person. Maybe even in the military. Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I mean, I've seen Oak Ridge National Laboratory multiple times. I just wish I could find something from like 1945 that says the Manhattan Project, highly classified. That would be something, right? Some original Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Manhattan Project. And then, guess who's going to show up? Probably the FBI. I don't know. Some of this stuff doesn't look like I should have it. Oak Ridge Associated Universities. It's like maps of the laboratory and Oak Ridge. This looks like classified stuff. For your eyes, for your eyes only. Atomic energy. Verification of level. Rank in class. Somebody named Robert Blair. This looks interesting to me. I wouldn't think stuff like this was supposed to really get out. It's such a highly classified area. Okay. Doesn't look like anything too sensitive to me. University of Wisconsin. Yeah, this stuff could be nuclear. Could be radioactive. I haven't seen anything yet. It's like, wow, look at this. But I mean, some of this stuff, I don't know what I'm looking at. It looks like papers and PhD stuff and journals and, you know, old. John F. Kennedy. No. What does this say? Competent thought. It looks like where a professor graded some of his papers. Restoration of termite damaged wood. Yeah, it looks like his paper, his published papers, chemical engineering, Vanderbilt. Looks like, you know, thesis or stuff he wrote. This Robert Blair guy. The average degree of polymerization equals XP. 2, the number of molecules, start of reaction. There's some pretty deep stuff here. Okay, well that was interesting, but nothing that I think has much value, or anybody else would deem it much valuable. Just a bunch of old, looks like basically a snapshot of some guy's life. And guess what? There's like a whole box of that kind of stuff over here. Let's see what else this is. We got some kind of other big book from this same guy. That looks like a big physics textbook. Here's another gigantic binder of documents. Another gigantic document binder. A source book of technical literature. Another big binder. And another big binder, just like schoolwork. Okay, I don't see much there. Let's move on to the next box. Now, why are these wrapped in plastic? That could be good. Now, this was stuff in the garage. Now, I have these tubs over here. And the tubs are supposed to have some of the best books, but I don't really want to get to those right now because I need to get through all these first. So I'm wanting to tear into those because it probably has the best stuff in it. Because that was the stuff he kept in his house and kept in file cabinets and kept in, you know. I think these are more English books. I'm running out of space. I got to have a place just to basically sort this stuff. Let me clear off the table right quick. I'm going to keep that one astronomy book. Let me find that. Okay, I laid it up top here. All right, I'm going to keep that out. That was pretty cool, I thought. I'm going to stack all of that right there. I need to get to the bottom of this. All right, y'all bear with me as I try to sort through these. I think that's not what we're looking for. I'm going to set that right here. This is not what we're looking for. Set those right there. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Here's the kind of more interesting stuff. All right, I found more interesting stuff here. I keep that. Okay, Tough Without a Gun, Humphrey Bogart, a book about Humphrey Bogart. It looks like it's lightly warped though. I mean, it's not going to affect reading it or anything, but I think it's just the way it's been stored in that box for probably 10 years. Exploring the Alamo Legends, Wheels of the Rich and Famous. They're wheels. So you got the wheel of Elvis, Marilyn Monroe, Alfred Hitchcock, Andy Warhol, Liberace, JFK there on the cover. Bob Hope, The Road Well Traveled. There's a book about Bob Hope. Shirley Jones. Anita Loos, a biography by Gary Carey. Chronicle, Murfreesboro Business and Professional Women's Club, 1936-1971. I'm now pondering what will end up in my boxes of life. Whatever you've collected. And unless you sell it, what I've learned is dealing in people's estates after they pass, unless you sell it before you pass away, other people's going to be selling it for you. Humphrey Bogart, Milton Berle, an autobiography. Cagney by Cagney, and that looks like George Burns. Living It Up, or They Still Love Me in Altoona, a George Burns book. I guess Danny didn't accept my offer, my counter offer of $32. That's very unfortunate, Danny. Let's go through some more books here. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Picture shows the life and films of Peter Bogdanovich. Oh, this one's pretty cool. Brando, the unauthorized biography. Marlon Brando biography. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. George Clooney, a biography. Louise Brooks, Barry Paris. Candice Bergman. Cool book here. Frank Sinatra, The Voice. Curious George, the outrageous bad boy wrestler who created American pop culture. Or excuse me, Gorgeous George. And Bill Cosby, Fatherhood. We sell the Ham Montana for $20. Not right now, Larry, because they hadn't really, I'm going to try showing them again tomorrow. Plus all the new vinyl on sale prices, I'm usually pretty firm on them. the first go around. So yeah, I'm definitely going to keep them at on sale. $27 for the 2 Adolf Hitler books in Great War Era, Danny Thomason. Yeah, I better pass. I mean, I think if I show those any other time, they're instantly gone for $25, and the other book is definitely pretty cool, so I'll just wait then. It's an interesting one there, the Gorgeous George. Almost done with this box. This has got much better. These here I'm kind of excited to see because these are pretty easy sales for $10 and $15. These books like Sinatra and Gorgeous George. We sell the heck out of this kind of stuff in our store. I'll probably stack all this up and keep them, a lot of them, the same price. And a lot of these, it's the same price. I'll just take pictures of them and post them in the group. Give it a day or two for people to claim them, and then I'll just sticker them and put them out in our bookcase here in the store. Hannah Montana's $24.99. Yep. These are pretty good here. Frank Sinatra, the Marlon Brando book. Kind of glad I found those. I actually found some decent stuff here. I was hoping a few more people would ask about prices, but Bing Crosby, A Pocket Full of Dreams. Lon Chaney, horror film star. That could be very interesting. Anything like that's desirable. Lon Chaney. Montgomery Clift. Gracie, A Love Story, George Burns. Monty, biography of Montgomery Clift. And Sunday Nights at 7, the Jack Benny story. So Larry Gonzalez wants the Hannah Montana record. That leaves me with one copy. And that's right here. And that was $12 off. $12 off. And so this is sold to him for $24.99. Thank you, Larry. Okay, what time is it? 12:54. I'm running out of space. That's the problem with a lot of this. I run out of space. Run out of space. Trying to just empty these boxes. Let's keep going, though. I want to try to knock out this big tower here if I can. I don't think y'all are going to be interested in those. Films of Marilyn Monroe. That might have some interest. All right, let me set these over here. Okay. Now we're starting to cook with nuclear. Education. Didn't want to see that. Cookbooks. My mom will want to keep most of those. Okay, he's got all these wrapped in plastic, probably because they're ancient looking books. But I think it's more teacher related stuff. Dentura lock. Okay. Collectibles. That sounds interesting. Let me see what's in here. That's pretty bland looking. Yeah, not much in there. Okay. Let me move this. I bet this one's got good stuff in it. Or maybe somebody thought it was good stuff for them to put collectible books. Julius Caesar, more silver pennies. That's not worth much there. Let's see what they say. Great Smoky Mountains, Tennessee Blue Book. Happening for the mountains, yeah. Trying to find one more just killer tub for us to go through. Let me get some of these off the table first, though. Publisher on Lon Chaney book, price on Chaney book. Lon Chaney, horror film star, 1906, 1973, Don G. Smith. McFarlane and Company. Don G. Smith. Lon Chaney. When did you tag new Waylon pre-orders? Exactly 7 hours ago. Exactly 7 hours ago. This Lon Chaney book I will sell for $19.99. One sold for $20 plus shipping, and one one sold over in the UK for $17 plus $35 shipping. So one essentially sold for including shipping 27 bucks, and the other one sold for including postage $53 to get one from somebody paid $53 to get one from the UK almost. $19.99 on Lon Chaney. So yeah, I'm about to bring those. I found a pretty decent looking box. Let me bring some of these over here. I'm running out of space. Tomorrow when I do this, I'm going to clear off this table when I do this tomorrow, because we'll be doing it about the same time. I've also got a splinter going through these. Don't ask me how, but I have a splinter in my pinky. I guess from some of the paper or cardboard, I guess. I would love to pull it out right now, but I can't worry about it. My hands are super dry from all this paper and cardboard. This has been the most risky stuff I've went through. I've ended up injured, dehydrated. Great Smoky Mountains National Park, 1960. This is like a pamphlet you would have got up there. Probably something Fred got. He traveled. I think he would stop and any kind of free pamphlets. He got every one of them. Tennessee Blue Book. They make these every year. You're supposed to be able to get them from your state reps. It tells all about Tennessee. They update them every year. Wow, this one's still in wax paper. What is this? This is, it could only happen in the U.S. A coal miner's son describes his remarkable career that led from Pigeon Run, Ohio to the summit of American industry. What is it called, though? It could only happen in the U.S. by Benjamin J. Fairless. That's pretty interesting. For the Mountains, an autobiography of William Goddell Frost. That looks interesting. For the Mountains. More Silver Pennies. Yeah, I got a little splinter right here. My hands are so dry going through this stuff. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar from, I'm going to guess, 1923. 1898. Wow, somebody actually used this. This was like their copy they used for the play. Wow, 1898. The Best of Short Stories, 1919, and the Yearbook of American Short Story, Edward J. O'Brien. Yeah, I need to wear gloves. We got a, they wear gloves quite often. I think they got a box over here they use for the shipping department. Handling cardboard just wears your fingers out. It'll splinter them. Let's see what else we got here. I mean, we got enough books to do this all week. I just gotta, I think the better stuff, if y'all give me another day, ooh, this is cool. I like this. I'll show you a couple of these. If y'all give me a day to get through all this bad stuff tonight, we'll get into some of the tubs, and I think that's going to have much better stuff, because I think a lot of these here are school books, and it's just going to be pretty much nothing nobody wants. I've never met anybody that wants old school textbooks. I mean, just, or like books that say how to become a man, and it's like written in 1953. You know, I don't think anybody has any interest in stuff like that anymore, but just really outdated, obsolete type stuff. You know, thesauruses from 1983 and stuff like that we've ran across. Let me see if I can find this Julius Caesar for you. Julius Caesar, and this is, I'm just going to put in 1898. I don't know how much that'll help us. There it is exactly. I'll sell it to you for $9.99. $9.99. Of course, this has got to be one of the most reprinted works of literature of all time, right? It's got to be up there. $9.99 for that. This one here looks pretty cool. Now, this is an old book, old textbook, but now it's getting to the point, not like 40s, 50s, and 60s. This is getting back here to like the 1800s. Yeah, 1872 on this one. And then the last copyright was 1900. And that was Swinton's Word Book of English Spelling, Oral and Written. Now, I think when they get that old, they start getting a bit more interesting. Julius Caesar sold to Patty for $9.99. I thought this was interesting. Look at this. It's a Gateway Series Van Dyke, but it's Franklin's autobiography, Benjamin Franklin. I love the title page here. Look at this on the Benjamin Franklin. How cool is that? 1907. Silas Marner, Cross, another Gateway type series there. Selections from Walden by Henry David Thoreau. Altogether, A Child's Treasury of Verse by Dorothy Aldous. And The Boy's Book of Great Detective Stories. The Boy's Book of Great Detective Stories. Definitely some cool stuff there. Put that right over there. This box has some pretty interesting stuff in it. I'm working on digging them out. I've skipped over 2 or 3 boxes, and it's caused me a little bit more difficulty to get to these. but the ones I've skipped over has pretty much no interest. All right. Let's see here. The Dark Forest by Hugh Walpole. Up Front, text and pictures by Bill Malden. Trader Horn. King Arthur and His Knights. The New Junior Library. And an introduction to American literature. There you go. All right, let me finish this box or I won't feel completed unless I do. Education and English. Yeah. Last few. Yeah. All right. It's like the last third of a book. Here we go. Patty might be interested in these. Good handful I just grabbed. Patty might have some interest in these if she bought the last one. Here we go, Patty. We got Shakespeare's Macbeth here on top. The Macmillan Pocket Classics. Shakespeare's Macbeth. Pretty cool title page there. 1924. 1898 first copyright. 1924 there. Emerson's Essays. Poems of Today. 1924 on that one. Hawthorne's House of the Seven Gables. The Quest of the Four-Leaf Clover. 3 narrative poems. And that's pretty much it. Let me see if there's any more little tiny ones like that over here. Two more down in here. The New Hudson Shakespeare and King Lear, The Art in Shakespeare. The New Hudson Shakespeare, King Lear, The Art in Shakespeare. Price on Hawthorne. Hawthorne. Okay, let me try to find that. Hawthorne, this right here. Hawthorne's House of Seven Gables. Give me 1 second. House of Seven Gables. And we'll make this 1905. $9.99 on that. Yeah, 1905. $9.99 on that, Amanda. And then King Lear right here. Amanda wants that for $9.99. Okay, King Lear. You know, none of Shakespeare's original manuscripts exist. They don't know of any original manuscripts of his that exist. It's amazing if someone were to find his actual handwriting. $9.99 on that too, Patty. $9.99 on that. I really can't find it because I can't find an exact year, but $9.99 to do it. All right, does anybody have anything else they want to see? We'll probably be able to do this for another hour or two tomorrow. I'll be more prepared on how to go through these faster. Or, this is so to Patty for $9.99. Or I'll try to, after I get done what I need to tonight, I'll try to go ahead and go through a bunch of it. But you see, like some stuff like this, I might pass over and not think y'all were interested. So I'll definitely not filter too much. And if y'all come back and hang out with me tomorrow when we're done with vinyl. Because at this point, I got to really clean up all this to get it out of here. It's been stored for too long. It's just taking up space. I got a cousin who's going to buy like all the stuff I've discarded. He's probably either going to buy it or come get it for really cheap, and it's going to help us out. He sells at a flea market. I mean, he'll put them out. Where's the Marilyn Monroe? I can go get it. I never did pull it out. Oh, yeah, if anybody found original Shakespeare manuscripts, they would be millions of dollars probably. Marilyn Monroe book. What did happen to that one? This here. I know somewhere we got sports books. There's a ton of war books. So it says, the films of Marilyn Monroe, kind of has a gold leaf indention there of her. It was made in M5064. MCM LXIV. I think that's 1964. Right after all the stuff broke about her and Kennedy, right? Wow, she was very pretty, wasn't she? Wow. Goodbye, Norma Jean. Round and down. Seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind when the rain set in. Let's look that up, Chris. That's a good one, probably. Well, it's a good seller, not necessarily an expensive book. I think it's 1964. It looks like it. Yeah, it's missing the dust jacket. So, $9.99. $9.99 on Maryland. Pretty cool looking book. I'm probably going to sort some of the, I think, the better stuff and try to, I'll experiment with a post tomorrow at noon and see how that does. And I guess that's about it. I've already ate, so as soon as this sale's over, I'm going to go ahead and start cleaning up and organizing some of this stuff. And thank y'all that bought some stuff, so it's probably worth my time. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Hey, I sold about $70 worth of books. I'll take it. It only took an hour, but I sorted a bunch that I can probably sell tomorrow pretty easily now that I've got them all unboxed. And I've also found a ton that I know I can just get rid of, and it's going to save us a lot of space. So I may have not sold too much in this last hour or an hour and a half, but I've definitely made a lot of important progress. So, and with that, I would like to thank everybody for tuning in. There's still 93. This is crazy. 93 faithful people still watching. Now, a lot of people probably have this on their TV, and they're probably asleep on their couch or in their recliner. And some people's probably even asleep in their beds. And they're just listening to me, especially go through books. They're like, hot diggity dog, Chad's going to go through some books. I'm putting this on my TV, and I am going to Snooze Town. He's going to be going through books, and I am going to be getting big droopy eyes, and I am going to fall asleep. I'm assuming nobody wanted the Lon Chaney book, right? And there's that. Danny, we're just too far apart. I mean, the two Hitler books are easily $25, so that's like selling that Great Air War book for $3, and it'll cost more than that to ship it, even if you average it out when in all your other stuff. So it sounds like you just need to buy the Hitler books for $25, and that'd probably be your best bet. Pneumanoids, yeah. Some people's asleep right now. I know what y'all do. Oh, yes, Chad's going to go through books. It's kind of like my mom. She has all these YouTube channels she watches to go to sleep. It's like these people. She watches these YouTube channels. It's like these people walking through the woods and they camp out and stuff like that. I was like, why do you watch this stuff? And she's like, well, it puts me to sleep. I was like, oh, you sound like some of my customers. I have customers that say, yes, Chad's going to go through books and magazines tonight. I'm going to fall asleep big time. And then there's some people like they're cracking open they're turning on a pot of coffee. Like, oh gosh, here we go. Chad's going through books. Dave Brubeck, there you go. Yeah, I need to put on some vinyl tonight. I need to listen to some stuff. I got a little stack over here. Richie Havens. I got a couple Japanese pressings I've kind of not said anything about because I want to listen to them first. And I got a couple sealed things over here I'm thinking about opening, so I'll have nice brand new copies. We had a good night. I sold some gold earlier tonight. We sold over $7,000 in gold earlier, and then we sold that Green Day signed record. So I sold a couple things for almost 10 grand tonight. That really helps us. And I'm so close to making a deal with Brent Robley on this Trump autograph. I mean, me and him's like within $50 of each other, or $150, I mean. So we're so close to doing a deal on that. I got to sell it before the end of the week. I mean, I'm not in a hurry to sell it. It's probably going to do nothing but go up. Maybe I'll sell that tomorrow. I need to listen to... I could probably listen to one of these Waylon Jennings tonight, because there's a couple left over, I think. That's got a lot of people excited. All righty, I'm signing off. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow for a whole new show, all new stuff, and y'all just stay after me. Convince me to do books again tomorrow. I'm going to start working on sorting some stuff right now. If I can get through sorting all these, we'll be cooking with gas tomorrow. We'll have a lot. And be sure y'all check out that post, because I may add more to it if I post it. You know, it's not a guarantee, but maybe like for 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, y'all might see a post with books where you can claim them by the spines or whatever. So we'll do that tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.